Court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. Before we bring the jury in, could I see everybody just for a few seconds?
Sorry, everybody. We were having technical issues here this morning. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Sound good. Yes, sorry, everyone. Today was a little bit of a technical. It was like
Yeah.
one thing after the next. But we are here. We are here. And they say they're just going to be a few seconds, which we'll see. We'll see. But if they go on any longer, I have stuff ready as usual. I'm just gonna give them a chance, and we'll see. But we'll see. I don't know. I don't know about these sidebars. I think that we never really learn our lesson. We always kind of expect, and then
Yeah. It's like we're I don't know, maybe we just go into each hearing hoping for the best. No sidebars right away, but it always happens anyway. Good morning, Lindsay, Kid Kitty. Good morning to you as well, Rosa.
morning to you. Yeah, so with the sidebars, there was that one morning where I was prepared for a sidebar and they didn't have one, and that was the only time they didn't. So now I'm so nervous to be like, well, they'll have a sidebar. I don't need to expect anything else, and then
Yeah, be safe today, Lindsay. Lindsay's going
to Greece.
flying out to Greece, yeah.
That is cool.
All right, I got my feeds up, hopefully.
Down in court this week as the medical examiner described the autopsy of her 5-year-old daughter.
Where's that coming from?
That she killed her 3 children.
Oh, we're playing a video. Oh, shit.
I was trying to, but the screen shares got... What happened?
All of a sudden, it just started playing out of nowhere.
Oh
I was
my
like, what the
goodness. I'm sorry.
hell? No, you're fine.
But my...
Hopefully I sound okay. I was having issues with my microphone disconnecting after like 3 seconds every time I turned it on. So hopefully I sound okay. I had to do a little workaround thing.
It's okay. You sound good.
I didn't even have my coffee yet.
Everything's gonna be fine. All right, I'm gonna play this video while we're waiting because I think that they're gonna be sidebarring a while.
Probably. We will be back live to it whenever they do.
Children. Her lawyers contend she suffered from severe postpartum depression, even psychosis, and is not criminally responsible. Criminal defense attorney Brian Claypool joins me now. It would seem a stretch, Brian, when a woman admits that, that she killed her kids, it would seem a stretch to get her found not guilty. But there is some compelling evidence that we'll get to in a moment. What do you think the chances are that her team can get her off?
Hey, John, always great to see you again. Yeah, look, anytime you have an insanity defense, in Massachusetts, it's called lack of criminal responsibility. Same thing as insanity. But look, those cases are usually dead on arrival. Why? Because they're a complete defense. What does that mean? That means that she would walk free, right? If Clancy got off on this, she walks free. It's a complete defense. But look, in this case, I think there is a glimmer of hope for her defense team to get 1, 2, maybe 3 jurors. I think the best she'll do is a hung jury. But look, the fact she's even in the game is compelling. And the reason why, John, is because her defense team has created a trial within a trial. That means she has put on trial the mental health system in our United States.
It's a good point.
Evidence in this case of multiple calls she made, threatening to kill herself, telling a nurse practitioner, hey, look, I can't take care of myself. I don't know what's going to happen to the kids either. And then nothing was done to intervene to get her the proper treatment.
Yeah, and she also, her defense team is also saying that her doctors way overprescribed medications, and I want to put on a list of some of those. Many of the names are hard to pronounce. There's amitriptyline, busoprone.
Take a screenshot. Here, hold on a minute.
Yeah, as always, we're pausing it for you.
Let me hold on. Let me give you a screen that doesn't have stuff on it here. Take a screenshot. There you go. Everybody can take a nice screenshot.
Yeah, that still baffles me, honestly.
That's a good screenshot right there. And he brought up a great point. It is a trial within a trial.
Exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, to like be accused of something and then have a defense team that's just going to go and put the whole medical system on trial inside your trial, I think is pretty remarkable and very good point. Like you say, it's just that, you know, that's the light that he's shining on it. Like, yeah, okay, this happened, but let's just have a little trial on the side about why.
Let me get a screenshot myself. All right. We'll get that switched all back over.
The one commonly known as Klonopin, and on and on and on. 13 medications that were given to this woman, sometimes with one doctor not even knowing what another doctor was prescribing, according to the defense. That has to do a lot to help a jury understand that she was maybe over-medicated.
Yeah, John, you make a great point about the lack of communication, right? I mean, look, this is not the Twinkie defense, right? You've heard about these crazy insanity defenses. This is about a 4 to 5 month window, John, leading up to the death of her kids, where she was reaching out for help. And you're right. I wrote it down. 5 doctors, 30 prescriptions, 13 different medications. Now, you tell me if none of those mental health providers are communicating as to potential side effects. I'm familiar with a couple of those drugs. And when they're combined, they create a severe depression. And that's exactly what she was experiencing here. And look, John, little things could have taken place. For example, one of these nurse practitioners could have called Child Protective Services. The children are the most important thing here. Why didn't anyone call CPS? They are mandated reporters. When somebody calls and says, I think I'm going to kill myself and I don't know what's going to happen to my kids, you have a duty, a legal duty to call CPS. There could have been what's called family therapy installed here, where you separate the kids, parents, grandparents are together. Let's try to get this woman better. So look, I do think
that's really interesting as well. Like this family therapy thing of getting everyone together. I mean, that was very, very absent in this situation. I mean, if they had like gotten everyone and I understand that she's an adult and it's her business, not necessarily her family or her parents or her husband, but I mean, when you're dealing with somebody with these particular symptoms, how are you supposed to verify that they're reporting to you, their doctor, in their right mind? You do need the family to be involved, especially if we have a situation like this one where there's a husband who's not very involved. Yeah. Because he's in the basement.
Yeah, because they have the clear mind, right?
Yeah.
The whole reason that they're on medication, which isn't a clear mind, the only reason you're on the medication is because you don't have a clear mind, and then you get medication. And so, yeah, you need family members are key, because they're the ones that are sitting back, away from the medication and the effects and all those things. And they can tell you, no, this is not helping. Yes, this is helping. The feedback is a tremendous amount of the treatment, so
Yeah.
definitely should have been involved. That's one of the reasons why it was so shocking. And again, here's the link. We just dropped it for Patrick's full testimony re-air breakdown that we did on Friday. I suggest anybody, if you haven't seen it, either one, go check it out, especially the breakdown, because that was one of the shocking things to me in this trial, in this situation, was the lack of involvement or knowledge that Patrick had with everything that was going on. And it's alarming. So, you would think, just like what this guy's saying, you would think he would have been more involved. You would think there would be more involvement and not just her reaching out to these medical professionals. You would think like there would have been some more help around the homestead. So
Yeah, that coverage of ours was very eye-opening for me. I know it will be for other people too.
yeah, definitely check it out. The link's in there. You got the little vertical phone thing in front of it. That's the vertical. Horizontal is the one without the phone thing at the beginning.
She's got, some traction.
What's up, Denise? What's
to
up, Rescue?
potentially get a couple of jurors to side with her.
Let's turn our attention to another big case that is attracting an awful lot of attention. That's Luigi Mangioni's case.
I didn't know that was in there. Sorry.
You know how they do it nowadays. They tell you you think it's a whole episode of something that they're going to talk about, and then it's only like 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, and it's the main
okay.
thing in the title, and it's like,
Yeah, only one person on the thumbnail. You're like, oh, good. Okay, we good. Yeah, no. That's how they do it. What's up, Miriam? Good morning.
Sorry, everyone. I will see what else. Wait, let's check what's going on here. I have that there just to show you guys that we are still in sidebar mode. But
Still. Isn't that crazy? We're still in sidebar.
Yeah.
Oh!
Never mind.
Here we go. If you're enjoying the live stream, help us reach more people. Make sure to drop a like, subscribe, comment, and share this out to your socials and friends. And we appreciate you very much. Good morning. Hopefully you got your coffee. Let's get some sips in, hopefully, huh? Let these people talk and we get to drink some of our coffee. Come on, man. Thank you for being here. Got the Tupac trial coming up in a couple hours. I can't wait for tomorrow's recap already, because I know I'm going to be missing a little bit later on.
Oh, we'll catch you up.
Yeah.
We will.
Might have to get on a little early tomorrow.
All right, please. Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, and before the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Well, good morning, everyone. Nice to see everyone. I hope everybody had a chance to kind of rest up a little bit and come back here, and we're going to get right back to the trial. So what I want to do first, ask you those questions since we had a long break, and then talk a little bit about the schedule and kind of today's schedule and kind of where we go from here. So first question, as you know, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Next question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. Today's schedule is that it may be kind of a little bit stop and start. Okay, so kind of bear with us on that. Might be a couple times you got to take a break just after a short amount of time, and then we'll bring you back in. It's just the nature of cases at this point. It's anticipated that the Commonwealth will close their portion of the evidence today. All right. Then at that point, the defendant has the opportunity, if they want to present witnesses and evidence if they want to. But remember, they don't have to. The burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth. All right. If the defendant offers evidence, then the Commonwealth is then given the opportunity to offer rebuttal evidence. All right. And so that's kind of the next phase that we're about to go into after the Commonwealth rests. And I'll go into a little bit more kind of how that goes, but I just kind of wanted you to kind of see where we are and where everything's going to fit procedurally as we go forward from here. So with that, we're going to return to the Commonwealth's case. And Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Ian Whiffen.
I would rather affirm I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All right. Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Ian Whiffen. IANWHIFFIN.
Where do you work?
Cellbrite.
What is Celebrate?
Cellbrite is a digital intelligence company working in the digital forensics field.
And how long have you worked there?
Since 2020.
What is your role at Celebrate?
I'm currently a customer engagement manager.
What does that mean?
I work with customers, helping users of our tools to understand the digital evidence that they're finding and presenting.
And what does digital evidence consist of?
Any information which is extracted from a cell phone, primarily or from a computer, which can be interpreted by the examiner and presented as evidence. It could be call history, messages, location data, media, anything that you can find from a digital device.
Could you just briefly describe your educational and training background that qualifies you to do this work?
Yeah, I've worked in IT for many years. In 2013, I began my career within Calgary Police Service in Canada as a digital forensics examiner. That was after spending approximately 9 or 10 years working as a patrol officer in the UK and in Canada. As part of my role as a digital forensics examiner within the Calgary Police, I went on numerous training courses. The Canadian Police College, they did an introductory course into digital forensics, and then further courses focusing on mobile data provided by some vendors such as Blacklight or Cellbrite at the time, as well as further courses presented by the Canadian Police College, specifically about cell phones.
And Celebrate, the software produced by Celebrate, is that software used to extract and analyze data from cell phones and computers?
Yes, there are several tools within our catalog. One of them is designed to extract as much data as possible from a cell phone. And then one of the other tools is designed to take that extracted data
decode it, decrypt it, make sense of it, and provide it to the user in a way which can be searched, filtered, organized, reported, and presented.
Does Celebrite's ability to access cell phone data continually change based on improvements that are done to the phones themselves?
Yes, there's constantly changes being made to devices which make it difficult to extract the data. There are changes being made to the software that means that the data that we extract is now different to the data that we extracted previously. A new feature, for example, or a change that's made by the software developer. So we're constantly changing our software to be able to extract that data and to decode more data.
Were you asked to locate Apple Health data and other information that could be relevant to the investigation of an incident that occurred at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on January 24th, 2023?
I was, yes.
And what is Apple Health data?
Apple Health is a component of the iOS operating system, which logs sensor data from multiple locations. So there's sensors built within an iPhone that monitor steps taken, flights climbed, for example, as well as third-party devices, Apple Watches, Fitbits, any other device like that. All the information is brought into the Apple Health application, aggregated, and made available for the user to see.
Roughly how many phone extractions have you done?
Since around 2013, well over 1,000 phones.
And how many times have you done analysis on phone extractions?
The analysis is part and parcel. So of those 1,000 phones or so which I've extracted, I've done analysis on all of those phones as well.
And then you've also done analysis on extractions, like in this case where someone else did the extraction and provided the information to you and you did the analysis?
Correct. Yeah. Whenever I'm helping customers or users of our tools, they may provide me with the extracted data. So the data which I'm analyzing is more than the devices I've extracted.
And have you testified previously in courts about what you've done in terms of extracting and analyzing information?
Yes, I've testified in multiple courts around the world, approximately 28 times.
Now, you received a copy of the extraction for Lindsay Clancy's iPhone 13, correct?
Correct.
And when you received that extraction, did you also want to know all the specific information about the case and the investigation?
Typically, when I'm working a case, I don't want to know a lot of detail. I'd rather come to my own conclusions based on the data that I'm viewing rather than note the intricacies of the case. All I require is an outline, the date that something happened, the time, who was involved, basic information.
And in terms of the extraction that was done on Lindsay Clancy's iPhone, that extraction, what type of extraction was it?
That's what's called a full file system extraction. It's essentially all of the data which is being extracted from the device that is still live.
And did you use specific tools to conduct your analysis?
Yes, there's the Cellbrite physical analyzer tool created by Cellbrite and also my own tooling applications that I've been working on for several years.
So you've actually made your own tools that allow you to examine phone extractions?
Correct. There's some tools that I've been working on since prior to joining Cellbrite. Tools that as an examiner, I decided that I needed to create for myself and make available to others. And I still use those tools to this day.
And these tools that you used, are those the tools that allow you to examine and categorize the information, the data that you find in the extraction?
Yes, the primary point of the tool is to go into the data, decode it, provide it in a way which is easy to filter and search, but also additional tools there that allow you to dig into the data and look at the raw information, the databases, the files, all of the raw information, which is what our tools initially decode.
And did you focus in on a particular time frame when looking at the data on the defendant's iPhone?
Primarily, I knew that the date of the incident was 24th of January 2023, so that was the main focus of my analysis. but some of the data I was aware could be from further afield than that. So I took a look of, I think it was around 3 weeks before that. So early January to late January.
Were you able to look at the health data on January 24th, 2023 that was in the defendant's phone extraction?
I was, yes.
And what is health data? And how does it show up on a phone?
The user of the phone would be able to access the health data via the health application, where the information is broken down to explain how many steps have been taken over a particular period of time, the approximate distance that was traveled, the number of stair flights that were climbed. That data is stored on the device itself in a database. So as a forensic examiner, I can take a look at that database in its raw form, understand exactly where that information is coming from, and present it to the user of our forensic tools in a slightly more forensic-friendly method than the user of the application on the phone would see.
Showing you on the screen here, page 4 of your report. Looking here, we have a section here, heart rate data, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're able to see here, what can you tell about the heart rate data from the extraction?
So heart rate data comes from wearing an Apple Watch or a similar device, not from the phone itself. In the case of this phone, there was an Apple Watch paired to the device, and all of the heart rate data, which is recorded periodically throughout the day, is stored within the health database.
And what was the name associated with the Apple Watch?
So as it says in the third paragraph down, the Apple Watch itself was called Lindsay's Apple Watch.
And here in the report, you're able to show the recorded heart rates throughout the day. How is the heart rate recorded and sent to the phone?
There are sensors on the Apple Watch itself on the rear, which periodically check the heart rate at any given time, and that information is sent to the phone via Bluetooth.
And are you aware of how often an iWatch will record the data and report it to an iPhone?
The actual cadence at which the watch is checking would depend on what the user's doing. So if you were in the middle of a workout, it would be a lot more consistent than just periodically throughout the day. And I actually don't know how often it is throughout the day. If you're not doing any particular workout, there doesn't seem to be a set cadence. Every device I've looked at, it's slightly different.
I'm showing you page 5 of your report, this database of the heart rates. For example, in several locations, there'll be a heart rate report, maybe a few seconds in between them, and others there's 7 or 8 minutes in between the heart rate report. Is that what you're talking about, how it varies depending on what you're doing at that point in time?
Yes, this is typical from what you see when you look at the database. The timestamps are never consistently at a recognizable cadence.
And the highlights in green, what do those represent?
So I actually tried to just highlight some of the high points for the day. I realized a few days ago while reviewing this, there was records there that show a high of 123 and 122, which I had not highlighted.
And that's right there, below,
Correct.
1146.
Yes.
And what was the last time a heart rate was reported from the watch to the defendant's phone?
So the last heart rate recorded was at 17:23:52, so 23 minutes past 5 in the afternoon, with a heart rate of 57 beats per minute.
What was the average heart rate for the day for the defendant's phone?
There was a range of heart rates going between as low as, I believe, around 50 and as high as around 122. On average, it was around high 80s, early 90s.
And so at 5:23 p.m., the last recording of our heart rate was 57?
Correct.
And there aren't any further heart rates reported to the phone after that point, correct?
That's correct.
And what are some of the reasons why a watch would no longer be reporting a heart rate to the phone?
If the watch was taken off, if the watch was turned off,
If the battery died?
the battery was dead, yes.
You also mentioned flight climb data. What is that?
Flight climb is information which the Apple Health application stores every time it detects that you walk up a flight of stairs. So a flight of stairs would be considered either a 3-meter or 10-foot incline over 16 steps. So the device has detected that both the altitude has changed by 10 feet and there were steps being walked at the same time.
So there's two factors being considered there. The steps that your watch monitors as you walk, and then the altitude. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is it? Is it GPS or something that's keeping track of your altitude?
The altitude is being monitored by a barometer or an altimeter, which is inside the device, just measuring for differences in air pressure.
And this information, the flight climb data, can that be monitored by both a watch and your phone if you have it on you?
It is.
Good morning,
both devices
everybody.
have got the barometers built in. Both devices can monitor flight climb events.
Can anything simulate or kind of fake out the watch or the phone into thinking that a flight of stairs is being climbed when it's not?
There are some circumstances where that can happen. They're typically quite rare, but it can happen.
Is an example of that being in a car and going up a hill?
Correct, yes. If there is movement which the device can mistake for steps at the same time as the incline is being driven, then that could accidentally record a flight climb.
But if a person's not in a car and is in their home, then it would be flights climbed, not hills being driven, correct?
Correct. If the person is in a house and there are flight climbs being recorded, then the only rational explanation is that the person was climbing stairs.
How is the data in terms of flight climb data? How is that data displayed? Or in the health data itself?
Within the application or within the forensic tool?
Within the forensic tool.
Okay. So within the forensic tool, we break down, or within Physical Analyzer, we break down the health data into hour segments. So for an hour, we may say that there are 3 flight climbs. And then it's up to the user to dig in a little further. They can select that 1 hour and then see how that activity breaks down over the hour. So you would see that there were 2 flight climbs that occurred at 10 minutes after the hour, and then another flight climb occurred later on.
So showing you page 6 of your report here. The top box here, is that showing the general hour data where 3 flights have been climbed?
Correct. So in this case, the user is looking at a time period between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. And the
Good morning,
health
everybody.
data that's been pulled from the database has been aggregated. And it tells you that there's 98 samples being considered. The maximum heart rate during that hour-long period was 108. The distance traveled was approximately 759 meters. And there were 5 flights climbed within that hour.
And then below that, you break that down a little further, correct?
Correct. So this is further down the screen in the interface, where we can see an actual time of 10:17:27, where there's 2 flights climbed. And again, another record at 10:17:28, where there were 2 flights climbed, and then a further flight climb at 10:49.
And then going down to the bottom here, this table, what are we seeing here in this table?
So you may have realized in the slide above where there was 2 flight climbs at 17 seconds past and 2 flight climbs at 18 seconds past. That's an unrealistic measurement. It's because one of those measurements comes from the phone and one comes from the watch. This table breaks it down to say which of these records came from the watch and which came from the phone, because there are some which overlap.
So what you're saying is the prior table, it showed the 4 flights of stairs being climbed at the same time within seconds, which isn't rational. But this breaks it down to show some of that data is coming from the watch and some of it's coming from the phone, correct?
Correct. So if we look at records at 4 and 5 here, for example, we can see a start time of 10:17:27 and an end time of 10:27:06, where the watch recorded 2 flight climbs. And then 1 second later, a start time, and 2 seconds later for the end time, we see the watch also detected 2 flight climbs. This is just the same 2 flight climb events that happened, but both devices recorded those flight climbs with slightly different timestamps.
And that will happen if I'm wearing my watch and I have my phone in my pocket and I go up the stairs.
That's correct.
Did you do something to compare these times and make a table where where you ignored or disregarded the double entries?
I did. I tried to correlate and discard all of the duplicate information. So where there was an event of a flight climb that was recorded on the watch and the phone, rather than provide information that said there was 2 flight climbs, I would ignore one of them and limit it to just the ones which we could prove happened.
And that's displayed here in this chart at the bottom of page 7 of your report?
Correct.
Going to page 8 of your report, we have here at the top of page 8, does that show the last flight climbs recorded on either the defendant's phone or watch?
It does. It shows that there was additional flight climb events logged by the phone, which were not logged by the watch, at 17:03 and 17:33.
So these records indicate that at 5:03 p.m., the defendant's iPhone was with the person as it went up the stairs, and then at 5:33 p.m., the iPhone was with the person as it went up the 2 flights of stairs.
Correct.
And there's a time difference there. The start time is 5:33 p.m. and the end time is 5:38 p.m. For 2 flights of stairs. So that's roughly 5 minutes in between the 2 flights. Is there a way to explain that length of time?
The way the Apple Health data records this information, aggregates it, it tries to group events together. So in this case, it would have recognized that there was a flight climb on the phone at around 17:33:34 and a second one at around 17:38:33, and it just grouped them both into one event. It doesn't mean that it took 5 minutes to walk up 2 flights of stairs. It's just within that 5-minute period, there were 2 flight climbs.
So if I have my phone in my pocket and I climb up a flight of stairs and then I spend a few minutes on that floor, and then still with my phone in my pocket go up another flight of stairs, that's representative of what we're seeing here at 5:33?
Correct. There tends to be around a 10-minute window where it tries to check every 10 minutes, but it can reduce that window in a case like this where it sees that there's group data within a smaller time period.
And then further down on page 8, we have another table here, which seems to have combined data of heart rate and flight climb data. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you also look at web usage on the extraction of the defendant's phone?
I did, yes.
And what did you do to look at the web usage on the phone, and what time frame did you look at?
For web usage, I expanded the time of interest to early January to the 24th of January. and just took a look at any web history over that time. There was over 1,300 records recovered. I took a cursory look down that list and highlighted some which potentially were relevant to the case, and then provided the 1,300 actual records as a appendix report.
And going to page 12 of your report. Looks like you started here on January 10th, 2023, is that correct?
That's correct.
And basically here you list various searches that occurred on each day between January 10th and January 24th from the extraction, is that correct?
That's correct. Broken down by day with the time of the search, the website that was visited, the title of the web page, and then the identifier in the database.
And looking at these searches, on January 12th, 2023, at 19:48, so that would be 7:48 p.m., is that correct?
Correct.
There was a search. In the title, it says, "How quickly does Wellbutrin work for depression?" Is that the title? Is that what the user is putting into the search?
If I could see the search, please.
I'll zoom in on that.
Thank you for being here with us.
Yeah,
Please
so,
hit the like, subscribe
the
if you're
top
not.
entry here we can see starts with https://www.google.com/search ?Q. The text after the Q, how quickly does Wellbutrin work, is what the user searched. Typically, that is exactly as the user typed it, assuming that there are no auto-completions in place. In this particular case, it appears it was searched using Safari. So there's no auto-completion. That is essentially what the user typed in. And then the title, how quickly does I can't say that word, I'm afraid. Wellbutrin, thank you. Work for depression, Google search is the title of the page which Google assigns.
So where it says after the Q, how plus, quickly plus, does plus, the user's not putting in those pluses, correct? Is that, what were you calling those?
So that's part of the attribute. It's how the data is encoded in a URL or in a web search. You can't have spaces within this address string. So they replace the spaces with the plus symbol.
So I type in how quickly does, and the computer adds the pluses in the space marks?
Yes, it's URL encoding to make it safe for the browser.
And then at 7:49, there's a search for Lamictal for depression.
Yes, and depression spelled with a B at the end instead of an N, which demonstrates that this is what the user typed in rather than a page that was being visited.
And then a few minutes later at 7:55 p.m., the user typed in Eleville for depression, correct?
Correct.
And then on page 16, on January 18th, 2023, at 10:25, we have a search there, ketamine for suicidal ideation, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, that's the user typing that in.
Yeah, again, those words were typed in by the user.
And then on January 19th, 2023, on page 17 of your report, We have symptoms of postpartum psychosis searched on January 19th.
Correct.
And again, so we're looking at, this is AM, correct? 9:24 AM that was searched?
Yes, the morning.
And then 9:30 AM, there's another search for psychosis symptoms?
Yes.
Going back to that same page, page 17, at the bottom for January 24th, we have here searches for kids Miralax at 4:02 p.m. and Takeout 3V at 4:13 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then CVS Pharmacy at 4:47 p.m. Correct?
Correct.
There was also an Apple note that you found in the records, correct?
There was.
The Apple note, in your report, it says it was created on December 22nd, 2022 at 10:23 a.m. Strike that, and then modified at 10:23 a.m. on January 23rd, 2023, correct?
Correct.
And are you able to tell what in the note was modified?
No, there's no real auditable log to look back and see how many times it's been modified over the course of its life. I was able to do some amount of recovery to see that on the day it was created, it started in a very similar way to as it's written on the 24th or 23rd of January. But the exact changes between when it first was created and the last time it was modified, we don't know.
And then you also looked at messages, correct?
Correct.
And were you able to compile the messages that were sent and received between the defendant and her mother and the defendant and her husband on January 24th, 2023?
I did, yes.
And were you able to arrange it using the tools that you use in a way that looks like you might see it on your phone?
Yeah, I tried to prepare it in a report which would be easy for any viewer to understand based on their own usage of text messaging.
So showing you page 19 of your report, what we have here is an enlarged version of what you might see on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And so is this in blue, is this Lindsay's phone?
It is. The messages in blue on the right would be outgoing. The messages in gray on the left would be incoming.
And so we have a photo being sent out from Lindsay's phone to her mother, and then a reply coming back, and that pattern goes on and on, correct?
Correct.
And then looking at page 22, you were able to do the same in terms of her contact with Patrick Clancy that day, correct?
I did, yes.
And so in gray, we have Patrick Clancy sending a message to Lindsay Clancy, and in blue is the response, correct?
Correct.
Were you, excuse me, were you also able to look at the phone calls that occurred either incoming or outgoing to the defendant's phone on January 24th, 2023?
I did, yes.
And looking at page 27 and 28 of your report, first on page 27, just looking closely at the phone. Here in the report, it says 2024. Is that a typo? Is that supposed to be 2023?
That's meant to be 2023, yes, I apologize.
Okay. And so what we see here, can you just tell us what these columns are?
Yeah, the start time of the call, typically when it is answered by the recipient, the end time when the call's ended. The metadata is information including who the call was to or from, how long the call lasted, and then the reason that the call disconnected, and then a record ID. So if you had the database, you could go in and find this record based on the ID number.
And looking at page 28, so this is the continuation of that table regarding the phone calls, is that correct?
Correct.
And so what we're seeing here is at 17:33, which would be 5:33 p.m., there's an incoming call from Patrick to Lindsay's phone, is that correct?
Correct.
And it says duration 8 seconds, does that, I'm sorry, 0 seconds. Does that mean it was not answered?
In this case, it was an unanswered call.
And then at 5:34 p.m., roughly a minute later, there's an outgoing call from Lindsay's phone to Patrick's, correct?
Correct.
And that call was approximately 14 seconds?
Correct.
And then at 6:09 p.m., another incoming call from Patrick to Lindsay that went unanswered?
That's correct.
Now, you also, in a section you called media, you have some photographs that were taken from the phone with some metadata included, correct?
Correct.
What is metadata?
Metadata is information about that photograph. It could be the device that captured it, the time that it was captured, the location, information about the lens, the lighting, etc.
And so looking at page 29 of your report, just for an example, what we have here are 3 photographs, correct?
Correct.
And the metadata for the first one shows captured at South Shore Medical Center, is that correct?
Correct.
How were you able to determine that's where that photograph was taken?
The metadata of the photo included the latitude and longitude where the image was captured. I took that latitude and longitude and looked on Google Maps to see a physical address. In this case, it came down to the South Shore Medical Center.
And then the third photo here, that shows captured at the home address on Summer Street, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you looked at device usage. What is device usage?
Device usage would relate to how the user is operating the device. So when they have it unlocked, locked, what applications being used at any particular time. Essentially anything which is not a message or a phone call or results in additional data like that.
And looking at page 32 of your report, in that device usage log, it shows that the last time the device usage was logged was at 5:13 p.m., correct?
So this table relates just to the locking and the unlocking of the device. So the last time the device was unlocked was at 17:13:16. The device was locked again around 2 minutes later at 17:15:12, and the device was not unlocked again.
And so where the device was not unlocked again after 5:16 p.m., but we have a phone call being made at 5:34 p.m., how does that happen?
There is a setting within iPhones that allow you to use a locked device to call back numbers for missed calls. So in this case, Lindsay had the missed phone call that would have shown on screen as a notification as a missed call. And without unlocking the device, you're able to call that person back.
So you just press on the icon that shows up, you have a missed call, you press on that, and you can call the person back without unlocking the phone?
Correct.
And then what is application focus?
Application focus is literally the application which is visible on screen at any given time.
And at 4:13 p.m., 16:13, on January 24th. You've highlighted it in green here. What are we seeing there?
At 16/13/23 until 16/14/50, the Apple Maps application was being used, visible on screen.
Is it then used again at 5:13 and 5:14 p.m.? Or is that a different application?
So at 5:13 until 5:14, it was mobile Safari. So the mobile version of Safari, the internet browser, was on screen. And at 17:14:47 until 17:15:08, it was the mobile SMS or messaging application, which was on screen.
So do you just look at the part that's in parentheses to see what application was open or being used at the time?
Correct. What application was on screen at the time?
So for example, where it says 17:34, which would be 5:34 p.m., and in parentheses is in-call service, does that represent a phone call?
It does. That's the screen that indicates you're in a phone call.
And staying with the same page, page 34, you've made some notes here. Let's go out a little bit. Regarding Apple Maps, Safari, and messaging. So can you just explain what you pulled from the data for Apple Maps?
Yeah, Apple Maps was used to plan a route from the user's current location, the home address, to a restaurant called 3V.
And that was at 4:13 p.m.?
It was.
And then in terms of Safari, you have the last unlock at 5:13 p.m.?
Yes, so the last unlock of the device was used for the purposes of viewing Safari, where PDLX was searched using Google.
And then in terms of messaging, what did you pull from the data there?
At the same time, or in that same device usage, so the device was unlocked, Safari was used to search PDLX, and then the messaging application was opened to send a message to Patrick saying PDLX liquid stool softener.
And that was at 5:15 p.m.?
It was.
And then did you create a timeline combining all the data that we've talked about into one timeline?
I did, yes.
I'm going to the last page of your report, page 43. Is this the last page of the timeline?
It is, yes.
And in that page, can you explain what we're seeing here?
Yes, so the very first column is the timestamp. The next few columns, which show typically colored, is related to the activity, which will become a little bit clearer in a moment. The row or the column in the center explains what the record is. So if, for example, we look at the 17/13/16 record, we can see a U, which means the device was unlocked in pink. That unlock event lasted until 17/15/12. So hence that entire column is in pink and shows the relevant lock event.
So here we have 5:13 device unlock.
Yes.
5:15 device lock, and there's this column connecting them, correct?
Correct. And then any activity that happened during that unlock time is then shown within the rows between. So again, we see Safari open at 17/13/16. Safari was closed at 17/14/47. Messaging was opened at 17/14/47. While messages were open, there was an outgoing message sent for PDLX. Then messaging was closed. Messaging was opened again, and messaging was closed prior to the device locking. So everything in the colored columns tries to show all of the events that happened at the same time or during that parent event.
And what we have here at 5:33 p.m., we have the flight climb started, is that correct?
Correct.
And flight climb ended at 5:38, so
Yes.
that line again connecting them?
Correct. So 2 flight climbs occurred during that time period.
And in between when the flight climb started and the flight climb ended, you have the 2 calls, the incoming call that was missed from Patrick and then the outgoing call to Patrick, correct?
Correct.
So the first flight climbed had already been started. Someone had already started climbing up a flight of stairs when that first unanswered call happened, correct?
So flight climb started is how it's listed within the database and within the software. But it actually, the flight climb time is when the flight climb has been recognized by the device as the device has already climbed up those stairs. So even though it says flight climb started, that's technically the time that the flight climb or the first flight climb had ended.
So where it says 5:33, 34 flight climb started, that actually indicates the person has gone up that first flight of stairs already.
Yes, that indicates the phone has now realized I'm 3 meters higher than I was the last time I checked. Therefore, a flight climb has already been completed at that point.
And then the calls happen, and then the phone realizes at 5:38 that another flight has been climbed.
Correct.
I would move to submit the report as the next exhibit.
No objection. All right, that report may be admitted.
I have nothing further.
All right. All right, so members of the jury, remember I said it might be a little stop and start here today. This is one of those stops. All right, so we're gonna take a short break and then we'll come right back and we'll return for the cross-examination of this witness. Okay?
All rise, please, Your Excellency.
Thank you so much for joining, everyone. They are taking a short break. They
Good
did
morning.
say, oh,
Good morning.
sorry, I got a fright there. So they did say that today is going to be a little bit of a stop and start kind of thing. So just,
The quorum, report to session.
All right, so the court will be in a short recess at this time. Thanks.
Court, all rise.
He said, at this time, thanks.
yeah, they are as confused as me. So I don't feel so bad now because not even the judge is like making sense. All right. So,
Right.
so we're gonna see how long the short break is. But if they're short, I think their short break is like the South African just now. It's like,
You might have to explain.
yeah,
that.
I'm gonna explain that. So
Go.
if any of you know South Africans, when we say we're gonna do something just now, that could be any time. That like there's no actual answer there. So
Why,
Good luck.
why even say it? Why even tell me if it ain't gonna be just now? Why even tell me? Just say later.
I apologize, but they do something similar in Massachusetts, so I don't feel so bad either.
Yeah, they do, don't they?
Yeah.
Let's have a 30-minute sidebar real quick. By the way, please hit the like, subscribe if you're not.
Yes. Please do that. I'm gonna look for something for our short break.
Yes. What do we got? I know we got some good stuff. What do we got, Rosie? What is this?
Were for psychosis symptoms on January 19, 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct.
This was not
Hello?
a woman in the throes of psychosis on January 1,
Hello?
This was a woman who acted intentionally.
What about injuries?
All right, Counsel,
Lindsay Clancy's murder trial resumes tomorrow. The Massachusetts mother is accused of killing her 3 young children in 2023. Her attorneys say she was suffering from postpartum depression and psychosis. Clancy was prescribed more than a dozen different medications by multiple doctors. Now, legal experts are trying to determine if that caused her to kill.
I think she was very unwell. I think she was struggling for help. But as far as evidence to show that she didn't know that murdering 3 children in the way that she did, and then in the time that it took to do that, didn't realize that it was wrong, that's where I struggle.
Well, and I think here we are, right? This is what the fit of psychosis really is about. No logical person would do this. And you're looking at it from a very logical perspective.
Yeah, joining us now is, who you just heard, Donna Rotuno, criminal defense attorney, host of the Crime and Justice podcast, and co-host of the weekly Rap Sheet on Fox Nation. Donna, you can, by all means, pick it up where you just left off on that soundbite there, kind of explaining that applying rational logic to what was a very irrational, I mean, to say it lightly, thing, that's kind of where the court is and where each side is trying to make their case.
Well, let's start off by saying first, obviously, this is a horrific tragedy. But at the end of the day, what this court has to determine is whether or not Lindsay Clancy is criminally responsible. And her lawyers are saying that she did not have the criminal intent necessary given what she was going through in her own life. And it is very clear that not only was she asking for help, not only was she begging for help, she was screaming for help. If you look at what her My Chart entries were and the amount of time she's asking doctors for help, and she's talking about what's happening in her life and how she's losing herself and how she's hearing voices, she's getting progressively worse. It's obvious that she's getting worse. Remember, she was a nurse. This woman understands medication. She understands how to take medication, and even she herself could not help. And what I think here is, no matter what happens in this courtroom and no matter what the prosecution puts forth, I think it's very difficult to remove the fact that this woman is sitting in a wheelchair, paralyzed for life. And no matter what you want to say, and Josh and I kind of fight about this one all the time, no matter what you want to say about what the prosecution is trying to prove, in Massachusetts, the law is much more favorable to the defendant because the prosecutor has to prove that she wasn't in that state. And I think given all the medical history here, that's going to be very difficult to do.
Donna, you're an excellent defense attorney, as we all know. But I think this case is also interesting. It's captivated the nation because it's also shown a gender divide in how people stack up on this. I'm not saying everybody, but you see a lot of women saying that they can understand it, women that have been through postpartum. They have some sympathy for what she was going through. And then men, many men can't seem to understand it at all. So there's a big discussion there about the gender divide in this case. But my question for you, and I don't know that this stands any legal test at all, and sure it doesn't, but the husband here, there's been a lot of conspiracy theories about her covering for him. I don't believe those. But if you have a husband that knows his wife is suffering to this extent, is he liable in any way with negligence for leaving her alone with the children? I mean, I just can't imagine if you see somebody, to your point, that's begging and crying out for help, that you leave them in a position to possibly do something reckless to herself or to her family.
Well, I agree with you, Tommy. First of all, this case is happening in 2 places. Once in a court, one place is the courtroom and the other place is online. And if you pay attention to what's going on online, your head will spin. And in terms of her husband, I agree with you. There's no evidence to say that he framed her, that he was.
Is my mic working?
There is evidence that he was absolutely aware of her condition.
I can hear you.
And frankly, he could have been charged with endangerment of these children.
Sorry, I can hear you okay. I think it dipped out for a couple of seconds earlier, but everything sounds fine now. But let us know if you can hear both of us okay in chat.
leaving these children with her. Think about all the calls that family services get about parents that aren't doing the right thing. I mean, this is sort of textbook if you know all of these things are happening to her. And he testified. He testified that he went to doctor's appointments. He testified that she was hearing voices. I mean, why are you leaving children alone? And hey, this man is going to live the rest of his life without his children. And I don't want to judge him, but he's also not putting himself in the favor of anybody who's paying attention to this, because he moved on very quickly. He's married. He has a child.
Exactly.
There's a lot of chatter about the timeline and maybe he was having an affair.
Yep.
So, I mean, there's all of these things here that make you say, who was watching out for the best interest of these children? And it came out in the courtroom that one of the grandparents offered to take the kids that day. And Patrick is the one who said, no, they could stay home.
Wow.
Okay,
Wow.
so that was just so beautifully put together that I had to pause it there. That was wow. I mean, that was almost better than Reddington himself.
There's the vertical and horizontal links of our full testimony re-air breakdown of Patrick Clancy that we did on Friday. It was a long show, but we broke it all down. And yeah, I'm glad somebody on mainstream media is saying the exact same stuff we've been saying, right?
Right. Yeah.
Shout out to her.
So to me, there's definitely an argument for endangerment, but I'm sure the prosecutors thought, number one, we need this guy to testify for us. And number two, what are we going to do? Pile on now that these kids are no longer with us? It probably just was a judgment call.
Donna, Lisa here. It's great to see you, my friend. So
You too.
I hear you in saying no logical person would do this, but prosecutors are pointing to signs and what looks like intentionality, planning as well, things like sending her husband out, internet searches, seemingly normal texts about dinner before the killing. So how did that cut into the defense's argument that she was suffering from postpartum psychosis when, you know, you look at what prosecutors are pointing out and she seems to have planned this and thought through things?
Yeah, that's a very good and very fair question. And that's exactly what the prosecutors are relying on in trying to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. They're talking about the fact that she ordered dinner and she searched CVS for what she needed. But then the other flip side of that argument, of course, is this was regular course of conduct in this family's home. And if she was hearing these voices, and it would have had to be a very snap decision. And if she's in this psychotic fit, doctors have testified that it's something that you could have happen for a period of time and not know what you're doing. And honestly, at the end of the day, I've tried hundreds of jury trials and I can read juries quite well. And I just have a hard time believing that with all of the emotion that's involved in this case, coupled with her cries for help, the documented medical treatment, I just cannot believe that a jury is actually going to say that she had the necessary criminal intent. I think this woman will live in the prison in her own mind, regardless of what this court does forever.
Yeah. Totally agree with everything she said. And yeah, I don't see the jury going any other way than insanity, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, there's this question or this query on whether or not a person who is psychotic can do all of these normal looking things like, you know, send text messages about dinner and all of that. But I mean, I think it's been established through this case that yes, they can, especially if there's, you know, what she's referring to as voices in her head. I mean, she had a goal. And part of that goal, whether the goal is rational or not, is to just get to what she wanted to do. So if acting normal and doing all of these things to distract other people is part of what the so-called voice is telling her to do, then that's what she's going to do, right? It doesn't mean, just because she's acting like normal looking doesn't mean that there's a very good reason for it.
Right. Exactly. Everything well said, Rosie. And shout out to her. That's why I like watching her videos so much, because she just came on the scene on YouTube recently, but she's been, you know, working for the mainstream media. But yeah, a lot of great points, great guests, even with the Idaho 4 case. You know, had some great guests recently that we got to get to at some point. So yeah, shout out to her. Saying it like it should be.
Do you believe that she physically killed her children? That's not really the debate, is it?
It's not the debate in the courtroom. It's the debate online, and I do believe that's true. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Donna.
Thank you.
Yeah, just because I guess Patrick is sending out cease and desist for against content creators now for accusing him of his hands being the one that killed the children. So that's pretty interesting.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that he was doing that at all.
Yeah, it just started.
Hey everybody, Dr. G here. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist as well as
a Dr. G.
Today, we're going to be doing a deep dive into Lindsay Clancy's defense. Before we get started with this, a couple of quick things. One, I wanted to make sure you know this is not a psychological evaluation of any kind. These are just my opinions. In addition to that, I do want to remind you to like and subscribe if you want to see more content just like this. All right, let's go. Lindsay Clancy is currently on trial for the murder of her 3 young children, and today we're going to be doing a deep dive into the defense's argument. Now, I recently did a video analyzing the behavior, psychology, and body language of some aspects of this case, but I thought I needed to do a follow-up video because I see so many people completely confused by her motive, by her behavior, and seem to think that the husband was involved. We're going to talk about all of these things today. I'm going to try to give you as much clarity as possible because there is so much that people do not seem to understand about this case, particularly the psychological aspects of it. All right, let's just jump right in. For whatever reason, there seems...
Before we jump right in, I just want to let everyone know that I don't know why it's so fast because it's normal speed, I promise. I'm not rushing him.
Maybe he's just excited to talk about it.
I think so. I think because I went to
go
check.
Dr. G.
Yeah. So this is normal speed, Dr. G. While we wait, we're proceeding.
I love Dr. G, but when somebody's like, "Hey, did you see Dr. G?" I always get like, "Oh, are we medical examiner?"
Oh, yeah,
right.
You guys have a show.
I always
another
get,
Dr. G.
Yeah. I love that other Dr. G. Shout out Dr. G's. There we go.
All of them, yes.
to be a lot of questions from people about whether or not Lindsay Clancy did this at all. I'm going to show you a little bit of her civil suit so you can see in her own words exactly what she did to eliminate any question whether or not she was actually involved with the murders of her children. Then after I read this, I'm going to help you understand why this argument right here creates a lot of problems for the defense. Now, this is an excerpt from a civil suit that was filed against some of the doctors involved with her treatment. I'm going to read it to you. I'm going to explain what the problems are. Lindsay experienced command auditory hallucinations. A demanding, powerful male voice explicitly ordered her. She felt an overwhelming, irresistible compulsion to comply, entering a dissociative, dreamlike state where her physical actions felt utterly disconnected from her conscious volition. She perceived her body was just acting, and she was merely watching herself do it. To follow these compelling directives, Lindsay described, "I lost all control. My body started acting without any control on my part. I was just following commands. All action. This voice demanded action." Lindsay proceeded to strangle each of her children, uttering, "Go to God, baby." She then jumped out a second-floor window and suffered catastrophic injuries as a result. So to me, it is crystal clear that she acknowledges that she is the one who did this. Now, I know there are, as I said before, there are a lot of questions about the husband. There are questions about the timeline and where emails were sent from. I've seen all of these questions. But until the question is answered of why did she claim to do this if she didn't, until she recants this or says none of this is true, then why would we truly question whether or not Patrick Clancy was involved? I get there may be some weird things that should be looked into, and law enforcement, if they so choose to look into it, so be it. But why is it that people are dismissing this? She gives explicit detail about what she did. These are her own words, saying that she was strangling them, saying literally, quote, "Go to God, baby." That is exactly what she claims she said. So as people continue to have issues with Patrick Clancy, keep in mind, she has in detail explained this. And just to be extremely clear, there is a 0% chance that Patrick Clancy could have somehow convinced her that she did this when she did not. I don't care how many medications she was on. That is not possible. That's not at all how the psychology of the brain works. I feel very definitive about that. There are other things about this where I might not be so definitive, but I am 100% clear on the fact that Patrick Clancy did not hypnotize her and make her think she did this, if that's what people are theorizing.
Okay, so I'm just sneaking in here because I didn't realize that that's something people were saying. I thought that people were, speculating that he had some involvement, but that's crazy. I didn't know that there was even a suggestion that
Yeah.
he somehow convinced her that she did it
Right.
when she didn't. And I
Yeah.
think that, that's out of hand. Whatever we want to say about him, I don't see where people would get that from.
No.
No.
No, that's why even when we started our episode, I'm like, look, I know there's some conspiracies out there that think that he did it himself. He talked her into it. I was like, I'm not even going there with that. I'm like, this is just about lack of involvement. Like, if you are having that loving a relationship, why weren't you there more? Why, after 3 times or more, didn't you make sure that the kids were safe when somebody's telling you that they have thoughts of hurting the children or you? You know what I'm saying? You didn't do, in my opinion, the necessary steps as a husband. Forget the loving dedication that you did on the GoFundMe. Just as a husband, period, I don't understand your lack of involvement, and then everything else. I mean, we broke it down again. If you haven't checked it out, I'll drop the link in chat. If you haven't seen it, let me know. You got to check it out. I understand that, but this whole theory, and that is probably, I'm pretty sure those are the people that he's going after for defamation. Like, he actually did it, So,
Yeah.
And I would too, if I was in the same position, but
Yeah. And
I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be in that position. I
Right.
would have done something.
And I'm just gonna say, well, look, I know that you do have to get going, CJ. But one thing I did want to say before that is we have to all bear in mind that he's also on the defense witness list. So we haven't heard everything from him. I'm assuming with him being on that list that he's still gonna come back and take the stand. And I'm sure that a lot of stuff is going to be addressed by the defense when he's there, because
Yeah.
that's their job. So we don't know everything. We know what we know, and we're still going to expand that information if he's coming back, which I suspect he is. So everything that we're saying is as of what we know, but for people to just take that and run with it is insane to me.
Yeah.
That's all I'd say.
Did they say it right this morning that the prosecution was going to be wrapping up their side today, and then it was up to the defense witnesses and experts?
Yeah, I think they said that they're probably going to be done today.
We're getting close. 4 weeks now. We're getting close to the end here. A lot of testimony. So, yes, I will be hanging out in tomorrow morning's recap of day 14. Is it day 14? I think it's day 14. I'll be hanging out the recap tomorrow morning to recap anything else that I missed the rest of the afternoon. I'm going to be live streaming the Tupac murder trial, Keefe D. Davis. I'm going to be over there. So I'm definitely can't wait to talk some recap and some other stuff that may happen the rest of this court hearing today. So thank you all. I appreciate you guys. Rosie's still going to be hanging out, hosting this trial. And I can't wait to hear what happens. And I'll have to fill you all in on the Tupac stuff too.
Yes, you will.
Appreciate you. By the way, if you're not subbed up to Rosie, here is her link. And Rosie, I'll drop this in the notes section of the StreamYard, production or whatever. Make sure you drop your own link, please. I know you're like, no. Please drop your own link. If you're not subscribed to Rosie, here is her link. Rosie Overtime. live reporter. She'll be reporting live the rest of the afternoon. I love you guys. Thank you, Rosie.
Thank you too.
Appreciate you, and I will see y'all tomorrow morning.
Because I don't know how you can reconcile this claim with the idea that he's the one who did it, unless you think they did it together and she's just the fall guy. You want to try to make that argument, go for it. But there's no chance that she was not involved and she thinks that she's the one who did it. That makes no sense. This picture right here is a great example of some of the evidence people are talking about related to Patrick Clancy. They're saying that he's wearing different shoes here and here. And while I can certainly acknowledge the shoes do look different, and people are saying because he changed the shoes, that must mean something nefarious, the quality of these videos is so bad, I'm not convinced that you can actually distinguish whether or not these are the same or different shoes. His hair looks like it got changed as well, which obviously it didn't. His face also looks quite different because the quality of these cameras is so different. So is there something to him changing shoes? Are these the same shoes? That will be worth exploring if she ever recants the fact that she actually committed these murders.
Are they the same shoes? I guess it's difficult to see up on our screen. They kind of look like different shoes, but I agree with him that the image quality is a little difficult to tell. But if you guys have seen these pictures, this comparison, let me know what you think about the shoes. I'm kind of interested to know that. I'll see if I can get a better picture of it, but they kind of look like different shoes from what I can see. They do. It looks like boots and sneakers. So I guess if there's a innocent reason for changing your shoes, which there's plenty, then I don't know why we're worrying about that.
Now, in my last video, I distinguished between hallucinations and delusions because it's extremely important that you understand those if you're going to make sense of all of this, because I've seen over and over again, people do not seem to understand psychosis. Even professionals I've seen talking about it do not seem to understand psychosis. And just to be clear, many years of my training were at an inner city hospital dealing with people that had persistent mental illness. I have a lot of experience working with people with serious mental illness, psychosis, and so forth. So this is an area that I have worked in extensively. Now, I do want to be very clear. I have not evaluated Lindsay Clancy. This is not an evaluation of Lindsay Clancy. I'm not providing a diagnosis, but I'm going to tell you about other people that have committed similar acts, and I'm going to help you better understand why they did it, because it might give you some clarity on the type of motivations people would have to do acts just like this, so it can maybe make a little bit more sense. Mothers killing their children, while quite rare, has been studied for decades. Now, the number one reason for mothers killing their children is what we refer to as altruistic filicide. This accounts for 56% of mothers who murder their children, or at least according to one study, it was 56%. Altruism is acting on what you believe is the best for somebody else rather than yourself. Filicide is when someone murders their own child. So altruistic filicide is when somebody murders their own child, believing that they are protecting them, that they are saving them. For some reason, they believe that that is the right choice. Now, the problem with this case is that they have not tried to make this claim, but it is, in my opinion, the one that certainly makes the most sense. And that would be a clearly delusional way of seeing the world. A normal delusion might be, but the defense has not made this claim, that the children could not survive without her. That if she was to die, the children would be miserable. They could never survive. They would never feel love. They are better off with her killing them rather than them living a life where their mother has died. That can be a delusional way of seeing the world. So when you look at a case like this, and this is part of her journal that they had published, when you look at a case like this and she's making statements like, I am strong, I am brave, I will get through this, I'm a great mom, I love my kids, I love my family, I love my life, that somebody could make these claims and then make the choice to murder their children, it seems incompatible, because this is someone who is saying they love their children. She also talked about the fact that she didn't like sleep training, that she wasn't able to rescue her children, that she couldn't save her child from being upset when they were waking up alone, and so on and so forth. That may sound like it's incompatible with somebody who murders their child, but through a distorted enough lens, that's actually exactly why they would be doing it, because they believe they're rescuing their children. Let's go back to the claims that were made in the civil lawsuit. Now, I'm going to take a second to help you understand what psychosis is. I know we're talking about postpartum psychosis, but let's just talk about psychosis in general. It comes in a variety of different forms, but the cornerstone of psychosis is delusion. It is believing that the world is different than it really is. It's having beliefs that are not based in reality. Now, hallucinations can come with that. There's all sorts of other symptoms that can come with it. But true psychosis is building a world, a mental world around yourself that is not consistent with the real world. That is what really matters when it comes to psychosis. And people have not focused on that anywhere near enough in this trial, in my opinion. And just to clarify the difference between a hallucination and a hallucination is a sensory experience that is not based on the real world. Hearing, seeing, feeling something. There's a variety of different ways people can hallucinate, but it is not based on real world stimuli around you. And a delusion is a fixed false belief. It is a belief that is fully ingrained, fully resistant to you challenging it. So you go up to somebody with a delusion and you say, you know what? That's not based in reality at all, and I have proof. Doesn't matter. That will be impenetrable. No amount of proof that you have will affect a delusion. So that's what's important to understand about this. In the lawsuit, it says Lindsay proceeded to strangle each of her children, uttering, "Go to God, baby." Now, does that sound more like somebody who believes they are being altruistic or somebody who has no control over what they are doing at that time? Now, once again, only she can say what her belief was, but if her belief was she's no longer going to be there for them and she was distorted enough to believe that this was rescuing them, then there might be some sort of case to be made. But this isn't what the defense is claiming. They're claiming that she had command hallucinations that forced her to do it. And psychologically, that just isn't really consistent with what we know about command hallucinations, that what we know about volition, what we know about choice. To me, that just doesn't make sense. To me, one of the most unfortunate aspects of the claims being made in this case is that it affects people that have real mental health issues. When you have people that are afraid that they might do something like this, that they're going to lose control, you have to understand people can have a delusional belief system where they make bad choices, but people do not lose control of their own bodies and do things that are entirely against their will. That's just not how the human mind works, at least not without something like PCP, not without some sort of serious traumatic brain injury or something else external. Internally, this is not going to happen. You are not going to force your body to do things that you don't want to do. So cases like this with claims like this make anxious people more anxious because then they think, oh, it's a possibility this could happen, when it truly is not. So can somebody commit murder or do something equally tragic based on a distorted worldview, based on delusions they have? Absolutely they can. Can they be forced to do that? Can their body force them to do it while they are not behind the wheel and they're just along for the ride? No, that is really not how that works. So there is a claim in this filing that really doesn't fully make sense to me, and it fully affects the way that everything else is seen throughout this filing. So I'm going to read this to you, then I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. After starting Seroquel, I won't get into what all these medications do. I feel like that's a whole other video. Lindsay's condition took a dramatic turn for the worse. She began experiencing what she described as intrusive thoughts, which were actually auditory hallucinations. Now, that right there makes no sense to me. Even people who are dealing with psychosis can distinguish the difference between what is an external auditory hallucination and an intrusive thought. Those can co-occur, but they are different phenomena. So why they make the claim using her quotes that she had intrusive thoughts and then actually say, well, it was actually auditory hallucinations, that needs definitely needs more explaining, because that all of a sudden changes how we're going to see some of the rest of this. On December 15th, 2022, Patrick called Nurse Giletta's office to report that Lindsay has had a devastating week, and it was the worst day for Lindsay. She had horrible thoughts all day. It then goes on to say Lindsay had auditory hallucinations all day, every day. So the quote, the literal statement was she had thoughts all day. The filing says she had auditory hallucinations all day. These are two entirely different phenomena. Where it is that they come to that conclusion that you can just start replacing them talking about thoughts with
Sorry, everyone. There was a little bit of a technical hiccup there. But they do seem to be resuming, so good timing for it. Thanks for joining, everyone. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe as the jury comes in.
in session. You may be seated.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Reddington?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Whiffen, just a couple of things. One of the takeaways or question that I had is that you were talking about, in reference to the Apple Health data, fair to say that there's an issue as to the accuracy or reliability of the Apple Health data. You've actually done research on that.
I've done research on it, yes.
Okay, and one of the things that you did is back about a year ago, June 28th of 2025, you did a blog article on Apple Health accuracy and reliability, and it talked about using a pitch, which I think is, you guys refer to like a football field?
It was a rugby field, but yes.
And then you had somebody put the watch in their right pocket, somebody with the left pocket, and then someone else held it in their hand, you measured it, and things of that nature, right?
Correct, it was 3 phones.
Some of the things were off a little bit, but basically you put that in your report and you were able to draw your conclusion as to the accuracy and reliability, as you say, of the Apple Health data, right?
Correct.
Now, if someone is wearing an Apple Watch, is that what records heart rate?
As the heart rate is on the watch, yes.
It is on the watch,
yes.
Okay. And the steps that the person takes, things of that nature, the movement, is that on the phone or would that be on the watch?
That's on both the watch and the phone.
Okay. Now, if you have an Apple Watch and you test it or you examine it, would you be able to determine what information was actually recorded by the watch while the person was wearing it?
Yes, the information that's recorded within the Apple Health database does specify whether the information comes from the watch, the phone, or from a different device.
Okay. And in this case, if I understand correctly, the Apple Watch stopped recording data at, is it 5:23?
It was around that time.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to give you your report. Feel free to just refresh your memory or look at it or whatever helps you out.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. I just want to get the times down. I think you indicated that the watch stopped recording information at 5:23 p.m.
Yes, the last heart rate was 5:23:52.
52, okay. 5:23 and 52 seconds. And then I believe the phone and watch stopped recording at 5:38, was it?
The last usage of the, let me double check this. I believe the last usage of the phone to record flight climb data was at 5:38, yes.
All right, and after 5:38, it's pretty much blackout. There's no further information or recording, right?
Yes, not until like the phone was seized by police, I believe.
By the police.
There's other activity, but appeared to be after the incident.
So the further activity would have been the following morning on the 25th of January, say around 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning?
I ended my analysis on the 24th.
Okay. Well, so 5:23 p.m., the watch stops recording information. 5:38 p.m., both the watch and the phone stopped recording any information until the police picked up the phone apparently the following day, right?
Again, there would have been activity later on, but it wasn't usage, it wasn't health data. It would have been things like incoming calls.
Okay, so when you went through the stair climbing and talked about the steps that were taken, the distance that was taken, that stopped at 5:38 p.m., right?
Correct.
Now, you don't know, when I say you, I mean, there's a witness, but also the police, whoever was wearing the watch, for example, if Lindsay's wearing the watch or carrying the phone, after 5:38, you don't know what was happening at 5:39.
Correct.
You don't know what was happening at 5:40, 5:45, right?
Correct.
Right up till 5:58, 6 o'clock p.m., right?
Purely the data on the device.
So it could have been, the phone could have been put down the watch could have been put down, battery died, whatever those issues could be, and the person would still be going down the stairs, going up the stairs, going in the backyard, doing push-ups, whatever.
Correct.
You just don't know, right?
Yes.
Okay. One of the things, you're familiar with the concept of location data, right?
Correct.
And location data, one of the things you looked at or you're aware of would be from Lindsay's phone on August 23rd of 2022. Is that correct?
Apologies, August 23rd, 2022?
Yeah.
I didn't go back
Okay.
anywhere near that date.
You have tested and written blogs, though, on location information, right?
Correct.
You actually testified in the case of Commonwealth versus Victor Arrington in Suffolk Superior Court in Boston in support of the accuracy of this particular artifact or information, right?
Correct.
So you're a true believer that the phone does in fact record accurately significant locations on the iPhone, right?
It certainly can, yes.
All right. And are you aware, or if I was to approach you in your expertise, it's just a doctor's. That's all. You were talking earlier about latitude, longitude, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
Okay. So just to, you're familiar with, for example, significant location visits on Lindsay's phone, August 23rd, 2022 at 9:34. Do you know what that says or what that means?
The created time?
Yeah.
Of 9:34. That'd be when the device decided that the device had visited this location enough to consider it a visit.
Okay. Do you know what that location is? If I suggest to you it's a doctor's office, would you be aware of that?
I don't recognize it from the coordinates.
Okay. This here you're familiar with too as well, right? The geo data with the latitude and the longitude?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the fact that you can take the metadata off of the information on the cell phone, one of which would be latitude and longitude. You'd be able to determine, for example, that this would be the Lindsay Clancy home, correct?
Yes, correct.
You've seen this before, right?
It rings a bell, yes.
Okay. I'd offer this.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, that may be admitted.
Thank you.
267.
All right, thank you.
Now, you have your report in front of you, right?
Yes.
And that's captioned Digital Forensic Report, and it's in evidence, so the jurors are going to be able to review it in its entirety, right?
Yes.
If I could direct your attention to page 11, I believe. Yeah, page 11. Okay.
Yes.
And just so the jurors are able to acclimate themselves to it, that would be this item here that you went through with the district attorney, right? As far as the searches, Google searches?
I have a different page 11.
Different page?
That looks like this page 12.
Oh, okay. Well, let me approach you with what is your digital forensic report number 1?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Is this the same?
So this is a revision.
A revision?
The revision submitted in February that just had a different record highlighted.
Yeah, okay, so basically there's no big deal difference, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we can go by, you have the revised and I have the old. Can you look at January 10th on the Google search, for example?
I can.
You have it?
Yes, sir.
So looking at January 10th of 2023, just read along with me, and the jurors again would be able to look at this in the jury room. Prescription information at, it says 1455. What does that mean? 12:14 in the morning?
12:14 a.m., yes.
All right. And then 1911, which would be at 7:11 in the morning?
7:11 p.m.
Oh, PM, okay. Trazodone and Benadryl goes on about an hour later. Trazodone headache, Google search, goes on. Trazodone and ibuprofen goes on. Trazodone and Tylenol goes on to 2032, which would be 8:32 p.m. Trazodone and Tylenol interactions, right?
Correct.
Fair to say that these are things that Lindsay Googled on her cell phone. That's what this document refers to, right?
Somebody used this cell phone to Google it, yes.
Oh, you don't know who was actually using it, but this is Lindsay's cell phone.
Yes.
You're aware of that. If we jump ahead, looking at all of these various Google searches, follow with me on, let's say, randomly, let's say, page 13, 1948, which would be 17:48 p.m., I guess. You with me on that?
Yes, 1948.
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
How quickly does Wellbutrin work for depression? That's what was Googled, right?
Correct.
Followed by Lamictal for depression, Elavil for depression, how to tell if you're sleep deprived, ketamine for suicidal ideation, right?
Correct.
These are all searches that were done on Lindsay's cell phone on that particular date. Chronologically would have been the 12th of January, right?
Correct.
Now, without boring everybody, it goes on and on and on with searches along those lines. Suicidal ideation, drugs, trazodone, mixtures, things of that nature, right?
It does.
Page 17, if you have it, would be the Apple Note counsel asked you about.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I suggest to you, sir, that this is the Apple Note, I believe a previous witness may have read this to the jury, so they will have this in the room to read. But basically, this is the note that says, I was the healthiest, happiest mom. I worked out every morning, meditated, took care of myself, and basically my life has turned to crap, right?
Correct.
So what was modified in this? If you know, because counsel asked you if there was modifications and things of that nature, and I'm just asking if you know, what was modified in it?
Exactly at the moment, I don't have all of that in front of me. It's possible to see snippets going back over time. I do recall on the 22nd of December when this was created, it started with the same sentence.
Yep.
And there was a few essentially spelling differences as time went on. But as much as you can recover from the earlier versions of the note, it's a snippet. It's essentially two sentences, and the rest of it is it's essentially the same note.
Okay, thank you, sir. Going forward onto page 18, page 19, and 20, would you agree with me that, well, actually, in 21, they basically contain photographs that were sent from Lindsay's phone to, it looks like Patrick's phone. Would you agree with that?
I believe the first few pages are sent to Mommy.
Okay. And this basically is the, there we go. This is the snowman in the backyard being made, right?
Correct.
And then Lindsay's phone is sending the blue.
Yes, the blue messages are outgoing.
The response?
Yes.
And can you tell me what the response is?
The one on screen at the moment is the response sent from Mommy to Lindsay's phone saying that's a big roll of snow. I was wondering if you got enough for the kids to play in, and it's a pretty nice day too. Gives them something to do on a day without school.
Okay. And then your report then goes on with additional photographs of the snowmen. There's a box of Cheerios apparently. And then there's a photograph of a young boy appearing to be very exuberant with his arms up in the air. And then there's the Lindsay phone responds with a picture of a little girl with a mask on, right?
Correct. And this is a conversation with Patrick.
Patrick, okay. So are you able to tell what Patrick said, if anything, when he sent the picture of the little boy with his arms up in the air?
So at the very top of that message above the photograph, it says, got himself dressed. And that would be the message that was sent alongside the photograph.
Okay. And then what was her response?
Initially, it was just the photograph.
Did she respond any further in your report or your research?
Sorry?
Did you see any response in your research of the phone?
I don't remember seeing any response.
All right, can you look at page 22?
Yes.
Okay, and this would be on January 24th, 2023, and it looks, what time is that? 8:19 in the morning?
Yes.
Okay, so if I suggest to you, sir, you can even look in your report. This is in the same thread with the little girl making the snowman and the text about, it looks like a nice day, hoping you got snow, things of that nature. And there was a reference by the mother or mommy to get the hot chocolate ready, things of that nature, right?
The message at 8:19 a.m. that says cutie was sent by Patrick in a different thread to the snowman photographs.
Okay, but I'm asking you about the one that's underneath the snowman and the mummy text. The last commentary is get the hot chocolate ready.
Oh, yes, that's the one from...
And that's from the mother, apparently, right?
Correct.
Or someone that is in the phone as mummy, right?
And that was at 11:33 a.m.
Now, if you look on page 22, we can get to what you were talking about. It looks like January 24th at 8:19 in the morning. Cell phone number 781-375-8564. And what does that say?
Cutie.
And that, so just tell us, so is that Patrick's phone?
Yes, that would be the phone stored as Patrick sending a message to Lindsay's phone.
And how did Lindsay respond, or how did her phone respond?
It appears that Lindsay reacted to an image with the love emoji.
Like a little heart thing?
Yes.
And then what did Patrick say?
Patrick asked, how's it going?
What did she say?
Good.
And then did she say anything further?
Yet she also responded, okay, her urine looked good, so nothing going wrong with her kidneys.
So that she indicates that her urine looked good, nothing going on with her kidneys, and then phew, like whew, you know, something like that, right?
That's how I read it.
PHEW? Yeah.
Yes.
And then he said good, right?
Yes.
And then as you go forward, there's more pictures of the kids with the snowman, making the snowman. Patrick then says to her at 11, looks like 11:29, am I reading that right, in the morning?
11:29.
What does he say to her?
You're a good mama.
And does she respond?
She responds with an emoji, which is the face covered in hearts.
The face with the hearts? And then they go back and forth with each other up until getting the menu and asking what you want for takeout and things of that nature, right?
Correct.
Page 25, just in case you were looking. All right. Can you look at page 28 for me? And page 29, I can hold them up. Basically, they basically are just a continuation of photographs, little thumbnails of the kids doing snowman and sitting in the doctor's office, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of the things that you did is that you actually performed a comprehensive search. Is that a full focus extraction? Is that what you call it?
Full file system extraction.
Okay. And you did that for the phone belonging to Lindsay Clancy, right?
Correct.
That would be what you refer to as your appendix?
The appendix 1 of the Lindsay Clancy phone is 1,300 and some web search visits.
Okay. So I'm going to hand you what says report number 1, iPhone belonging to Lindsay Clancy, and ask if you can recognize that.
Yes, this appears to be the just the web history from Lindsay's phone.
Okay, so that's pretty much if anybody cares to look at it, that's the entire web history, right?
Correct.
All right, I'd offer this, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
268.
Then, Mr. Whiffen, you also had report number 4, which would be the digital report for Patrick Clancy's computer. I'd offer that, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted as well.
269.
All right,
And
thank
then
you.
finally, report number 5 says Surface Pro laptop belonging to Patrick Clancy.
Yes.
So this would be your search of his laptop as well, correct?
Correct.
What off of this?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
Approaching you with an item, sir, I'm just going to. Well, I'm just going to ask it. I'm not going to. No problem. This says extraction report, Apple iPhone. You recognize that?
Yes, I can create it. I recognize the report.
Okay, so that is a Celebrate report of the extraction of Lindsay's phone, correct? Yeah, you can look at whatever you want, yeah, of course.
Yes, this is a report generated by Physical Analyzer, a Celebrate tool of the device.
Okay. Now, if you look at the report, for example, just randomly on page, let's say, 9, bottom line, it says web history. I just grabbed that random. January 24th, 23, correct?
Yes.
And then you go to the right, and it says Lindsay's iPhone mobile library.
Yes.
Okay. And then it has the time that it was recorded, right?
Yes.
And what time would that be on that date, which is January 24th?
It would be 9:35 local time in the morning.
So if you jump ahead to January 25, 2023, let's say, is that 7 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. And that says, what is it measuring at 7 o'clock in the morning on January 25?
So this is for the hour of health data. So it's been aggregated and it shows that between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. There was 47 meters traveled.
Okay. And then it goes on and it talks about, again, 7 o'clock in some seconds, it talks about 134 distance traveled.
Yes.
Okay. And for example, January 25 at 8 o'clock in the morning, it talks about distance traveled, steps counted, and distance would be 47 meters or feet.
Meters.
Okay. So is that information that is coming off of the cell phone, the Apple Watch, or what?
That's coming from the watch and the phone and being displayed as
so
one amount of information.
It's coming from the watch, right?
The way that the data is presented there is coming from the watch or the phone.
Okay. And the data is coming from Celebrate, right?
Correct.
Celebrate is God's gift to cell phone searches, right?
I like to think so.
I mean, you work with them, and you're also a guy that created all of this stuff, pretty much, right?
I've created some other tools, yes.
If I tell you, sir, that January 25 at 8 o'clock in the morning, Lindsay Clancy was in a coma, laying in a bed with tubes coming out of her body, and certainly not wearing her Apple Watch. How did that happen?
Based purely on the report there, I'd suggest the data came from the phone rather than the watch.
I just told you about the watch. Did you ever look at this watch?
No, we can't actually pull data directly from the watch. We pull it from the phone.
How do you look at a watch?
We extract the data from the phone, which is synchronized to the from the watch to the phone.
Okay, so I'm handing you, is that an Apple Watch?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. And if I suggest to you that this was found a number of days later in Lindsay's bedroom in a drawer that the police never seized, have you ever seen this before?
I've never seen this before, no.
How long have you been working on this case for the government?
I started looking at this case in November last year.
Okay, thank you. That's all we have, Judge.
Wow.
All right, redirect.
Thank you. Sir, from the documents that defense counsel just showed you, the activity on January 25th, was it your testimony that it could have been from the watch or the phone?
It could have been either device.
But what he showed you, did that have enough data on it to tell you specifically whether it was from the watch or the phone?
No, I'd need to take a look at the database itself and see where that information came from.
And you were saying that you cannot pull data from the watch itself. Is that correct?
Correct. We don't extract the memory from the watch itself. We extract data from the phone, which is synchronized to the watch. So we ultimately get the watch data from the phone.
And why is it that you don't pull it from the watch itself?
Apple's proprietary connections, the encryption that they use on the device complicates extraction. And essentially, considering we get everything from the watch via the phone, it's just additional work required to pull data from the watch, which would just be a duplicate of what we already have.
And you said that the watch syncs itself to the phone, relaying all data that it's collecting to the phone, correct?
Correct.
And Lindsay's watch was synced to Lindsay's phone, correct?
It was.
And if you were able to look at the data from the dates defense counsel mentioned from the extraction itself, you would be able to tell whether the January 25th data was coming from the watch or the phone, correct?
I would, yes.
But you can't from what he showed you, correct?
From the printout, no. I'd need the actual data.
And if on January 25th, the police have the phone, and they're bringing it to an evidence room, and then they're bringing it to storage room, is that going to show steps and distance traveled?
Yeah, whenever the device is turned on, or whenever the phone is turned on, it will consistently record steps walked regardless of who's carrying it. It will consistently record flights climbed regardless of who's carrying it.
And so if the watch is turned off in a drawer somewhere, the phone would be what's relaying, or not relaying, but the phone would be what's recording the distance traveled and the steps taken, not the watch, correct?
That's the presumption, yeah. If the watch is turned off, it's not doing anything. Any data would be from the phone.
And earlier, defense counsel just put in some exhibits of your indexes for all the data that you looked at for the phone and the computers, correct?
Correct.
And those indexes, do they contain everything that was on the phone and everything that was on each computer that could be pulled from the phone or the computer?
No, they were focused reports or focused searches. So for my reports, they were focused to essentially the internet history on those devices. The large Cellbrite report, again, I don't know who created that. I don't know what options were selected by that user, but there will be data on the device which is not covered in that report by virtue of that's how decoding works.
And on the defense counsel asked you about the flights climbed and how the last reading was at 5:38 p.m., correct?
Correct.
The last incoming phone call that you registered on your charts was the 6:09 p.m. phone call from Patrick to Lindsay that she did not answer, correct?
Correct.
From 5:38 p.m. to 6:09 p.m., were there any other flights climbed showing from either the watch or the phone?
Don't believe there was, no.
And Your Honor, we'd move to submit the full extraction as the next exhibit. It's being copied now, so we just put a disc envelope in its place.
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
If I may, Your Honor. So you make reference to 5:38 for her question that there's no flights climbed, recorded, or anything up until 6 o'clock, right? You just answered that question.
Correct.
That's because the phone was either dead, off. We already went through that. She could have been walking all over the house, the yard, anywhere, right?
Yeah, the phone did not detect anything. I don't know why the phone didn't detect anything, whether it was.
So your answer is you don't know what. I don't mean to be rude. Your answer is you don't know why, right?
Exactly. I don't know why it wouldn't record.
And you did not report at all on the steps and distances, did you?
I didn't know.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything on that, Como?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You may sit down. Thank you.
Como Fress. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. There are some exhibits. My mistake. I believe they're by agreement,
Yeah, they were by agreement.
All right,
and then we would rest.
all right.
We have the two Sperry Hospital records, 2 discs. 2A, B. Mass General Institute Health Professions transcript. So the 273. For the PIAC transcript.
Thanks so much for joining, everyone.
For the PIAC transcript.
The Commonwealth is just about to rest its case.
And then employment records from Mass General Hospital. 275. We rest.
All right, and with that, the Commonwealth rests. All right. All right, so members of the jury, as you heard from Terry Sprague, the Commonwealth has rested. All right, so at this point, I've got to address some matters with the attorneys. So I'm going to, it's another one of those stops. We're going to take a stop at this point, to have you go back to the jury room. We'll address a few things with the attorneys, and then we'll bring you right back in. Okay?
All rise, please, Your Excellency.
All right, so that was the Commonwealth's case, and they have rested a little bit sooner than I expected, but we did suspect that it was going to happen today. So I'm going to get something for us to watch in the meantime. But wow, yeah, it's been a long road to this. Sorry, I was just listening to them because I had already changed screens and they were still talking. So what they said was that they're going to take their morning break, and then they're going to come back and address a few things without the jury, and then they will continue. So I think we're going to be hearing. I mean, I really do anticipate that we're going to be hearing the defense's argument very soon. They are not obligated to present one, but I think we've all learned enough about Reddington to know that they will. I think they definitely will. But yeah, wow. Unforgiven says, right, I've told people that I get a cognitive dissonance response. No, I'm definitely acknowledging your earlier comment in chat is quite alarming if you think about the amount of tracking that these things can do. Very, very concerning. All right, so I have a Brian Ensign video ready for us. I don't think that we've watched much of his content on this. We might have, but not a lot. So I think it'll be good to see what he has to say while we wait. Thank you so much for joining. Please, as always, remember to like, share, and subscribe. And thank you for being here with us. Here is Brian Ensign.
and you can see their reactions to things and just sort of get a feel for what they may be. Hey guys, thanks so
I'm so sorry. Thank you, Stone. If it weren't for Stone, I would not have realized that. Sometimes there's this thing on StreamYard where it defaults to mute, but I'm not even sure if that's what it was this time. But the video is on mute, and now I'm starting it again. I am so sorry. Oh my god, that's embarrassing. Sorry, everyone.
much for checking out my show. Really, really appreciate it. Appreciate everybody who has subscribed, following my channel. We've been following the Lindsay Clancy trial together, and I've said it before. It's a lot. I'm going to take you inside the courtroom in this episode, tell you things that you can't just see by watching the live stream. Lindsay Clancy, of course, is accused of murdering her 3 young children, strangling them with exercise bands. But her attorney says that she was suffering from postpartum psychosis and blames a mental health crisis. Last week, we heard about the final text messages she sent her husband, Patrick, before she killed the children. They were so mundane, basically about what kind of food to order to get takeout. We also learned about her Google searches about hallucinations and psychosis and ways to die. And in a note, it's almost like it was like a diary entry that Lindsay had on her phone. She wrote, "I'm terrified of something happening to my kids or doing something wrong to mess up their development." She wrote, "Our generation is inundated with information about every aspect of parenting. It's insane. For the last 5 years, I've just filled my mind with all things parenting, and it's just unhealthy." So I want to give you guys a look into the courtroom because you can watch the trial stream and you can read the highlights, but there's really just like a different vibe when you're actually in court, especially because in court you can actually see the jurors and you can see their reactions to things and just sort of get a feel for what they may be thinking. Criminal defense attorney and host of the Defense Diaries podcast, Bob Mata, he has been in the courtroom. He's obviously very observant, especially because he's a criminal lawyer. So I want you guys to hear my full conversation with Bob. Hey, Bob, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with me. I really appreciate it. I was really interested in talking to you just because you've been in the courtroom. And so many of us have been following the case, but haven't actually been there. What is it like? I mean, I can only imagine like how emotional it is.
Hey, Bri. Thanks for having me. It is, well, I mean, if you're going to think about Tuesday of last week, which Reddington described as the debacle where Lindsay just broke down twice, inconsolable, and then her parents are sitting 2 rows behind her, directly behind her. They're sobbing. It's incredibly, that was an incredibly painful day to watch. I mean, if you're a human being, just kind of seeing somebody that's in that kind of shape mentally, because Lindsay does not want to be there. Lindsay, and I'm not saying this off the cuff, Reddington on the first day, I mean, she still wants to not be here on Earth. I mean, I'm trying to stick with the YouTube parameters, but I mean, she's never going to be fine. Her life has been destroyed, at her own hand. And, the question is, was she criminally responsible? Did her mind allow her to understand what she was doing? And that's the battle. So yeah, it's incredibly powerful being in there, and some days are harder than others, obviously. If it's a day of cops coming on talking about phone data and phone extractions, that's not as difficult as a day where, they're talking about the kids and how they met their end. And, I mean, that's just incredibly hard to sit in there and hear, just as a general proposition. But, you know how courts are. Like, it's different when you're in the courtroom, just in general, than watching it streaming. It's just a whole different thing. And, you really get the sense of how much Kevin Reddington cares about Lindsay Clancy. Like, it's not a show. Like, it's genuine. Like, he genuinely cares about that woman and that family. I mean, he's taken that case on for 3 years. And when you're sitting in there watching it, it's just super evident that, this is a guy fighting for not just her, but the bigger picture of women's mental health, which, you know, some people just aren't hearing it. I don't care. I'm going to keep screaming it from the rooftops because it's what this is. It really is. It is what it is, in my estimation.
So what is it like? I guess what's the layout of the courtroom? Are there a lot of people watching? Kind of where do you sit? Are there other family members there? Like, I guess kind of what's the vibe like?
All right. So it's not a huge courtroom. It's certainly not the size of what Reed's was in Dedham. So it's a fair, I'd say 75. That's a guess. So you basically have it split in both sides like they always do. And then you have your well of the courtroom. The jury, if you're facing the bench, is over to the left. They've got all 18 of them sitting in there. Pool cameras kind of right in front of our side, which is the media side, which is the state side, the Commonwealth side of the courtroom is where all the media sits. So the pool camera kind of blocks the view of the jury a little bit, which is a little annoying, but you know, I'm glad they're there. And then on the defense side, that's where Lindsay's family sits. So they have 4 or 5 rows dedicated to media. The first 2 rows, which are typically designated for family, on the Commonwealth side, interestingly, have been empty, but for 2 women that I've seen sitting there who I believe work in the courthouse in some capacity. I don't know if they're other ADAs. I don't know if they're victims advocates. I don't know what they're doing there, but they don't appear to me to be anything related to Patrick Clancy or the Clancy family. So, but on Lindsay's side, it's packed every day. You know, so you've got the first 2 rows. In the first row, she has her 2 nurses that are sitting in the first row directly behind her. Behind the 2 nurses is Lindsay's family, so her mother and her father, her sisters.
That is very interesting. I did not actually expect that to be the case. Saying her side is packed. I kind of thought that it would be even, or maybe the other way around. That's quite revealing.
Been there. As we know, Father Bob was there one day, and behind them there's other folks who I'm not exactly sure who they are in terms of the relation to Lindsay, but and then behind that, the general public. So there's about 3 or 4 rows of kind of, they're like pews really, because they're not seats, in the back, and they've been packed, especially towards the end of last week. Like after Lindsay's collapse that day, the next day, it's been picking up steam, the case, as it's been going on, as it gets closer and closer to the defense's case in chief, I think, and as social media and mainstream media is picking up how important this case is, the interest is rising. So, you know, it's been pretty packed, and I anticipate it's going to be pretty packed the rest of the way through.
And so she has 2 nurses. Is that what you said, sitting right behind her?
Yes.
What do they do?
So typically during the proceedings themselves, nothing. They're just sitting there. If in case she needs it, they're there. So when the judge takes a break or calls it for the day, the nurses are the one who tend to her. They get her out into the holding cell that's off to the right of the courtroom. And I'm assuming that back there, if she needs any kind of medical care, that they're providing it. You know, I mean, with her injuries, there's a lot of things that can go wrong, like in terms of her breathing and things to that nature. I mean, she crushed the thyroid. She, you know, shattered her spine. So it's, you know, she's not in a normal condition in any capacity. So, and people have been asking over on my channel whether or not there were nurses there. So I made it a point to try to figure out if those in fact were the nurses, because they were the only 2 sitting in that front row.
Yeah, because, and I don't know, like, I'm not an expert on this, but some people in a wheelchair, you know, they don't need nurses necessarily. They just, you know, are in a wheelchair. I guess there must be something else going on maybe with her beyond just being paralyzed, you know?
Yeah, I think it might be, you know, if there's a situation wherein, like, on the day where she broke down and she's sobbing hysterically, I don't know if that could potentially create like a breathing issue for her. It's like her breathing isn't the same as the rest of ours due to the severity of the injuries from what I've been told. So, you know, but I mean, she's she's in there every day. And, you know, it's telling because, Brian, I know you've covered a ton of cases. You've been in the courtroom for a ton of stuff. And, you know, generally speaking, defendants will kind of like glance around the courtroom. You know, it's not unusual to see them kind of looking over the counsel table, you know, before the proceedings start, to kind of look back and see who's in the gallery. Lindsay never does any of that. She never does any of that. They roll her in the morning, they position her, and she almost exclusively looks straight ahead. I mean, if there's witnesses on the stand, like with the doctors and the health service providers, she was making eye contact with them, you know, so she was engaged at least with her eyeballs as far as that. But, you know, when it's stuff that she's not really able to handle emotionally, she's just kind of like looking straight forward, you know, and there's not a ton of communication between Kevin and Lindsay. Like, she's not a super engaged defendant in the sense which Kevin probably told her, you know, because us as lawyers, I'm trying to listen to a direct examination. It's important because if I need to add questions to my cross, I have to be able to listen to what they're asking. I also need to object if I need to. And I know a lot of people talk about the leading that the Commonwealth has been doing throughout their entire case. And, you know, strategically, I think that Reddington is picking his battles. You know, they're leading so much that if he was constantly objecting to the leading, I think it might be off-putting to the jury. And he's got such a way about him in terms of the courtroom. It's kind of like watching Matlock in there. He's got this special ability to be able to make a cross-examination seem like a conversation that occasionally gets a little heated.
That is, wow. So he's saying that they are leading so much in their questioning that he's even Reddington is picking his battles in objecting, because that would just be a disturbance or a deterrence, or, it would look bad to the jury. So that, and according to, him and his opinion, that's the extent to which they are leading their witnesses. And I mean, I'm not a lawyer by any stretch of the imagination, but I think that most of us have heard a bit of that leading and have thought, okay, well, is that okay? And he's confirming, no, not really. But Reddington doesn't even need to go through with constantly objecting, especially since it's happening so much. And I love what he's saying about how he's got the skill of making a cross-examination seem like a conversation. Like, that's true. He does. But then there's also times where it gets a little like, you wouldn't really want to upset him either. So I agree with this guy. Very, very skilled defense attorney, Reddington is. Yes, he is a boss. Reddington is great. Thank you so much for your comments. Thank you for being here. As always, we are waiting for the break. So thank you for watching with me. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe if you haven't.
You know, he's mastered the art of the cross-examination. So he's always interesting to watch for sure.
Yeah, I want to ask you a little more about him in a second, because regardless of how you feel about Lindsay, I think most people would agree that he's doing a really good job. But I guess when I've covered cases and been in courtrooms, you see the defendant and sometimes they're shackled when they come in, and then they'll undo the shackles depending on what the judge's order is during the trial.
Yeah.
But something about her being in the wheelchair, it's just such an unusual kind of situation. Like, it's hard to even, that she is in jail. It's kind of hard to imagine based on her sort of like the way she physically looks. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. And you feel that more when you get in the courtroom, especially because it's like when you're sitting there and hopefully you're going to make it towards the end. Because you look at her, and I have great empathy for her. And I understand that there's folks out there that don't, that feel a certain way, and that's their prerogative. But as far as I feel, I just feel that she was failed by the system miserably. I think that we've seen enough of that evidence to know that this wasn't some charade that she was playing in order to make it look like she was she was desperately trying to get well. And I think when that evidence came out, it became pretty evident to me that, you know, some of the narratives I was hearing coming into the trial were inaccurate, and what was true. And, you know, when Tufts is saying, when asked, you know, it's like she was not doctor searching, right? And, you know, the Commonwealth's witness said, no, she wasn't. You know, was she pill seeking? No, she wasn't. I mean, the woman wasn't right, and she knew she wasn't right. And she was really doing everything in her power to fix that. And, you know, unfortunately, the biggest nightmare that you can imagine ends up happening at the end of the day. But in terms of just kind of being in the same room with her and kind of looking at it, and you have this image of just this.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt him. He speaks a little quickly, but I just wanted to reiterate that. I mean, I think we can all tell from what we've seen that one of the biggest strengths that she has to her case is the fact that there's so much evidence of the fact that she tried to get help. And I came into this thinking that, you know, that her efforts were a way of just trying to, you know, look like she tried, and as opposed to she really tried. But there's so much evidence of it. You can see that she wanted to be well. It would be difficult to convince anyone now that she was making that up, in my opinion.
Lone attorney and this woman in a wheelchair sitting at that table and nobody else. Because you know how it is. I mean, if you get like your Brian Kobergers or any, you know, your Alec Murdaughs, you have a team of defense lawyers just sitting there. And I mean, it goes to what Kevin Reddington is as a defense attorney. I mean, he tries a case alone, which is incredibly difficult to do. Because when you get there and you look, he's just got all the records piled up on his desk, you know, and he knows the facts of the case like the back of his hand. Like, he's never sitting at a lectern going through printed off cross-examination questions. When you see him with a piece of paper in his hand, it's a report that he's questioning a witness on. I mean, I don't fanboy over many lawyers, being a defense attorney myself. Yeah. I've told Kevin in no uncertain terms, I'm like, man, I love watching him. I love watching him operate in there. He's just a phenomenal defense attorney. And he's, to me, a credit to that part of the bar, the defense bar. He's doing us all proud.
Yeah. And just thinking about when this does wind down and there's a deliberation and a verdict, I don't know, even if she gets not guilty of murder, it just seems like her life is going to be so miserable. There's really no celebration either way. I think no matter people watching this, if they're on one side or the other, would she even be relieved if she gets out? I mean, you don't really get that sense watching it.
No, she does not want to be trying this case. You know, I mean, like when I say that she's over it, I mean, she's over it. And that's coming directly from Kevin. And he said it before the trial started. He's like, she is where she is. And, you know, the fact of the matter is there's no prison on earth that's worse than the prison that is in her mind. I mean, she's living with what's happened and what she's lost every second of every day. I mean, that's just a fact. It's not lost on her. It's, you know, all the stuff we're seeing on the internet. It's like, this woman knows what happened. She knows who did it. And it wasn't Patrick Clancy. It was Lindsay Clancy. And she's going to have to grapple with that for the rest of her life. And how do you grapple with that? You know what I mean? There's no getting over it ever. Yeah. You know? So it's like whatever. And you know, people, I don't know if they think that if they say not guilty by reason of, you know, what we call insanity, but it's lack of criminal responsibility. She's not like wheeling herself out of the courtroom. You know, she's going to be committed. She's going to be institutionalized. She's going to be evaluated annually. And if she's a threat to herself or others, she stays in, you know, and in my estimation, I don't know when she'll never not be a threat to herself just because of where her headspace is. I don't know if all the psychotherapy in the world can fix that. You know what I mean?
What's your, just again, because you have this vantage point there from being in the courtroom that we don't have. Yeah. What's your sense of the jury? Have you gotten a vibe from them? Are there certain ones that have stood out to you?
I've gotten the vibe that they're incredibly attentive. Like, I have not seen anybody like kind of just losing it in terms of like not really being invested in what's going on in front of them. They're paying rapt attention, and I would say that for all 18 of them. You know, on like a Reddington cross, it's kind of like watching like a Wimbledon match. You know, you'll have the question because he's standing here closer to the bar of the court, and then he'll ask the question, and then the jurors will look at the witness, and then he'll say something back, and then they'll look back. You know, that's not happening as much with the ADAs. And the day of the collapses where she broke down, there was one juror in particular. Most of them were stealing glances at her. You know what I'm saying? Like when she was hysterically crying and just so upset, and you know, they would look over for a second and then kind of look back. But there was one juror in the second row who was female, who was locked on her. And I noticed that she had a tissue in her hand, and she would dab her eyes occasionally. And, you know, I mean, that could mean a lot of things. You know, that could be her feeling the death of the children. That could be her empathizing with Lindsay. I mean, it's hard to know, but it was like really the second time where I'd seen the jury like show some emotion. And, but I mean, to me, the most important thing is that they're paying attention. A lot of note takers. The breakdown is 12 women, 6 men. I think if I.
That is an interesting point that he brought up earlier. So I'm just going to interrupt him for a moment and let you guys know that I have a poll up based on what he was discussing just now. Do you guys think that Lindsay Clancy is still a danger to herself and to society around her? Type 1 for yes, 2 for no. And this is, I guess, presuming she were found innocent, which I think is unlikely that she would just be found innocent. But would you guys, regardless of what you think of her, would you guys feel that she could just carry on, you know, try and get back to some kind of life? Or would she still need to be kept away as a danger to society and herself?
You know, kind of guessing on age, there's two women in the front row that I think are somewhere between late 20s, early 30s. I think they're the youngest on the jury. There's one black male juror. I would say a bulk of the jury is somewhere. There's one senior, probably in his senior male. He's probably in his early 70s, maybe mid 70s. And then I would say the bulk of the rest is somewhere in the, you know, mid 40s to mid 60s, you know. So, and I don't, you know, in this type of case, for a defense attorney, when you're trying to figure out like, well, who would be the perfect juror in a case like this one's so hard. You know, is it men? I don't know. Is it young moms? I don't know. I don't think so. You know, in my estimation as well, the younger generation is far more in tune with mental health and mental health issues than, you know, like the Gen X and especially like the boomers, as they like to call them. They're just not as in touch with it. It's just a different mindset through the generations. And you know, like my 20-year-old daughter is very, very intuitive about her own emotions and her own mental health. And most kids in that kind of age range are. So I was coming into it thinking, yeah, maybe I would like to have like more young people on the jury, just because you're like Reddington really has to be able to convince the jury to follow the law, you know, ultimately at the end of the day, which is a really, really tough ask. It just is. They don't call the insanity defense the defense of last resort for nothing. It's really, really hard to sell juries on it. You see it online. You know, there's people that want an eye for an eye. They don't care why she did it. They don't care if she was in psychosis. Fact of the matter is that she did what she did and she has to pay for it. You know what I mean? So it's like when you have those folks on the jury that just kind of feel like that, it's like a lot of Americans are, that eye for an eye thing is a real thing. And, you know, and I'm no one to judge that's how they shouldn't feel. I mean, yeah, I apply the law, but I'm a lawyer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I have a different mindset on it. So it's like, but I understand what the general public's position on that is. And it's a big ask. You know, it's just a bit, no matter what's going to happen to her, even though she's going to be hospitalized, uttering the words not guilty, even though it has words behind it, is going to be an impossible task for some people. And, you know, I don't think, let me ask you, do you think it's going to get to a verdict? I'm going to turn it around and ask you a question.
Yeah. Well, I think you made a really good point. I think, and even just everybody's talking about this case now. I mean, even this weekend, my friends are asking me about it.
Yeah.
My parents are asking me about it. Most people feel bad for Lindsay Clancy, I think, and feel like, you know, there's not another motive, not a secret motive, and that, you know, people are talking about their own postpartum issues. But I've talked to people who feel terrible for her, but at the end of the day, can't overlook that there are 3 dead kids. And
right.
I just think about those jurors. Are there going to be some of them who they have to live with this decision for the rest of their life? I mean, this is a huge moment in their lives being on a case like this. You know, I mean, for all of us covering it, it's different and emotional. And I've never covered a case quite like this. And you're in the courtroom, so for you even more so. But imagine being on the jury. Like, you're going to have to live with this. Whatever you decide, you're going to live with for the rest of your life. So that's kind of what I'm wondering. Like, are there people that feel terrible for her on the jury, but aren't going to be able to go to sleep for the rest of their life saying not guilty when there are 3 kids? And even if you believe in mental health and feel awful for her, like, I guess I can respect that. I mean, I get that. That's going to be a hard decision.
Yeah, it's going to be a massively, massively hard decision. And you're asking people to change the way that they've felt about a certain thing forever.
Yeah.
You know, which is a huge ask. And frankly, it's near impossible to be able to accomplish that task as a defense attorney. It's like, what it really boils down to is reverse jury nullification. Because I think at the end of the day, that what's going to happen, and I think that we saw enough, oddly enough, through the Commonwealth's case in chief, which I believe is wrapping tomorrow. I think they're going to be resting their case tomorrow, and I'm assuming that Reddington's going to jump right into his case in chief. But in terms of trying to get a jury to move on that thing, where again, you've got the Commonwealth who has really put on witnesses that I think lay out very clearly that she absolutely was trying to get help, that she wasn't doing the things that were kind of being thrown out there prior to the trial with the pill seeking, doctor seeking. And you see that she was failed in some capacity. When you read her journal entries, I mean, they were powerful. It's like, I was sitting there in the courtroom. I'm like, so the Commonwealth thinks this is helping their case? I mean, it's showing like a loving mother that, you know, was struggling because she knew that she was having a hard time treating Callan the same way that she did Cora.
Right. So that's the thing with the state's case. This entire time, I've actually had a hard time trying to figure out overall what they're trying to say. And I think it's reflecting really well in what he's getting at here. Like, they're presenting things that don't even help them half the time. And then there's just no clarity on what their message is. Like, their opening statements don't seem to align very well with their actual evidence. I don't know. I mean, let me know what you guys think. I think I've found their case, now that they've rested and we can look at everything that they've done to date, I find their case very confusing. Please remember that there is a poll up, and if you want to vote in the poll, you have to type either 1 or 2. If you put stuff afterwards, it doesn't register it. So you can type either your 1 or 2, and then if you do want to explain why in chat, you can put that in your next message or type it straight away. Otherwise, it just doesn't register it as a vote, unfortunately. Sorry, everyone. And let's resume with this. Court is on a break. And I'm sure, like most of you, I am really excited to hear Reddington's case in chief. We know he has something planned. It's big.
You know what I mean? Because Cora was her firstborn, and that was a thing. And it's her open, honest things in there. Like, people are posting, "Oh, this looks like a suicide." No, I'm like, it really doesn't. But I mean, people are going to construe things differently, and that's fine. But I mean, I'm reading it and I'm looking at a mother who's struggling mightily through what she's going through, and desperately wants to love all of her kids just as hard and the same way that she loved her first when she was born, which I think a lot of mothers struggle with. That's not a Lindsay Clancy thing. That's like, you talk to mothers all over the planet, they're going to be telling you the same thing. It's always one of the things that you go through. My wife's fed 4 kids. I mean, we love them all the same. But like, if I were to sit there and like micromanage, did she treat our first differently than she treated our last? Probably not intentionally, but probably. You know what I mean? But to me, the most powerful message that really kind of sealed that portion of like, all right, I'm convinced that she was genuinely trying to get better, and that everything that I heard prior to that was inaccurate, was that when she sent the message saying, "I just feel like I'm not being heard." To me, I was like sitting in the courtroom. I like kind of leaned back in the pew, or whatever you want to call it, the bench. And I'm like, man, that's it right there. So then what happens now? The shift is going to be, Reddington's going to put on his experts. Reddington is going to answer the questions for the entire world, because people do not know what psychosis is. People confuse being a psychopath with psychosis. They're 2 different things. They're just not the same thing. People don't understand that you can plan when you're in psychosis. It's not like you're frothing at the mouth, bugged out eyes, like movie type stuff. That's not what it is. It webs, or it ebbs and flows, it wanes, it waxes. It's a mental illness that takes form for every single person a little bit differently. It's not like, oh, you've got the chicken pox, everybody gets the little bumps and they itch. It's a mind disease. And, some medications work on some people, some don't, some have an intolerance to it, some don't, you know what I mean? So like those things, that part of the trial is going to come out. And then this case, because if people are going to be like, and I'm just can't wait for it to happen, because it's going to happen when they rest. And if it happens tomorrow, people are going to be like, wait, that's their case? And the answer is no. Their real case is going to take place in rebuttal. So they're going to put their experts, their lack of criminal responsibility experts on after the defense's experts are on. So their real case in terms of fighting that second prong of lack of criminal responsibility is going to happen after the defense ends up resting.
Oh, interesting. That's perspective. I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah.
I don't know what you think. To me, and you've been in the thick of it, but just for me watching just off and on the way I have, the most powerful thing I felt like for the prosecution so far were the text messages before, when Patrick left and they were talking about what food he was going to pick up. And it was just kind of this regular dialogue, like just back and forth, oh, order me this, order me that. And then that was right when she killed the kids. What did you think of that? Because it was kind of eye-opening to see her having this just like everyday, regular, what seemed like sane communication.
Yeah, it's off-putting, and it's that thing that every single person on the planet that doesn't really kind of understand the ins and outs of psychosis is going to have to be educated on it.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing I'm saying. It's like the experts that I've spoken to about it are like, it can be a second by second thing. And it's a hard thing to figure because, in your mind, you're envisioning this awful, awful thing that she's doing one by one. And you're like, how could she stop doing that and grab her phone if she were in the middle of the acts, like when that happened, and just like like you said, send kind of a normal, mundane text message. And it's hard to grapple with that. And, you know, I mean, we don't really know the timing of how everything went down. We have the state's theory. That's, you give that the weight that it's worth. They weren't there. They're guessing a little bit. They know how long Patrick was gone. And that's their timeline, right? You know, so it's like, and it was what, like 58, 59 minutes total from timing. So, I mean, they don't know exactly when things were happening, but either way, you know, it's like, even if she was done with the horrible thing and like she had moved upstairs to the bedroom and she's trying to harm herself, I mean, is she answering the text then? You know what I mean? It's like to say, like, it doesn't get any easier to kind of deal with that question of like, how was she able to do that? How was she able to switch? And I think that when people start hearing the experts, because I think there's a misconception. If you've got auditory, you know, command hallucinations and you're hearing a voice, there's also an aspect that the voice is helping you evade being caught. You know what I'm saying? It's like her people, it's not going to get answered until the experts get up there like that. Those are the questions that everybody has.
Yeah.
You know, and then the question becomes, if you become convinced, like, all right, I've heard the defense's expert, I've heard the state's expert. They were both credible. I believe what the defense expert was saying about psychosis. Okay, she had psychosis. And then you're still like that thing that you were talking about. You're like, I can't write not guilty because of what she did. You know what I mean? It's like,
do you know Susan Constantine, the jury consultant? Have you ever interviewed her? Or seen
I've never
her?
met her. I've never met her.
I interviewed her the other day, and it was kind of a dramatic way of putting it, but this is what she said. She said that those jurors, and it's kind of weird to say this, but this is what she said. She said they're going to have to walk over those 3 dead bodies to say not guilty. And she's like, they may do it, but that was the way she put it. She's like, they're going to have to be willing to walk over those 3 kids. And I was like, man,
she's not wrong.
That's a heavy thing to say, but I was like, yeah, you know,
it's vivid. Yeah.
Yeah.
It, like, really, it sets it in your mind, and it's true. It's absolutely true, you know? And that is super heavy, but really, really accurate at the end of the day. And I think even
Yeah, that is. I mean, it's like almost like graphic the way that was put, but I understand what they're saying, that that is what it boils down to, right? At the end of it. I also just wanted to say, so Vicky, I did see it's a list of possible witnesses for the defense, and I did see that Lindsay Clancy's parents are both on that list. So it's entirely possible that they will take the stand on behalf of the defense. So we'll wait and see what happens. The state has rested, and we're just waiting for court to resume. Welcome to day 14. Thank you for joining. And let's get back to Brian Enton.
those that feel, because everybody that's following the case and is aware of the case feels awful about the children.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, I hate this thing that I contend with all the time, because I've taken a position on the case where I don't care about the children. That's ridiculous. Obviously, we're all mourning the loss of the children, but when you're trying to figure out if we are going to apply the law in the country, because the law exists for a reason. They wrote the law for a reason, and us as a country have a varied, and it's because of our kind of ignorance, for lack of a better term, of mental health and mental illness, and just pretending like it doesn't exist, keeping it in the closet, you know? I mean, and it's like, it's got to come out. It's a thing. It's everywhere. You can't go, if you're in a major city, you cannot walk down the street without seeing mentally ill people all over the place. It's not getting better. We're not getting healthier mentally as a country. That's a fact. So the sooner we come to grips with it, and the sooner that we start to try to understand it and decide, look, you know, it's important to pour some resources into this, and try to figure out how to help these people, I mean, it's not going to get better. And I mean, Lindsay is the extreme of this thing. You know, I mean, like, there's plenty of women. You interviewed one the other night. It was an incredibly powerful interview. I did a 7.5 hour live yesterday where I was having people, real people, tell their mental health issues, like, and their illness stories. And it was unbelievable. It was incredibly hard to sit and listen to these people's pain, you know, and I had 6 or 7 mental health professionals on the screen with them. You know, I wasn't going to just put this thing out where I don't have people in the wings and on screen if going through what they went through triggers them. You know what I mean? So it was like, but the stories, Brian, were like, I did it because it was the same thing Reddington wanted to do, which the judge said no, you know, which is what he wanted to bring normal people, lay people that weren't experts to come in and talk about their real life experiences with postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis, much like the woman that you interviewed, you know, and there's power to that because it's different. Like, you know, everybody knows when you're watching an expert because it's always asked on cross, oh, well, you've been paid by the defense, right? Yeah. How
Does the defendant have a motion?
Yes, Your Honor. I passed it up to the court. I don't know if you have it in front of you. It's basically a Rule 25. It doesn't have any memoranda with it, but I would argue, and I would cite to the court the case that was decided of Commonwealth versus Brunette Silvera. It's BRUNETTE-SELVEIRA. It was decided towards the end of May of 26 by the appeals court in Massachusetts. It was a case out of the Boston Municipal Court where defendant was charged with assault and battery on a police officer. The evidence was presented that the defendant was acting erratically and that there was an awful lot of evidence that indicated that, brought out on cross-examination from witnesses, that the defendant was suffering from some type of a mental illness. Based on that evidence being presented, the government rested their case, just as they've done here. My suggestion to the court is that the evidence that's been presented on this case against Ms. Clancy I would suggest does not rise to the level under Rule 25 of where even if you take the Lattimore standard and determine that the evidence would be decided in the light most favorable to the government at this stage of the case, I think the Brunette Silvera case places, as they describe it, a negative obligation to prove a negative as part of their case in chief on the government. I suggest to Your Honor that the evidence that has been presented in this case is overwhelming, that this young woman was clearly and unequivocally suffering from a mental disease or defect, that it was occupying her waking hours, her life, that she considered all of her avenues. She attempted to go to these healthcare providers, using the term loosely, that she went to these people. She had medication after medication after medication. She was obviously acting, I suggest to the court, in a state that was observed by witnesses that, in fact, that she was suffering from mental disease or defect, and then ultimately this horrific incident. So under that Brunette Silvera case, there's no evidence, I suggest, from the government that would rebut the fact that there is evidence of lack of criminal responsibility. So under Brunette Silvera and the cases that were cited in that opinion, respectfully, I would suggest that a required finding of not guilty should be entered on the case. I also would argue to the court that I think that under the Brunette Silvera standard and the evidence that Your Honor has before you, that the matter should be reduced down, if you will, from premeditated malice and forethought, cruelty and atrocity to second degree. I'm not arguing at this stage Commonwealth versus Gray or any of its progeny as to manslaughter, but I think the court, certainly in its wise exercise of discretion, has the ability and the right to reduce the charge to second degree murder or enter a required finding.
All right, counsel, thank you. Come on.
Thank you, Your Honor. The case that defense counsel cited, there was a presentation of the Commonwealth's evidence. Commonwealth rested. Defense called an expert who said that the defendant was not criminally responsible, and the Commonwealth relied on a cross-examination of that witness and did not call any further witnesses. So the motion was filed for a required finding at the close of all of the evidence, which is what's required under Commonwealth versus Lawson, which Brunette Silva cites and is still good law, an SJC case 475 Mass 806 from 2016, in which the court says that a motion for required finding of not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility may only be brought at the close of all of the evidence, not at the close of the Commonwealth's case. In this case, as you're aware, defense plans on presenting experts who testified that the defendant was not criminally responsible, and then the Commonwealth will have a rebuttal case with their own experts. So I think the time and place for the motion would be at the close of all of the evidence and not now.
All right. Well, I had an opportunity to take a look at Brunette Silvera. So based on that and based on the standard as described that I have to apply at this point, I'm going to deny the defendant's motion.
I don't think I have to object, but I will.
All right. As we say, duly noted.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Your Honor, could I inquire? Emily Thorndike is here and has been here. I'm just wondering, is the government ready for us to do the voir dire to see if she can testify? Because she is self-employed, she has patients and has canceled them day after day. I'm just inquiring if we're ready to go on that.
Right. So the question I think that we had put this over was in large part because of the records from McLean. So we know if those are in?
I've been inquiring with Madam Clerk if there's been any status from the clerk's office, and I'm told they haven't received anything. We have a call over to McLean. They've acknowledged the receipt. They were waiting for a call back from somebody at the office. They thought that the records were produced on Friday, but clearly that wasn't the case. So we have a call. We're waiting for a return call. I've provided people in my office the Madam Clerk's email address to get it expedited as quick as possible. So we are working to try to resolve the issue, and the hospital has acknowledged they received the subpoena. We just don't have a response yet. And I would just also remind that we discussed this last week and talked about doing this tomorrow on Tuesday in order to get those records and have time for everybody to get them and review them so that a proper examination of the witness can be done in a voir dire.
So, well, let's do this. Let's do this before we start going at each other. We're gonna see if the records come in. All right, the records come in, then we got to determine how long it takes for people to review it and get ready. So if we can do that this afternoon, great.
All right.
If we can't, I'll hear from the parties as to why we can't. We may have to do it tomorrow. But if we can do that today, I do understand that witness has been here a number of days. But at this point, it's a question of the records coming in, which really is out of both parties' hands. So if the records are in, the parties can get ready. We'll do that voir dire. If not, we may have to do that tomorrow. Okay. All right. Ms. Reddington?
Ready? Ready for the jury, Judge?
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting him to bring a motion at all, but it was denied. Interesting, though. Definitely interesting that he tried.
at session. You may be seated.
For the purpose of the record, I return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy.
All right. So members of the jury, as I indicated before, the Commonwealth is rested. All right, so at this time, I'm going to inquire of the defendant if she intends or wishes to call any witnesses at this time. Mr. Reddington?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, please, I believe she's right outside.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall take to the court and the jury, no matter now having between the Commonwealth
Hey, good afternoon. I'm going to ask you if you could keep your voice up and speak into that microphone. Okay, thank you.
I'm just going to say the same thing, so make sure that all the jurors way down here even can hear you, okay?
Okay.
Tell us your name.
It's Margaret Hamp,
And what town do you live in?
Stoneham.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a labor and delivery nurse
Where?
at Mass General.
And how long have you been working as a labor and delivery nurse?
I started on our labor and delivery unit in 2012.
Okay, so about, what, 24 years? No.
I started for the obstetrics department in 2006.
Okay, so 20 years you've been working for Mass General between obstetrics and labor and delivery, right?
Correct.
Do you know Lindsay?
I do.
How do you know her?
I was working on the labor floor when Lindsay first started with us.
So this would be the labor and delivery floor, and she started as a nurse, correct?
Correct.
You had already been working there?
Correct.
And she was about, what, 24 years old?
Roughly.
And came in as a young woman as a nurse, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us, to your observation, let me ask you this, how many years did you work with her?
She started, I believe, in 2015, and I worked until 2002 when she went out with Callan.
About 7 years or thereabouts. Did you know that she had a child, Cora?
Yes.
And did you know that she had a child, Dawson?
Yes.
And ultimately that she had a child, a baby that was born very, very recently, Callan.
Mm-hmm.
In the years that you were working with her, were you able to observe, I mean, did she like being a nurse? Did she want to work, or was she a good nurse? What's your opinion?
Lindsay loved being a nurse. She was really good at being a nurse. She was compassionate. She was kind. She was a patient advocate. She was the type of nurse that you wanted taking care of you or your loved one when you walked onto our unit.
Did you observe, for example, that on occasion when she would be involved with the delivery of a baby, that she would become emotional?
Lindsay was often emotional during birth of complete strangers. She would cry and she would just say that was so beautiful. You could just tell that she really loved being in that setting.
Over those years, right up until the time of Callan being born, fair to say that you stayed friendly with her?
Yes.
And you're still friendly with her?
Yes.
Can you tell us, did you observe during the time you worked with her how she emoted or felt about her children, all three of them?
Yes.
Tell us anything that you recall.
So Lindsay and I worked the night shift together, and often on the night shift, you get to have an opportunity to really get to know your coworkers and celebrate things that are happening in their lives or support them with things that are not going so well. Lindsay asked a lot of questions of her coworkers about parenting. Simple things as she would poll the nursing staff about monogrammed lunch boxes, right down to sleeping habits. What questions do you ask a daycare provider to make sure that you're in the right place? She was often asking her coworkers childcare, parenting tips.
When she had Callan, after Callan was born in the late spring of 22, did you see her after the birth of Callan?
I did not see her after the birth of Callan.
Were you aware that she had taken a leave of absence from Mass General?
Yes.
Did you stay in touch with her by phone or text?
I briefly kept in touch through text. After Callan was born, I reached out to her and I asked her for her address and how she was doing so I could send her a gift. And then a few months later, she circled back to me to thank me for the gift that I had sent her.
Do you recall an incident on one occasion where she was looking or monitoring one of the children and the child was crying and you observed what happened after that?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Lindsay often checked in on her kids while they were sleeping at night. Again, we worked the night shift and she had the ability to look at her phone and see what Cora or Callan were doing in their cribs. And she shared that with a lot of us. There was one particular night that Cora was crying. She was probably about 6 months old. And Lindsay never let Cora cry. She wasn't at that point in parenting. And she was very communicative about that. And Cora was crying on the monitor. It was the middle of the night. And maybe after 10 minutes, she started to call Pat and he wasn't answering. And she got really worried that Cora was crying, but now Pat wasn't answering his phone. So in the middle of the night, she called the police to do a wellness check on her family.
Okay. And while you were working the night shift, is that pretty much what you both worked together all those years?
Yes.
Would that be through the pandemic as well?
Yes.
Would you say that was quite a bonding experience, being in labor delivery up close and personal with patients during the pandemic at night?
Of course, it was a very challenging time as a healthcare provider.
Thank you very much. You can inquire.
All right, Como?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So the incident that you just told us about where Miss Clancy was watching the monitor overnight, you were aware that the police responded and everything was fine, right?
Yes.
And you worked with her through 2022 when she went out with leave on Callan?
Correct.
And you never visited their house after Callan was born, did you?
No.
You don't know what was going on in her life, did you?
No.
And she didn't share any of her struggles with you via text or in any other capacity, did she?
No.
And as a labor and delivery nurse, and having been trained in labor and delivery, and you said you worked obstetrics before, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that you often have patients that come to you in both those areas that have some mental illness or are on psychiatric medications, right?
Sometimes.
And working labor and delivery, you have some training on how to handle patients that are on certain types of medications, right?
Limited training, yes.
Well, it affects how you're going to go through a birth plan or do a delivery if a person is on some sort of long-term medication, right?
Right.
And so you're aware that Zoloft is something that's deemed safe for pregnant moms and breastfeeding moms?
Yes.
And you've had patients that have dealt with bipolar issues before?
Yes.
And that they have to remain medication compliant in order to manage those things, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Brayton?
So your experience dealing with patients that have birthed a child, as the district attorney asked, and are on Zoloft and expressing issues of being a parent. Were you aware of any incidents where Lindsay was with you and a woman did in fact express concern that she wanted to hurt herself or her child?
There was a particular patient that Lindsay was on staff when this patient arrived. It was a patient that arrived to the unit that had plans to harm herself while she was pregnant. And we had a conversation. Lindsay was brand new. It was the summer that she had just started. And we had a conversation about mental health in pregnancy and postpartum. And I asked her if she had ever heard of the Andrea Yates case, and she hadn't. And I explained that to her, and she cried. And she said, "How could a mother hurt her children?"
Thank you. All set.
Thank you.
Como?
No.
All right, let me sit down. Thank you. Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Oranska, please. Oranska, O-R-S-K-A.
Hey, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you, speak into that microphone. Keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
Great, thank you. Counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Tell us your name, please, and spell it.
It's Allison Ozga, A-L-L-I-S-O-N. Last name is O-Z-G-A.
You know Lindsay?
I do.
How do you know her?
Lindsay's my sister.
And can you tell us, are you close to Lindsay? Do you live near each other? Do you socialize? What type of relationship have you had with her?
We're very close. We have not lived in the same state for about 10 years now, but we do communicate, and I do think we're very close.
And do you text with her on a regular basis?
Yes.
And you talk on the phone, do you?
Occasionally.
Directing your attention to the fall of, well, actually heading into like Thanksgiving and Christmas in 2022. Do you remember that time frame?
Yes.
And did you have occasion to see your sister during that period of time?
Yes.
And let's direct our attention to, let's say, Thanksgiving 2022. Had you noticed any change in Lindsay's personality or any observation of how she appeared to you?
I will say on Thanksgiving in particular is when the first time I saw her in person after quite some time. I had known she had not been doing well via text message communication that we had. I think on Thanksgiving, she, her mood did not look good, her energy, she didn't seem very energized. It definitely seemed off from how I've seen her in the past.
And were you aware that that carried through from November into December around the holiday season if you had stayed in touch with her?
Yes.
And can you tell us what you observed about her around the holiday season as it related to her, from your observations and your texting and your communications with Lindsay? How did she appear to you at that point?
The beginning of December, it seemed like she very much decompensated. I do remember her saying at one point at the beginning of December, something along the lines of, I'm in a really tough spot. And knowing what she had shared with me previously about how her mental health had been struggling, I had this gut feeling that something was off and that she was really struggling. And I asked her if she was safe.
What did she say?
She said yes at that point.
And you knew her husband, Pat?
Yes.
And you knew the kids?
Yes.
Obviously. Do you recall around Christmas itself and perhaps a little bit thereafter that you spoke with her and that she indicated basically, I'm not doing okay?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what you observed about her demeanor or her symptomology when you said she was decompensating around that time? What were they symptoms in your mind of?
Based on communication with Lindsay, and I started communicating with Pat directly at that time, she was reporting her mood was worsening, as she described as depression. She was having more suicidal thoughts. Insomnia continued to be an issue. She was really not feeling like herself.
And did you know that during that period of time where she was telling you about the suicidal thoughts and the issue of depression, that she was seeing doctors?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about seeing the doctors, and if she was on any medication, and if so, what effect did they have on her?
So the first thing she said about the doctors was back in October when she said that she saw a doctor for Zoloft and had a very awful reaction to that Zoloft.
Would that be Dr. Tufts?
I don't believe she shared that specific with me.
Share the name? Okay.
No. And then I think throughout our communication over the couple months of October to December, she did share with me that she was going to doctors, she was getting different prescriptions, kind of all the things that they were trying and different treatments they were looking at.
And do you recall when you were talking with her about her symptoms towards the end of December that she had, in your words, decompensated significantly and stated to you that she felt nothing and that she was scared, things of that nature?
Yes.
What else did she tell you, if you recall?
At the end of December, so I think it was more along the same of, that she is really not feeling well. Her mood is down. She's feeling numb. She's feeling hopeless. I believe at the very end of the month, she told me she had suicidal ideation every day for a month.
Do you recall towards the end of the month around New Year's that she voluntarily admitted herself somewhere?
Yes.
You know where she admitted herself?
McLean Hospital.
And while she was at McLean Hospital, ultimately, do you know how she got out of McLean Hospital?
It was my understanding that she was weaning off of some medication that she was on, and then was eventually discharged 5 days later.
Now, did you see her or talk to her after she left McLean Hospital trying to wean herself off of whatever medication it was? You don't know what the medication is, right?
I believe it was Seroquel.
Seroquel.
Yep.
Did she tell you anything to the effect that when she got out of the hospital that she felt as though this was a step in the right direction? Did she seem as though she was trying to be positive about her life?
Yes.
And tell us about that. Because up until this point, you had observed her decompensating and having these symptoms and suicidal ideation and depression and feeling nothing and scary. When she got out of McLean, what did she appear to you and what did she say to you?
I believe she said she felt that was a good plan and that she was starting to feel better.
So was your sister, in your opinion, granted she's your sister and you're biased, obviously, but was she a complainer?
No.
And obviously, she didn't share with you in detail her doctors and medicines and things of that nature. Is that fair?
No.
But you were aware of the struggles and the hurt that she was going through.
Yes.
And then through the month of January, did you have occasion to see her, or were you? Because you still live in different states.
Yes. Yes, I did have an occasion to see her in January.
When?
We went to Cora's birthday party.
And that was at the trampoline park?
Yes.
How did she appear at that?
I think she looked like she was going through the motions of putting together a birthday party for her daughter, but she looked tired. She looked like she was still struggling.
So there was a difference in your observation of what you had known your sister to have as a personality.
Yes.
And then, of course, the horrible day, were you aware, or did somebody call you and tell you that the children had been killed?
Yes.
One of them still survived and ultimately passed.
Yes.
And do you recall who told you that?
Yes.
Who was that?
My mother.
And as a result of getting the call from your mother, what did you do?
I jumped in the car, packed a bag, and I sped up to South Shore Hospital, which is where I was told she was.
Did you see her in South Shore Hospital?
No.
Did you know that she was then transferred to another hospital after South Shore?
Yes.
And what hospital was that?
I believe it was Brigham and Women's.
And were you able to visit her in Brigham and Women's?
Yes.
And did it take some time before they would allow you to visit with her?
Yes.
How long, if you know?
I think it was approximately 2 weeks.
Okay. And then you were able to see her pretty much on a regular basis?
Yes.
And where does your mother and father live?
In Connecticut.
And are you close to them?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury, from the time of this incident in January 24th of 2023 up until now, 2026, where have your mother and father been living?
My parents have been spending the majority of their time up here in Massachusetts.
Why?
So that they could visit Lindsay as much as possible.
Almost on a daily basis?
Yes.
Was that in a bed and breakfast or a bed and bath, or was it a hotel, or where were they staying?
They've been living out of hotels.
Thank you, that's all. You can inquire.
Como.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Now, when Lindsay was at McLean Hospital and she was discharged, did she tell you that she asked to be discharged early to go to Cora's birthday party?
I can't recall.
And do you recall speaking to the police on January 25th, just a day after this all happened back in 2023?
Yes.
And do you recall telling them that you saw Lindsay 2 weeks prior to the 24th, roughly around the birthday party time, and that she seemed okay?
Yes.
Do you recall telling the police that you spoke to her in phone calls many times after she was discharged to McLean, and that her tone of voice in those calls seemed better?
I did not speak to her on the phone. Most of our communication was via text.
So you don't recall saying that to the police, that the tone of Lindsay's voice in our phone conversations was better the last couple weeks since she had been released from the hospital?
I believe when I said that, I meant her tone via her text messages.
And so her tone in her text messages was better?
A bit.
And do you recall telling police that you spoke to Lindsay on Thursday, January 19th, 2023, and she seemed okay?
Yes.
And that was a phone call, correct?
That was text message.
Text message, okay.
Yes.
So when you were saying spoke to the police, you were referring to text messages?
Correct.
And so in that text message, she seemed fine?
She seemed okay.
So she had just been released from McLean Hospital at the beginning of January, and all of your communications after the birthday party were text messages, is that correct?
I think the date's wrong.
I believe so, yes.
And just so we make sure we have the date correct, after she was discharged from McLean in January of 2023, up until January 24th, 2023, all of your communications were via text?
Yes.
Did you visit her at her home that month?
No.
You didn't reach out or call her at all, correct?
I reached out and called, yes. I did not visit her at her home, no.
When you called, did she respond? Did she answer the phone?
I'm sorry, let me backtrack. I can't recall whether I made a phone call. I can recall the majority of our communication between January 1st and January 24th was via text message.
Okay, so there could have been some phone calls.
I cannot recall any phone calls.
You are a licensed social worker, correct?
Correct.
And you're a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time between January 1st, 2023 and January 24th, 2023, did you have enough concern about the safety of the kids or the safety of your sister to file a report as a mandated reporter?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Ray?
Oh, yeah, Judge, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me step down.
Thank you so much for being here, everyone. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe.
Call Paula Musgrove, please.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I'm going to remind you, like I remind everybody else, just speak into the microphone if you can keep your voice up, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Afternoon. Tell us your name and spell your name, please.
My name is Paula Musgrove, PaulaMusgrove.
And this is Musgrove. Fair to say that you are Lindsay's mother.
Yes, I am Lindsay's mother.
And your husband is here as well in the blue shirt, correct?
Yes.
You've been here for every day for the trial, is that correct?
Yes.
I just have a few questions for you. Obviously, you tell us about Lindsay when she was a kid. Was she a good kid, good student, that type of thing?
She was a very good kid and an excellent student. Very excellent student all through school, through high school, college. Yes, excellent.
Ever been in trouble, law enforcement or schools or discipline or anything?
No.
Were you aware of her husband, Pat?
Yes.
And obviously, you knew when they got married and when they were dating and things of that nature, right? Went to the wedding, obviously.
Yes.
Fair to say that you were close to your daughter and Pat?
Yes.
And you knew, obviously, the grandchildren?
Yes.
Tell the jury how you interacted and felt about your grandchildren.
I loved my grandchildren with all my heart. And you never know what it's like to love a grandchild until you become a grandmother. And it was the most beautiful thing. I love them with all my heart.
Now, did you have occasion to see how Lindsay reacted and treated her kids as a mother?
Yes.
And granted that you're her mother, so you're obviously biased. Tell the jury what observations you made of Lindsay as a mother through the years after Cora was born, and then Dawson, and then, of course, baby Callan.
Lindsay was a very loving mother. She was dedicated to her children. She was a fun mother. She was always doing things for her kids. She always wanted to be a mother, have many children, and I felt it was the best thing that ever happened to her. And she would do anything for her children. She was just a loving mother.
Now, in 2022, Callan was born. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you stay in touch with Lindsay and Pat during that period of time, the spring into the summer of 2022?
Yes.
And how often would you see them or talk to them, or what would you do? You go to cookouts, or would you have parties, or how would you socialize?
Myself and my husband would travel from Connecticut to Duxbury at least 2 or 3 times a month, as well as them coming to Connecticut to visit us.
And would you agree that in the summer, for example, of 2022, that Lindsay and Pat were active with the kids and were pretty happy?
Very happy, yes.
Did you observe in the summer of 22 any changes at that point in her personality and the way she was acting with her friends in society?
In the summer, no.
And they were having a fairly good summer.
Yes.
Did you notice at some point a change in Lindsay's demeanor?
Yes.
Tell the jury when that was.
It was sometime probably around the second week of October.
What happened that you noticed?
I noticed that she had become very anxious. She told me she was anxious about going back to work because Callan was having trouble taking a bottle and she didn't feel right about leaving him.
And as a result of that, did she tell you that she was going to put off going back to work?
Yes, she told me she was applying for an extension.
Now, did you know at that point that she was going through any issues involving depression or anxiety or having any suicidal ideation or anything like that?
At that point, no.
At what point, if any, did you become aware that your daughter was suffering from this symptomology?
In late October.
And how did that come about?
She sent me a text message.
And do you recall when that was?
Yes, that was on October 20th.
Now, Your Honor, the government has introduced into evidence the entire of the phone dumps, if you will, and I think they put it on a disc, and it's probably thousands of pages, but I do have the text thread that deals with that time frame in October. I'd like to offer that so that it's apparent what I'm referring to rather than having to search through thousands of pages of a disc.
No objection.
Okay. They may be admitted.
So approaching, what we have in this thing.
276.
Now, the text message that you're referring to, would that be on October 20th of 2022?
Yes.
And do you have that on your phone right now?
I do.
Can you just pull that up for us?
I can. Just give me a moment. Okay, I have it.
Kelsey, do you have a copy maybe that she could look at?
Oh, I have a copy.
Yeah, that might be easier for the witness.
So I'm going to approach you with this board and ask if this is a copy of the text that you're referring to.
Yes, it is.
Would you read that for the jury?
Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
You want to write off this?
Objection. It's already in evidence.
What do we mark it for identification? Is that text within the?
I'd rather have
thrust?
it in the board.
Well, I know you would, but we already have the.
They want a little painting. Can I just talk to the board?
No, we're going to mark that for identification. The text that is been referred and read to is within Exhibit 276, which was just off.
I'm sorry, which is what?
I think it was within Exhibit 276, which was within that thread that you just offered.
Okay, so I will then, that would be 276, so that will be over here. As a result of receiving that text, did you then come up to?
Hold on a second.
Exhibit W for identification.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, thank you.
All right, thank you.
So as a result of that, did you come up to Duxbury?
Yes, same day.
And tell us about that. What happened that day at the end of October?
Lindsay had been, I believe she went to the emergency room that day and she had come home. She was feeling a bit better. She told me that she couldn't sleep. She was very anxious and she was afraid.
And how long did you stay with her?
At that point?
Yes.
I believe at that point I stayed for about a week.
And was your husband with you?
He came later. He didn't come directly with me then because he was still working, so he came later.
I never asked, what did you do for work?
I worked for Weight Watchers.
And you're retired?
Yes.
How about your husband? Is he working now?
He recently retired.
And what was the nature of his work?
He was in photography.
What kind of photography?
School picture photography.
For yearbooks and things like that?
Yeah, and school pictures, and you had your kids' pictures taken.
And he just recently retired?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that during the month of October into November, into the holidays in December, that you and your husband would stay with Lindsay and the kids?
Yes. I stayed more than my husband because he needed to go back home to work.
Sure. While you were staying with Lindsay, can you tell us your opinion as to her condition? Was it decompensating? Was she getting better as time went on through November and December into the holidays?
Through November into December, it was not getting better into the holidays.
And you knew she was on medication at that point?
Yes.
You knew she was seeing doctors at that point?
Yes.
So tell us, is there an incident that came to your mind that you recall that occurred on one evening that indicated to you how seriously she was suffering?
There were many. One particular evening that was disturbing to me was that, she was afraid. She was afraid to be alone. And she actually asked if she could sleep with me.
When was that?
That was late November, early December.
And did she indeed sleep with you on that occasion?
She did.
Continuing on through the holidays, did you guys get together for the holidays, Christmas or Thanksgiving, if you recall?
Yes. I was down there probably most of December through Christmas Eve. And then I left on Christmas Eve to come home to see my other daughter and her family. And then Lindsay actually came to my house later the day on Christmas Day.
Was she with Pat?
Yes.
Okay, and the kids?
Yes.
During that period of time, did you make further observation as time went into January? Oh, back it up. At some point, she voluntarily went into McLean Hospital?
Yes.
You knew that?
Yes.
How did you know that?
I was there.
What do you mean you were there?
I was at Lindsay's house staying with them.
You take care of the kids?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that Pat's parents, mom and dad, also stepped up, taking care of the kids, helping out during this period of time?
They were there, I guess, when we weren't there. I didn't really see them, but.
Right, because you guys would be different time frames.
Right.
But you all were pulling together as a family, is that
Right.
correct? January, leading up to January 24th, do you recall, and can you tell the jurors what, if any, observations you made of Lindsay and her condition?
Lindsay had lost a lot of weight. She had become, during this whole time, paranoid about different things that really she shouldn't have, really weren't logical to become paranoid about. She would mention that this wasn't her mind. She would say to me, this isn't me. I've never been like this before. And I would agree because she wasn't. She was attempting to go through the motions of her day, take care of the kids as best she could. She didn't want to drive. So at times when Pat didn't go pick the kids up at school, I would drive Lindsay to pick the kids up at school because she was afraid to drive.
Did she express to you concern that in this time frame that people at the school, teachers and other people would be able to know what she was thinking and would think that she wasn't a good mother because she was sick?
Yes, she said, the school knows something's going on because I'm not driving my car. They see that I'm not driving my car to pick the kids up.
Do you recall the end of January that she made a statement to you about the medication, in her opinion, what it was doing to her mind?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that she couldn't remember anything. The medication was pretty much just destroying her mind, and it wasn't her. She said, this isn't me. I just want to feel better and enjoy my kids again.
Now, I know that this is difficult in December of 2022. Do you recall the time that you were in the kitchen with Lindsay and Patrick and she made a statement about her state of mind to her husband, Pat, and you were there?
Yes.
I know it's difficult. Just tell us what you remember.
I remember her being very nervous. I remember her saying, I just have to tell you guys something. And then she told us.
What did she tell you?
She told us that she had thoughts of harming the children.
Thank you very much.
Why don't we take the afternoon recess at this time? We'll come back for cross-examination. All right. So, ma'am, you can step down.
Thank you.
Wow. Okay, wow. That was a lot. That was
Members of the jury, we're going
intense.
to take the break at this time. We expect to have you back about 2 o'clock. Okay?
All rise, please. Jurors exiting.
Thank you so much to everyone coming in. They're going to take their afternoon break. We're definitely going to have to take some time to unpack all of that. That was a lot more than I expected.
All right. Counsel, can I see you just for a second, just kind of time-wise?
Okay, so that seems redacted. So we are going to continue, once they're done with their consult there, we're going to continue with the Brian Enton video that we were watching before. But, oof. Yeah, that's going to be a lot to catch up on. I have even more thoughts about Patrick now than I did before. And yes, Vicky, her mom knew too. I didn't realize that her mom was there for that statement, but it seems like she was. I had no idea about the incident described earlier by her former colleague about that wellness check. There's a lot. Like, I'm actually lost for words. What do you guys think? Let me know in chat. You have more thoughts about Patrick too? Yeah, that any little glimmer of faith that I might have had in him went away after hearing about that wellness check, because I really do feel that there must have been some kind of a reason for her to be so frightened to go back to work with the other kids. Yeah, not good. Another thing is that at some point she was so frightened she wanted to sleep in the same bed as her mother so that she could feel better, that she could get some sleep. But then why with Patrick was it like, I need to sleep, so can you go to the basement? She didn't want to be near him. She wanted to be near her mom. So what is going on? Oh my God.
He understands that the Commonwealth's witnesses are paid as well. They're state employees, or they paid them to come in. So they're hired guns on both sides. I think that the normal average person would give.
Yeah, before I get back into this video, something isn't right. And I'm not pushing any of the theories that I said at the beginning of the show that I feel have gotten out of hand, but something there's a lot more to it when it comes to him. And if you guys missed our weekend show where we deep dove all of his testimony, I'll get the link for you in chat as well. Very interesting stuff. And I agree with you. Something is not right. I don't know what's not right, but it's not right. Thank you. Thank you for joining, everyone. Thank you for waiting with me. They're going to be about an hour. Elsie may have felt something off with Patrick and she felt distanced. Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting that impression too, Miss Cosmos. And I'm kind of surprised. I'm kind of surprised that it was even that early, because I thought that the distance between them was happening later on. I didn't know that. Well, I now suspect that it was happening the whole time. Watch Dr. G when he goes over Patrick. Okay, we watched one where he went over Lindsay, but I will find that one. Thank you. Thank you so much, Leslie.
More weight to a person like them that's sitting in the witness stand and telling their story that's going to be heartbreaking, and they're not the one on trial. They have zero reason to be lying about it. And so they would give that the weight, but the problem coming in was always going to be somewhat relevancy. You know, they're not going to be the exact same things. And it really set up a trap for Reddington where, you know, oh, well, you had postpartum psychosis, right? And you had 2 kids, but you didn't kill your kids. You know what I mean? That's like, it's a dangerous place to go. Ultimately, at the end of the day, I think the judge ruled on it properly, but you know, there was a lot of power in what we did yesterday in terms of just trying to make people aware that it's like a real thing.
Yeah. And I think most people have some kind of connection to mental illness now, you know, someone in their family. I think most people get that it's a real thing now, hopefully. But again, at the same time, are they going to overlook it? I don't know. The 3 dead kids, I think, is still, it's like, well, should someone
It's a sticking point.
Should someone still be accountable? You know, were you there the day that Patrick Clancy testified?
No, that was, he was first day. I didn't get there. I decided that I was going to come in. I was aiming towards the defense's case in chief, and I ended up getting there the day that the cross of Dr. Tufts took place. So it was actually perfect timing, because I didn't really want to come for kind of the homicide portion, because I knew that Reddington and Lindsay had offered.
That's a pretty intense time to arrive, the cross-examination of Tufts. So yeah, he walked into the heated stuff straight away. I did find the video that you're talking about, Leslie. I've got it on standby. I'm gonna let this one play for a little longer and see how it goes. And then we will probably get back to Dr. G at some point, depending on if they, change the subject or anything. Thanks so much for being here, everyone. Please, please, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. Yes, he walked into the middle of a war. I know.
To stipulate to all that, you know, meaning that like it's not in controversy. She did it. She knows she did it. She admits that she did it. You know, so for that part of it, no, I didn't hear it, but I mean, from all accounts, it was unbelievable, like just incredibly painful to listen to.
What do you make, and I'm sure you've seen it, I mean, there's this, there's an army of people who seem to think that he is somehow involved or should be blamed somehow, despite there being no evidence of that. In fact, it's the opposite, really. But were you surprised to kind of see that narrative come about on social media?
Yeah, I was surprised, and I'm frankly pretty irritated by it, because it's harmful, incredibly harmful to the Clancy family, to Patrick. Like you're throwing this stuff out on the internet for the world to see, and the world seeing it. I mean, on TikTok and Instagram, I can't go through my feed without it dropping in there, and I avoid it like the plague. And, so that the families are hearing it. And it's just, it just shows a lack of humanity in my estimation. And, you know, kind of, you know, where were you for the last 3 years, Super Sleuths? Like nothing's changed. Like why weren't you digging into this for the past 3 years? I hadn't heard peep from anybody about any of this. And now, you know, and we all know that Kevin Reddington, you know, that a lot of women feel that he's championing women's mental health, and he is. And, you know, and I think even the people that think that, you know, because I started seeing that, you know, the folks that think that Patrick did it, you know, that somehow Reddington's like holding the ace up his sleeve, and that when his case in chief comes, he's going to buy. That's not happening. Like,
and that would actually be bad for Lindsay. I mean,
he couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Like, their defense is set in stone. This isn't like, there's no trial by ambush allowed. That, like, so all the people that are waiting for Kevin Reddington to drop the Patrick Clancy bomb, like a Matlock series, it's not happening. Like, you can't do it. They're locked into this. That's their defense. And, you know, I mean, if you trust Reddington as an attorney in terms of saying, like, I'm watching this guy and he's doing a really good job, and he's 75 years old. He's been a super lawyer in Massachusetts for like 20 straight years. The guy's as legit as they come. And do you think that that guy didn't look into the possibility that maybe Patrick had done this somehow? You know, of course he did.
Yeah.
Of course he did. Because frankly, it's a way easier sell if you're a defense attorney to point your finger at the husband and say he did it than try to get, as Susan Constantine said, you know, 12 people to step over, you know, the bodies of dead children in order to get to that verdict. I mean, it's just a really, really, really hard task for any defense attorney. So I wish people would quit doing it, because it really is harmful. It's like people just are oblivious to the fact that this is real people. It's not a TV show.
Right.
You know, it's just not, you know, and I know, you know.
Yeah. We've seen it happen with other cases too. Yeah. It's just terrible. It's not just like entertainment. I mean, like, you know, you're really hurting this guy, his life, you know?
Yeah.
And he's already been through so much. I was thinking about what you said though, when you saw it in your social media, and it is interesting, like with TikTok, when you watch couple videos and you watch the whole thing, then it feeds you more of the same thing. And I'm like flooded with supportive Lindsay Clancy videos, you know, women. I had postpartum, you know, and so my TikTok is just full of people saying she should get off and she's a victim. But I do wonder, like, if that's just because I've been watching all those videos, and I do think there's a lot of people out there, like we've talked about, who don't think that it's not mental illness, but also maybe aren't willing to go so far. Like, I wonder if the narrative that she's a victim is just so popular online, but there's a whole nother group of people that aren't as vocal, that don't think she should get off. And that just makes me wonder more about a hung jury and you know, just how this is all going to play out.
I agree, man. You know, and there's definitely those folks, you know, the folks that are just kind of not, because my feed's like yours, you know, I have the same kind of like really pro Lindsay, you know, that's what my feed's filled with as well. And I'm one of the creators putting that out. I'm of the mindset that, so naturally they're feeding me that stuff. But I mean, it's that the silent folks out there that are, you know, just watching and thinking. And I'm sure that there's jurors like that as well, who are kind of haven't decided one way or another. And none of the jurors should have reached a conclusion until they see all the evidence. It's like, I'm not sitting on the jury. I can do what I want to do in terms of kind of putting where my position is. But, you know, I think the bigger thing is that when you look at postpartum depression, I mean, it's not even in the DSM, man. I mean, like, I don't know if that kind of, like, if you caught that, but that kind of like rocked like, in terms of a woman producing, you know, a child and growing a child in their body, and like the hormonal chaos that must ensue from that for like kind of the entire mental health industry to not understand that can probably really mess with you in a lot of different ways is so weird to me, you know, and it's just, I think it goes back historically, you know, I mean, women couldn't get a credit card in this country unless their husband co-signed it until 1974, man. It's like, I'm admittedly a big feminist. It's like it's time for women to start being treated like like men. and
yeah, and I'm sure we'll hear it when the defense gets their turn. But I interviewed. We're doing like an hour-long special on the case, and so I interviewed this psychiatrist who specializes in postpartum psychosis. And there's only I think there's only like 10 of them in the country that really. And she was, I think it's 1 in 2,000 women experience it. But she was saying most psychiatrists don't even know how to spot it. It's a real specialty and it's rare.
Yeah.
But when someone like her who really knows what to look for is able to diagnose it, it's very treatable when you know what to do. But unfortunately, most, and I'm sure we're going to learn all about this when the defense calls their witnesses, but most even psychiatrists don't know how to spot it.
Yeah, I mean, and it's hard because it's like the Commonwealth put on all their evidence, and in the time frame in which these people were treating her, I don't think she was exhibiting any symptoms because she probably wasn't symptomatic at that point. I think it develops like from the professionals I've talked to that, like forensic psychotherapists, they're like, well, it can develop, because I was asking them, like, can it develop like kind of overnight? Like it kind of builds towards it and then all of a sudden they're like, yeah, it can. But like most of them are of the mindset that it wasn't, that she was having the intrusive thoughts, she was having the suicidal ideation. And the other challenging part for women in that position is that they're typically going to underreport. That's the norm, not the exception, because they're afraid they're going to lose their kids. They're afraid they're going to get sectioned and they're not going to walk out of there if they're completely honest about what's going on in their head. And, I think that's where Lindsay was at. You know what I'm saying? Because we saw that the earlier text that the intrusive thoughts and the suicidal ideation was there. It was happening in her head, and if there's anything that like I would question about Patrick, it has nothing to do with him at all harming his children. It would be, was he in tune enough? Was he attentive enough to kind of pick up, like he was in the best position to be able to kind of pick up things where he knew she was off, but like the easy things were, she's just like a zombie. I mean, anybody's going to pick that up. It's more the nuance type things. Like, your wife, your partner, I've been with my wife forever, man. Like if something's not right, if something's just even a little bit different, I sense it. You know what I mean? So like, I don't know if he was in tune with her like that, but like the people I had on our show yesterday were talking about, like a lot of them were talking about their spouses in terms of how they deal with it, because it's a lot. Like some of these stories and what like the women were going through and how they were reacting and the physical manifestations of it is a lot. Then it's like scary, and it's like if you're not trained as a spouse, to deal with that, you're like, I don't even know what to do. You know what I mean? So like, I'm assuming she had what they call the mask, the people, and she was able to kind of hide the turmoil that was going on in her mind, to where it wasn't as evident on her face. It's like you'd hear the little things, like she just wasn't herself. She'd be at like the kids' party. She would kind of like smile, but she wasn't effusive and talkative, and she just wasn't herself. So like in terms of like, was Patrick just not seeing something that might have been there just because it's like, it's hard to really kind of be around it constantly in terms of being a spouse. And it's not, and she wasn't requiring like bed care. You know what I mean? Like, I think she was trying to power through as much as possible and try to make it seem like she was normal. And, I think he was willing to buy it as much as he could. So I don't know, man. I mean, the whole thing's just tragic, when you think about it, and you're kind of thinking about like how it all went down and what was going on in that house in the last couple of weeks. And it's just really sad.
Just my last question, Bob. Do you think there's any chance that she could testify?
I don't think so. No, I don't think she's at like anything to gain. You know what I mean? I know the world wants to hear it. I mean, we always do. We always want to hear from the defendant.
Yeah.
If you're Reddington, and ultimately it's Lindsay's choice, but I would be stunned if she testified. Because if you're thinking about like, well, what does she have to gain? You know, I mean, some could argue, well, she could get up there and explain exactly what she was going to, like truthfully for the first time. You know, if she was underreporting, get up there and spill it all. Like what was going, answer the questions that none of your treaters asked you. Oh, so you're having intrusive thoughts? And then their answer was always like, she wanted to harm herself or she didn't want to be here anymore. And it's like, you know, dig a little deeper. Like, give me some more detail like that. Like, let's get into it. You know what I mean? And that just never happened with her, you know? So, I mean, it would be.
Well, that's why for those jurors that might be stuck.
Yeah.
And I get why she's probably not going to do it, but I don't know. They may be expecting, you know what, if you want us to go to that place,
you got to do it.
Hear it from you, what you did. You know what I mean?
Totally, man. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. It's like, I'm sure they've had the discussions, her and, you know, and Reddington, if he's your typical defense attorney, is going to be telling his client, you've got nothing to gain from it. You can only lose from it. And, you know, you have to think about how she'll hold up on cross. And you know, it's that thing where even when a client's getting up there and telling the truth, if you say one thing that can be taken out of context, or if some juror gets a vibe about you, like, and I mean a vibe, and jurors get vibes, it happens, you know, you're doomed. Like, I've had cases where we had to put our defendant up. It was like, you know, whether it's a self-defense case or a consent case and an SA type case. And, you know, you need them telling their side of what happened. And, you know, and if they don't like that person in terms of how they come off on the stand, I mean, but you'd have to think Lindsay would be sympathetic, but I got to be honest, man, I don't think she could make it through it. I think that's the main reason they won't put her up there, is she just would crumble. Like you thought it was bad, her listening to the autopsies. Imagine her trying to like talk through the nightmare itself. You know what I mean? It would be a lot.
It would be bad. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you, Bob, for taking, I know you've been.
I appreciate you, man.
Thank you for taking the time to talk with me.
I was thrilled. I was happy you reached out. Definitely.
Yeah. And I'll see you. Hopefully I'll get a chance to come there.
Get out here. Bring it.
Yeah, all right.
We'd love to have you, man.
Have a good rest of your day.
Really appreciate Bob for taking the time to talk with me. Now, I also want to talk about the civil lawsuit, and there's so much discussion, obviously, about the ongoing criminal case, and we're all watching it. But Lindsay Clancy and her ex-husband, Patrick, they filed separate civil malpractice suits against multiple healthcare providers and hospitals, alleging a catastrophic failure by medical professionals for not properly diagnosing and not properly treating Lindsay Clancy. I spoke with LA Magazine reporter Lauren Conlin about the specifics in the civil suit, things that we haven't heard in the criminal trial, but that have been detailed and have come out in the civil suit, which I just think is interesting to talk about in light of everything happening right now with the trial. So here's my conversation with Lauren. I'm joined now by Lauren Conlin from LA Magazine. It's good to see you, Lauren. Thank you for joining me. What I was so interested in talking to you about is we've all been covering the Lindsay Clancy case and watching what's happening in court, but there's actually been this civil lawsuit where I think where she first actually admitted to killing the kids, going on at the same time, where she's suing a lot of the people who we are seeing testify at the trial.
Yes. So both Lindsay and her husband, ex-husband, they have filed separate civil complaints. Lindsay filed hers back in January of 2026. And what's been so interesting this week is that we are seeing names of doctors, nurse practitioners from that lawsuit testify in her criminal trial. And in my opinion, that just makes them kind of unusual witnesses here, because they're defending their actions in how they treated Lindsay, and they're concurrently being sued for those actions. And so it's interesting to watch, to say the least. I will say that it's almost been, if you're following the trial, it's almost been a little bit of a break, I guess, because we don't have to hear just about, the actual killings of the children, the stranglings, the evidence, the photos. It's just been so heavy. So seeing these doctors and hearing from them and what they prescribed and what they did do and what they didn't do, it's been eye-opening to say the least. But Brian, I'm going to tell you that I'm still confused. I'm still very confused about this case, and I have a lot of mixed feelings. So,
in the lawsuit, you went through the whole lawsuit. I remember
Yes.
you did this like diagram that I saw on
Yes.
X. Was it about all the medicines that she was like? What were the main things that stood out to you?
Yeah. So when I did this timeline almost, it really helped me just get an idea of when she was experiencing certain things and when she asked for help and the help that was provided to her. So in her civil lawsuit, and again, some of this kind of came out in testimony as well, I think the biggest thing here is that Lindsay believes, and her husband as well, they believe that there was not one single provider that really knew the scope of what she was dealing with and all of her symptoms and even all of the medication she was taking, which is actually kind of shocking when you think about it, just because, I have separate doctors, and while some of them may not speak, they are required to get a chart from me about all of my blood work that I just did with this separate doctor. Once they review it and possibly call that doctor, then they can sign off on certain things. And we are seeing in the lawsuit, again, in the trial, that allegedly some of these practitioners didn't call certain doctors back. And that's concerning. We also are seeing just the fact that Lindsay believed at the time that she may, so now she's been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, reportedly. And at the time, she was experiencing these onset symptoms of bipolar disorder, and none of these doctors recognized that. And because of that, they had her try medications like Zoloft, which if you are bipolar, Zoloft can cause you to hallucinate. And these are just little things that are cited in the lawsuit. This is not in full, and this is obviously only Lindsay's side of the story. These are allegations, and obviously these medical professionals will have an opportunity to, fight them in court. But really the chronology we have here is that October 2020, this is right after her second child's birth, Dawson, she started showing signs of almost hypomania. So she got very obsessive. She was obsessive with cleaning. She was obsessive with just, having all of this energy in waking up every single night with a toddler or with a baby and having a toddler at home. Nothing really seemed to bother her. And at this moment, this was a sign of early possible bipolar because she eventually crashed very hard. And then after Callan, which is her youngest baby, he was 8 months old. And this is when everything really, really escalated. 5 weeks after he was born, she was running a 5-mile race. And within a week, they say that Lindsay was waking up at 4 a.m., doing 5-mile runs, then a Peloton workout for 30 minutes, and then aerobics for 30 minutes. And then, then getting up and taking care of the kids. And again, this is a characterization of hypomania per Lindsay and per the doctor that she used to help her with this civil suit. So then we have, when she first saw Dr. Jennifer Tufts, who is the doctor we saw on the stand. A lot of her. And please jump in if I'm like,
No, I just, when you said that name, I was just watching.
Yeah, she had a rough go, I would say, on the stand. In terms of when I say rough go, I just mean, she was on the stand for several days, and she was sitting up there forced to defend every decision she made, every meeting she had with Lindsay. And, she's young. She was born in 1989. I mean, it is interesting that Lindsay, while Lindsay wasn't necessarily her first patient, she was definitely very green when she treated Lindsay. And I think, there's pros and cons of having a young doctor who maybe does everything by the book, but also doesn't have experience in, finding, these symptoms and through past patients and, thinking about that stuff like, oh, this reminds me of XYZ. I wonder if I should look into this because it's so similar. So she started seeing Dr. Tufts in about 2022. And the Edinburgh score with the postpartum, I mean, it was a 23. So that indicated severe depression, but Lindsay didn't want to start any medications because she was breastfeeding. Then in mid-October of 2022, Lindsay started on Zoloft through Dr. Tufts. She felt awful. And then she eventually changed that because she felt so awful. She started taking Ativan to sleep and Benadryl. And she said that it didn't really help. It kind of made her still experience these bouts of insomnia, which was terrible. And so then they started her on trazodone. And then, and this was the South Shore ER that did this. She actually drove herself to the ER one day after staying awake for like 3 or 4 days at a time. It's insane. And then at South Shore, she had a follow-up and they prescribed her Prozac. So she was very frustrated with the lack of sleep here. And then by November of 2022, Rebecca Gelada, who we just saw on the stand, she rightfully thought Lindsay may have bipolar disorder. She thought, maybe you're experiencing this. And she put her on Ambien, Remeron, Klonopin, and then Seroquel. And so the Seroquel, I think, is a big point of contention as well. Her husband, Patrick, went to an appointment and said that Lindsay is, she's acting like a zombie. And Lindsay said that's when she started experiencing the auditory hallucinations. She also contacted a crisis hotline, a suicide hotline, which none of the providers knew about. And this hotline basically told her she was not having an emergency because she didn't have a plan to kill herself or her children, which is also wild. And then she went to basically the Mass General Women and Infants Hospital in December, that was Rhode Island. And then she was advised to taper off of the Seroquel, which, she waited to do. And then she went to McLean Hospital, which was a whole other, I guess, problem, just because she wasn't seen at at McLean for about 3 days. She was there for 5 days total. She wasn't seen for 3 days. The hospital had cited the fact that it was a holiday. It was New Year's Eve and they had very limited staffing, but it's funny, they haven't been able to prove that in the trial just yet because the McLean hospital worker had no idea about the staffing. But Lindsay kind of checked her out of McLean as well. She set herself out. She said that she wanted to go home for Cora's birthday. And so they let her go on her own. And they gave her a Psychology Today website as a resource, which is another thing that we actually learned during the trial, which was crazy. Dr. Tufts then proceeded to continue to see Lindsay January 6th through the 23rd. This is obviously outpatient care. And Lindsay kept saying that she had persistent hallucinations, including plans to harm herself and her children, per the complaint. However, seeing Dr. Tufts on the stand, Dr. Tufts said she didn't know any of that. So there are times that I think patients will not share everything, but it's troubling, I guess, because again, learning that none of these providers really seem to talk to one another. And none of them seem to, I guess, go beyond the scope of possibilities that Lindsay, was experiencing, something having to do with postpartum, but okay, that can't have anything to do with this because, they didn't talk to the doctor that was treating her for that. So it's very confusing in a way, but I think that if someone were to read the story with the chronological timeline, they'd have a little bit of a better idea, I guess.
I keep thinking back too that she was so many of these appointments when she wasn't at the inpatient facilities were telehealth.
Yeah.
Which I get that's just the reality of the world we live in today, but you would think you would need to see this person. Like Dr. Tufts, I'm pretty sure said it was all telehealth. She had never seen her in person.
That's correct. It was all telehealth. And Kevin Reddington, Lindsay's defense attorney, brought up the fact, he didn't, I'm paraphrasing, but when he said, so you couldn't see her feet, you couldn't see her legs, I think he was kind of saying you couldn't see her body language, where what if you had to diagnose her with, something else, her foot's tapping her, and those are all very good points. But like I said, I go back and forth on this because if we are blaming the state of Massachusetts and the healthcare system for failing her, isn't it ironic that the state of Massachusetts is prosecuting her in this case as well? But with that being said, I'm not an expert. I'm not a doctor. I just don't envy the jury. I don't know how I would determine if she was experiencing psychosis at this point. We obviously haven't seen the defense's case in chief at all. And I like to hear all different opinions about the case as well. But as of right now, I don't necessarily see a motive that the state has shown me as to why Lindsay wanted her children dead. I don't, they're bringing witnesses up that are painting her as this wonderful mother. And you're like, okay, but then why'd you kill? You know what I mean? So it's like, so then is the only option a psychotic break? Because why else would, it seemed genuine as well. Even her husband, her ex-mother-in-law, wonderful mother, cared too much almost.
I remember the spreadsheet you posted based on the civil suit with all the medications.
Yeah.
I mean, and some of this has come up in the criminal trial too, but she was on so many, and they would increase the dosage, decrease the dosage, switch the medicines. Then I think she wasn't taking some of the medicines. It's hard to keep track of. Seemed, and then, like you said, different doctors that didn't seem, at least according to the defense, to be on the same page. It's a lot.
Yeah. I mean, one of the questions I think the defense asked Rebecca Gelada on the stand on Tuesday, August 11th, he said something like, do you know why Lindsay wasn't admitted to the postpartum program at, the Women and Children's Hospital? And she said no. And he said it's because she was over medicated. And again, that's a defense statement. But Gelada didn't know, and Gelada was treating her. I mean, that's concerning.
Are they separate lawsuits? Patrick and Lindsay are filing?
Yes, Patrick has already won a number of them. I have not dug into his, I have dug into hers, but that's next. But he's already amassed a lot of money from this. And
there's already been settlements.
Yes. And something I also found interesting during the testimony of these doctors, Lindsay, throughout the course of the trial, she has been, deadpan. Like she has just been, or sobbing hysterically.
One time,
Yes, sobbing. We heard her say, yes, Your Honor, when it came to the stipulation. She agreed. She knew what was going on. We haven't seen any emotion. I've seen nothing that, would give her any type of personality until the doctors were testifying. And then we saw Lindsay, some of these pool cameras, she was sitting back, her eyes were wide, and I'm sorry, I can't really do it very well, but her eyebrows were up very high. And she was raising her eyebrows, and she was not happy. She was judging these doctors. And I couldn't tell if that would be great for her, because all of a sudden it's almost like, wait, you do kind of have these, quote, normal elements of, and I understand she's not crazy, drooling, being pushed around in a wheelchair one flew over the cuckoo's nest, but she has relatively just been deadpan. That it's like, just maybe just be, even throughout the course of your trial, because I don't necessarily think that was the best look that she could have, you know what I mean? Although she has every right. She is suing them. She, she feels a certain way.
And she probably feels like they're responsible for what she did.
100%. It's very clear she does.
Yeah.
I just, optics wise, I would just maybe tone it down.
Yeah, interesting. It's interesting. I was talking, do you know Dr. Casey Jordan? She's a criminologist and she's also a lawyer. She was explaining to me the law in Massachusetts. If she gets not guilty to the murder and the defense wins, she essentially would go to an insane asylum. But eventually when she's cured or deemed cured by a team of psychiatrists, she would then be released. And I was wondering, she may already be cured from the postpartum psychosis.
Yeah. I mean, Andrea Yates, by the way, has been approved to leave the psychiatric facility she's in Texas, and she doesn't want to.
Yeah.
She wants to stay there. I don't know. When it comes to Lindsay, you're right. They may have already stabilized her, of course, but I think, again, it would set a very bad precedent if she goes to this psychiatric facility and she's released after 5 years. I just don't think.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Or even months.
Oh.
Hey everyone, I'm just interrupting them for a minute to quickly go through chat because I see that you guys are talking a lot and there was no good time to interrupt them. But Dr. Tufts was a psychiatrist, but a very, very, very new one. I think that she had been like practicing on her own for about a month. And also, Leslie, this is why patients should see a psychiatrist for medication and then see their therapist for talk therapy. I really couldn't agree more. Like that, there should be a boundary between that. And I think that came up when Reddington was cross-examining Tufts and he was asking her about therapy. And in terms of Patrick, I don't know if he's won lawsuits. I'm not entirely sure how any of that has gone yet. I know that there is a lawsuit. And then in terms of whether she is cured or not already, I guess it is an interesting and relevant question, but also what they're saying is that she had postpartum psychosis and she's not postpartum anymore. So there's no ways that she could have postpartum psychosis now. I think that they're just wanting to do assessments of her mental state. She said that he has gotten a lot of money so far. I think that might also be referring to things like the GoFundMe stuff like that. And yeah, I personally do think it'll be a hung jury. I think that a lot of people are feeling that way. I've seen it come up in the videos that we've been showing. Manage her bipolar. Right. Okay. Yes, that does make sense. Thank you, everyone. We are waiting. I think we have a little under half an hour left. We are just waiting for court to resume. They are on their break. A lot has happened over the past, few weeks, but the state has rested, and we are moving into the defense's examination and chief. So we're going to see Reddington presenting his case. I personally cannot wait. Thanks, everyone. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe if you have not done that yet. And thank you for being with us.
Oh my gosh,
honestly,
can you imagine?
If she gets there and she's already been treated, and I mean, it's hard to tell from in court. You mentioned some of her body language, but we don't really know what her current,
thank you, Leslie,
diagnosis is.
We really don't. And it is also interesting because, we know that she's not mentally incompetent where she cannot help with her defense, because then we wouldn't be here, right?
Yeah.
So she's able to help Kevin Reddington build a defense, build her case. So we know that she's sound of mind in when it comes to that. But obviously these are two separate things. We are arguing here that at the time of the crime, which is really only when she killed the children, so a span of however long that took, that's when she has to be crazy. So I hate this case. I will say, the jury, I think is I just don't envy them. They are going to have such a hard time. There's going to be crazy fighting. I mean, if you think about the internet fighting over this, well, you don't know, my aunt had that. It's going to be like,
I interviewed a jury consultant a couple days ago who said that she thinks it's going to be contentious in the jury room.
Oh my gosh.
In a very intense way that is not typical. So yeah, I didn't even want to cover the case in the beginning. Honestly, it was just too sad. And then I just suddenly kind of got sucked in and interested in it. And I thought of it more of like, it's less about a criminal case to me and more, it's like a moral dilemma, like sort of figuring, it almost reminds me of like when I took philosophy in college. You'd have these moral issues that you'd have to sort out, like, well, whose fault is it actually? And it's a tough one.
Well, you said it, because I, at first, when, I saw this case was happening in this trial, I, like you, I wasn't going to cover it, but only because I was like, she killed her kids, end of story. I was like, that's it. And that was my mindset. And then I listened to opening statements. And then I sort of read a little bit more about the civil suit. And I was like, oh, okay, wait. I was like, there is more to this case. I need to be a little bit more open-minded. If I still feel the same way at the end, then at least I can say that I tried. And that's when I come back to telling you every day, I'm like, oh, I don't know, but this doesn't make sense. But that doesn't make sense. And it's just, it's just so tragic. I have to wonder also, can the jury get past these beautiful little kids, their autopsy photos, and the fact that they were strangled with exercise bands, which is not easy. It takes a lot of time. And they were describing the bodies of those babies and what happened to their bodies when their protector was doing this to them.
Yeah, it's terrible.
That's what I'm saying. So it's kind of like, how do we navigate that? How do we get past that? I don't know.
Well, we'll stay on top of it. Thank you, Lauren.
That was a really good breakdown. I didn't even realize it was going to be such a good breakdown in that video, so I'm glad that we finished it to the end. And that is true. This case is much less about the law than we thought it was going to be. It's a whole philosophical, ethical issue, as opposed to, you know, what, like, I think that she's describing what a lot of us went through when we first started looking at this case, and we were like, well, I mean, this is what happened. What's the big deal? Everybody by like day 5 was like, I just don't know. I don't know what I think. So that seems to be people's all-around reaction. They cannot make up their mind, and I haven't seen a case quite like that where it's just the opinions are so diverse. All right, so we're gonna play this Dr. G video as promised. I did tell you it was on standby, and then after that I have a video queued for I think it's a Chris Cuomo one. Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks for being here.
Body language expert, and today we're going to be analyzing the behavior and body language of Lindsay Clancy. Before we get started with this, a couple of quick things. One, I wanted to make sure you know this is not a psychological evaluation of any kind. These are just my opinions. In addition to that, I do want to remind you to like and subscribe if you want to see more content just like this. All right, let's go. As I'm sure all of you know, Lindsay Clancy is currently on trial for the murder of her 3 young children. While she acknowledges that she committed the murders, she claims that she was insane at the time. So what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be talking some about psychosis. We're going to be talking about the claims that she's making. We're also going to be looking at the body language of her ex-husband, Patrick Clancy. We're going to be looking at her body language, and I'm hopefully going to help you better understand some of the problems with the defense's claims. All right, let's just jump right in. Now, before we start getting into the behavior and the body language, it's important that we talk a little bit about postpartum psychosis so that you can really understand the problems with this case, because I do think there are some. So basically, postpartum psychosis is when someone loses touch with reality days or a couple of weeks postpartum. And typically, they'll experience delusions about motherhood or about the child, such as the child is evil or the child is possessed or something like that. It very rarely leads to infanticide. Now, Lindsay Clancy claims that there were command hallucinations that told her to kill her children and ultimately do what she did that ended her up in that wheelchair. Now, the problem is that what's more important than hallucinations when it comes to psychosis is delusions. Now, a hallucination is seeing, feeling, or hearing something that isn't there. It's experiencing some kind of sensory input that does not exist in the real world in any way. So delusions essentially are a fixed false belief. So it's believing something with no basis in reality. So in other words, somebody believes that their child is corrupt or evil, or they believe that aliens are controlling them or something like that. That could be a delusion. Those would be bizarre delusions, but that is a delusion. Now, one of the problems with this case is they haven't been claiming delusions. And when it comes to psychosis, delusions are way more important than hallucinations. But what they're not saying is that she had some strange delusional system that led her to not only do what she did, but think that it was the right thing to do. That does not exist. And that's where I think the problems come in with what the defense is claiming, that she had hallucinations, but they're not talking about delusions in a very specific way. Now, that being said, someone can experience delusions that they believe that the kids would be better off this way, or that because they don't expect to be there anymore, that it's the right thing to do. And as far as I've seen, that's not even what Lindsay Clancy is claiming. They really are putting a lot of stock in the whole idea of the hallucinations part. True psychosis, the cornerstone of true psychosis, is delusion. It is truly having a worldview and beliefs about the world that make no sense. It could even be beliefs about being a mother that make no sense, but they're not talking about that as being the problem. They're talking about the problem being the hallucinations, and they're getting it wrong. Now we're going to watch some of the testimony of Patrick Clancy, the ex-husband of Lindsay Clancy. Now, I have had so many people contact me asking me to analyze this because a lot of people believe that he was somehow involved. So what we're going to look at is we're going to look at a bit of behavior and body language so I can help you understand why people might think that. Now, I just want to be very clear. I do not believe that he was involved. She has acknowledged that she committed these murders, and I have no reason to believe that he was involved in any way, shape, or form. But I am going to show you some behavior and body language that might have people confused about how to interpret his body language. But first, we're going to look at her reaction before he takes the stand. Now, if you're paying attention to her body language, she's licking her lips, which we do to calm ourselves down. She's also taking deep breaths. But she also does this throughout the entire trial. She does this over and over again. I'm going to show you a couple of things that make me think that this might be performative in some sense. I want you to watch her eyes right here. You see her eyelashes fluttering a little bit, but you don't see her eyes close. Her eyes aren't squinting. Her eyes aren't closing. And that's typically what we see when someone's really distressed. They're trying to gather themselves. They block out all stimulation. They close their eyes for a second, take a deep breath. What we're seeing right here is her eyelids fluttering. To me, that looks performative. It's like she wants people to look at her. Look at how distressed I am. In some ways, I wonder if she wants him to see her so that he can see that she's distressed right now. So to me, there's a really high element of performance right here, an element of what appears to be manipulation. Right here, Patrick Clancy is talking about finding Lindsay Clancy after the murders.
Ask her anything else.
I said, where are the kids?
And what was her response?
She said, they're in the basement.
And at that time, she didn't tell you that they needed help or they were in danger or they were injured, correct?
Correct.
So I think part of what's throwing people off is how emotionally flat he is. There's two things that he's doing body language wise that I think is confusing people. One is that he doesn't have strong emotional reactions when he talks about something that is profoundly traumatic. The second is that his gaze is extremely intense when the attorney is speaking. He really does track the attorney with his eyes very closely. And this is not something that we always see when people are providing testimony like this on the stand. We see this when someone is feeling vulnerable or when they're afraid of something nearby.
She said, they're in the basement.
And at that time, she didn't tell you that they needed help or they were in danger or they were injured, correct?
Correct.
And so you mentioned talking to someone on 911. At what point did you call 911?
I don't know the exact time, but it took a few minutes because my phone was switching between Wi-Fi and 911. So I almost just started.
So this is what's confusing people. Right there, he starts talking about calling 911. And when he's doing that, you're seeing him shift around. His blink rate picks up. He looks very uncomfortable, whereas he was just talking about his children, and you didn't see that kind of reaction. What's so challenging about this is, for example, talking about the 911 call may start putting images in his mind of something that happened that night. That may be more visceral for him. So it may be that he's reacting to something that's not as direct as the 911 call. But when people look at him and he stays calm at one moment and then seems a little bit anxious the next, it makes them confused and they go, this seems suspicious to me. Let's keep going. We'll talk a bit more about that.
So you had some difficulty connecting, but eventually you connected to the 911 operator?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay on the phone with them while they were sending people to respond?
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's the gaze I'm talking about. He really is staring very clearly at the attorney. And I think that people feel uncomfortable with that because most people, when you're talking, you look for a bit, you look away. It's hard not to. And it's not that he doesn't do that at all, but he does have a very intense gaze. But I really do want you to consider that the person that murdered his children is just a few feet away. That could definitely be impacting his behavior.
I knew he was gone.
And did he also have a band around his neck?
Yeah.
And did you remove that band?
Yeah.
And looking at the office here.
So I skipped through some of the more detailed aspects of the questions they asked him because I don't think we need to get into some of those details. They're just too horrific. But his reaction when talking about this, once again, this is what confuses people. But you also have to consider the possibility that he could be dissociating. He could be totally numb. When you talk about something like this, that is literally the most traumatic thing you could possibly experience as a parent. I cannot think of anything worse. for him to experience something like that, it's not unreasonable to think that talking about it or going back to that time makes him dissociate to an extent, that makes him numb, that makes it so it's very difficult to talk about in any real way. But I get that's confusing for people. When you see it, it makes someone seem cold. It makes them seem like that maybe they don't have feelings about this, but that is not necessarily the case. Absolutely, someone can have very strong feelings, profoundly strong feelings about this, but because of trauma, cannot connect to elements of it emotionally or can't remember aspects of it because that's just the way that trauma works. This portion of the video is sponsored by Brooklyn Bedding. For a wide variety of reasons, I've always had challenges with sleep. Hard time falling asleep at night, hard time staying asleep because I get hot. Sometimes in the morning I wake up with pain or soreness. And this is a big problem when on average we spend 1/3 of our lives on a mattress. I've been sleeping on my Brooklyn Bedding mattress for about a month and all three of the problems and in the morning time, these issues for me. One thing I really is different. It has to work for everyone. The mattress is uncomfortable much. This felt like a huge placing your mattress, but there's a question. I'm going to show you how having an outburst in court. I'm going to show you how this progresses because I think it's very important, because I think it helps us better understand what may be manipulative at times. And this is during when the medical examiner is speaking.
And did you start with an external examination of Cora?
Yes.
And what did you observe during that external examination?
Now, as you can see right here, she's crying. You can tell by the way her body's moving, she's crying. You can hear it a little bit, but I want you to see where this progresses over the next few minutes.
The external examination of Cora, I saw evidence of medical intervention. She was intubated, had various EKG pads and defibrillator pads on her body. She also had a catheter on her right hand and puncture sites on her left hand and her left groin.
So as you can see, the attorney is trying to calm her down. He's trying to provide her support, but I want you to consider during the husband's testimony, at least not as best as I can recall, there were no outbursts like this. So why is it with the medical examiner that she's having such an outburst? Let's see where this keeps going.
She had her neck stabilized with a...
Now, she's continued to cry, but I've skipped a couple of minutes in, so we're going to see what happens next.
It could be a pattern or it could be more developed types of injuries such as bruising or abrasions.
And what about...
So now her crying is getting louder. She just said, I can't do this.
Injuries such as bruising or abrasions.
And what about injuries?
All right, counsel, we're going to take a break.
Now, what we typically see in court in a situation like this is that people start to try to regain composure. They'll start touching their arms. They'll start doing things to try to calm themselves down because the goal is to get through this, because they have to get through this. So typically the goal is to not try to bring attention to yourself. But at this point, she cried for several minutes and nobody intervened or said anything or stopped. So she's making it louder. So to me, this comes across as manipulative. She's trying to make it bigger.
All right.
All right. Sir, close your notebook. Place them on the chairs, please. This way, please.
So based on how this progressed, it seems more performative than natural. Now, this is interesting right here. This is at the end of day 13. This is when the judge is talking to the jurors. But I want you to watch her face right here.
On track. But we'll see you on Monday. We'll continue with the trial at that point. And again, have a nice weekend. All right. Thank you.
Court, all rise. Good. All right, close your notebooks. This way, please.
See right here, if you watch the corners of her mouth, it looks like she's suppressing a smile. Now, why she would be in this context, I don't know, but it looks like she's trying to prevent a smile from occurring. It's very odd.
Good. All right, close your notebooks. This way, please.
Now we're going to be looking at a journal entry from October 24th. This would have been about 2 months before she committed the murders.
And there's basically...
So what we see here are affirmations. I'm strong, I'm brave, I will overcome postpartum anxiety and depression, I love my kids, I love my family. You go down to gratitude, my husband's been picking up the slack when I've been feeling so down. So her entries right here in this journal would not be unusual at all for someone who's depressed. So that's very much what this looks like. It's very consistent with something like that. But it's also well organized. And part of what we see when people are truly getting psychotic is that they become disorganized. In other words, the writings get strange. They don't organize punctuation as well. It starts to look odd. Now, that's not universal, but typically we start to see artifacts like that. And this all looks relatively normal in that sense.
I'm sad and depressed because I am not able to parent my third child like my first. I want to treat any one of my babies like my first.
I did want to, yeah, I also wanted to address that smile, Stone. That looked to me like some kind of an internal dialogue. Like something that she was thinking through. It didn't feel like she was in the present moment. But also, I noticed that kind of look on her face when we were actually watching the live, and I don't know if he's clipping out the same one that I saw, but it was the day after the medical testimony where she had that terrible outburst where she was crying and saying, "I can't do this." So my impression of that, seeing that kind of smile type thing the next day, was that I thought, okay, after what happened the day before, they've now medicated her, and that's why I thought she looked a little dopey. Not like she, that's what it looked like to me.
Like sometimes when she blinked, it was like a slow blink, like you're like, oh yeah, that's medication.
That's what I thought it was when I saw that kind of, he's calling it a smile. I thought that she was just looking like super content and something was going on in her head, like she was just thinking about something.
Doped up.
Yeah, that's really what I thought.
Doped up, that's what I thought.
Yeah. So, but I just wanted to bring it up because Stone also saw that, and it was a bit strange.
Yeah, I thought the exact same thing.
But I know that's not a feasible possibility. I'm sad that I stopped breastfeeding. I feel not as connected with Cal now. I think I sort of resent my other children because they prevent me from...
You could hear this has some clarity of thought. It's clearly someone who is depressed, but it is clarity of thought. So just because she's in distress, just because she is clearly someone who is struggling, that is very different than someone who is psychotic.
Treating Cal like my first baby, and I know that's not fair to them. A new medication for anxiety/depression. I just want to feel happy. I want to be able to relax.
Now, when he just mentioned anxiety and depression medication, her eyebrows went up. She's looking at him. That's when she thinks there's something that's significant. There's something that's important. We raise our eyebrows to bring attention to our face, but it's also sometimes done just when we think somebody's making a point we want people to hear. So for her, she wants people to hear about the medication. I do think that she is blaming some of what happened on the meds.
For anxiety/depression. I just want to feel happy. I want to be able to relax and take care of my kids. And then when they go to bed at night, I want to deeply relax and hang out with Pat and then fall into a deep sleep for 8 hours, get up and pour hard into myself for an hour and a half. Cal was so very planned and desired.
Now you see her chin is dropping. Her head is pointing further downward. We associate that with shame and losing confidence.
He's not the first third child to ever exist. I think I know he'll be okay, but it's really hard for me. I hate that he has to put himself to sleep. I'm sad I'm not breastfeeding anymore, but I think deep down, these are the right choices.
So being depressed like this can distort the world. It can cause people to have very distorted beliefs, but people will still know the difference between right and wrong. And that's where the challenge comes in. That's the problem, is there's no reason to believe that she didn't know the difference between right and wrong, and that what she was planning on doing was wrong, because it does sound planned. All the elements we're getting make it sound like this is something she intended to do, something she planned to do.
As for the sleep training, I needed a baby that slept through the night because I simply do not have the opportunity in my life to catch up on sleep. I just don't. If there was a time for me to nap every day, then that may not have been the case, but there really isn't.
So right here, you're seeing her cover her mouth with her hands. We do that when we don't want to say something. Obviously, she's not speaking right now, but I think that what he just read might be something that she's not so comfortable with. She may have fear that that's going to look bad for her.
Because I simply do not have the opportunity in my life to catch up on sleep. I just don't. If there was a time for me to nap every day, then that may not have been the case, but there really isn't. When Cal naps, I have to take care of Cora and Dawson. That's just how it is. It feels cruel to me that we did not do that to Cal, but the reality is we did what we had to do.
Now, something else that's important to understand is the way that she committed the murders. It was violent. It was angry. She didn't poison people. She used her hands. And when it comes to strangulation or something like that, as awful as this is to hear, the truth of it is it's not a quick process. I heard BTK talking about it. He thought that he had strangled somebody, but it turns out he didn't. He said it very calmly and basically said, well, I thought they were dead, but they weren't. They woke back up. And it's a process to do this. It is not simple. It is not short. It really
Minutes.
takes an incredible amount of anger and energy. And the idea that she was able to do that means that there are emotions that have not been tapped into, that have not been talking about throughout this, because what she did to herself and what she did to her children were angry acts. Let's go ahead and start to wrap things up. Hopefully this is helping you better understand some of the behavior, body language, and psychology of this incredibly complex.
Love Dr. G. Great breakdown.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, it is good. It's good to hear all different perspectives on it. I also want to chat about what Leslie says here. Sleep deprivation could cause you to go crazy. That is true. And at the beginning of this case, I heard some experts say that there is no mental illness in the world that doesn't worsen from sleep deprivation. Like there isn't one that's unaffected by it. So that is how important sleep is, and it'll make you go crazy. So I guess there's also that element that plays into it, of like, you know, she's writing certain things not in her right mind exactly. So yeah,
Make you think weird thoughts and everything.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. I mean, obviously.
You're like, did you see that grasshopper jump? What? What are you talking about?
Yeah, you'll see
Did you
something in your peripheral, and what? I know.
Is it raining frogs? No.
That's never happened to me when I've been that tired. But
Hey, you never know. But
you never
you see stuff, you know, like shadows in the corner of your eye, and you're like, whoa, did somebody just work? You
Yeah.
see stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Weird shit. Yeah, you did. Well, I watched this video a month or two ago, maybe something like that. It was talking about why sleep is so important. And it said that once you reach a certain stage of your sleep where I can't remember exactly what it was, but you get to this specific stage of sleep, and then your spine releases chemicals that then go to your brain, and it's like a cleanser. And so it cleanses out your brain. And then, so if you don't get sleep, that's why you're all groggy. You can't think clearly, you know, like you're out of it because your brain didn't get the time to, you know, cleanse itself, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that there's kind of anti-inflammatory properties that are involved in that as well, and resetting your hormones, like all kinds of complicated things that I don't even think we begin to understand. So you couple that with stress, with the effect of, you know, hormones,
Yeah.
whatever was going on with her, and then possibly this bipolar diagnosis, if that, you know, if
Yeah.
a psychiatrist
It's a lot.
agree. It's a lot.
It's a lot.
It really
It
is a lot.
And then all the medications, and it's just can't imagine what her brain was going through during that period.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what did I miss, I should say, if there's
Well,
more time.
So yeah, so they're supposed to be back like soon, but I don't know if they will be. What you missed was that the state rested their case, so they're done. Which I was taken aback. At the end of it all, I was like, "Is this it? Is that all you had?" But then we saw somebody that Brian Enton was speaking to saying that when they do their rebuttals is when we're actually going to see what they have. So I don't know if he's making excuses for them or not, but that's what we heard. And then we heard from a friend and former colleague of Lindsay, and we heard from her sister, and we heard from her mother. So especially hearing from her mother was tough. Very tough.
Oh, I thought her mother was coming up. Her mother's already been on.
I think that they're in the middle of it.
Okay.
But
Any bombshell moments?
no, it's just that you can really feel her pain around what's gone on. It's very difficult to watch. In terms of bombshell moments, the sister did mention that when Lindsay did speak to Patrick about her thoughts of harming the kids, that her sister was there. They were in the kitchen, so I didn't realize that there were other people present for that moment. But it
Hmm.
seems that she did actually kind of almost announce it. It wasn't just
Wow.
a conversation between her and Patrick. It seems like
And nobody was like, let's take her to get help.
I don't know. I mean, I have no
That's
idea
wild.
how. Yeah, but
That's wild.
um,
And that came from who? The sister?
I just said the sister, but I'm now wondering if I mixed them up. I'm sorry, but I think that I think it was her mother who said that, um, and I think that's where they broke for lunch. But somebody in chat can correct me. Also, what I really wanted to catch you up on was something that was said by Lindsay's former colleague and friend. Oh, Kitty says, "Mom, sorry." Um, what was said by Lindsay's friend was that when she had Cora and she went back to work, this friend who worked with her, they both did night shift together, witnessed Lindsay watching Cora on the baby monitor, and she was crying a lot. And Lindsay was calling Patrick to find out what was going on and to find out, like, obviously you're going to call because the baby's just crying, and he didn't answer. And because he didn't answer, she ended up trying to arrange a wellness check for her own baby because she was at work and the baby was just crying. That, I was very taken aback by that. That
That's
was
scary.
crazy. I know.
Why would you? So what happened? Like, why didn't he answer the wellness check? What?
I mean, they said that when the state came back and spoke to, or did the the cross examination, they established that everything was fine. There was no problem at the house or anything like that. But I think what's most important about it is that it really does shed light on why she was afraid of going back to work and how that anxiety was coming from prior events. It wasn't just like unfounded, when it came to the last baby that she'd had.
Yeah, kind of like what I was saying, that it seemed like he was just all work and no family. Ain't got time.
Yeah.
But
Absolutely.
I mean, it does show how scared she was, I suppose. But if they didn't find anything wrong, I guess it was overblown just because of how scared she was.
Yeah. I do think that it was overblown, but at the same time, I can understand that panic if he's not answering. I think that I feel like maybe that wasn't the only time, and she was just like, she felt that she needed to be able to get a hold of him if something was happening like that.
So they're supposed to be back already?
Yeah, I might play another video in the interim.
Okay. Yeah, what else we got? Thanks for the catch up, too.
You're welcome. We have Chris Cuomo now.
Thank you all for being here. Please hit the subscribe if you haven't, like.
Welcome to Cuomo Crime Time. I have held off on this as long as I could.
Oh, gosh.
I've been on vacation because in this job, you always have to be somewhat tuned in. And this Clancy trial has become
What's up, Hopper?
a problem. Because I don't know if you guys know this, but what is happening outside this trial, there's almost no resemblance to what's happening inside the trial. What do you mean? Well, first of all, the elephant in the room is all of this nonsense, demonstrable nonsense, meaning I will right now prove to you, okay, that these allegations about her ex-husband, Patrick, are completely without basis in fact. Completely without basis in fact. So what's going on here? Oh, this is clickbait, my brothers and sisters. And you are getting taken for a ride by influencers.
Patrick Clancy, when he got home from picking up the food and from CVS, his wife saw that she was incapacitated and didn't immediately check on the kids. Kids were not old enough to take care of themselves.
Can we pause it real quick? Let's be real. Like, that's what TikTok is. So why are we thinking that TikTok is all of a sudden going to be a reputable source for news? That's what TikTok is. It's a bunch of people making a bunch of videos. It's like the video version. It's like YouTube and Reddit had a baby.
Right.
They had a baby. That's what you get. That's what you get. I can't listen. I have a TikTok. I post some stuff on TikTok every once in a while. My Lord, you spend more time fact checking what you're hearing than the time you spend to listen to it, and that's a problem. You shouldn't have to do that. But what do you expect, Cuomo? That's what it is. Quit going to TikTok for your news, right?
Is he going to be clickbaiting about clickbaiting? I don't know. We'll see. I don't know if he is.
Fucking crazy.
Storytelling perspective, I find it to be a huge red flag that he didn't see her, immediately call 911, then go to find the kids while calling 911.
9 days before the Patrick Clancy kids were killed, Patrick was in a half marathon. You know this without a doubt because Patrick Clancy ranked 81 in this run. You want to know who else ran that marathon and placed? Not Lindsay Clancy, Rachel Dennis. This was a publicly posted result from this marathon, so anyone can look this up.
You know, the savvy ones are saying, look, I know there are a lot of legitimate questions, but this isn't true. What legitimate questions? If you want to have feelings about what happened surrounding her care, or in my opinion, lack of proper care for her obvious mental illness, okay. But Patrick should be low on your list. And not only was he a very big deal as a witness for her, but let's just begin at the top, okay? Lindsay Clancy's ex-husband, Patrick, is getting very close to having defamation cases against multiple influencers. Look, I'm fine with people having opinions, okay? You got to have the marketplace of ideas. But to knowingly spread bullshit about someone who is not a public person, see, I think they're misunderstanding this. Well, the Lindsay Clancy trial is a big deal, so I can say whatever I want about anybody involved, and I'm fine because I don't work at a real media company, so it's not like they can sue my boss. I don't have one. I don't really have any money, so what are they going to do? No, not true. Lindsay Clancy is a public person. Why? Because the trial has become public and she is the subject of it. Her husband, her ex-husband, is not. He is a private person who had a role in an infamous situation. So what does that mean? That means that the defamation standard for him is different than it would be for Lindsay Clancy or would be for me. So why would he have a case for defamation? Because so many people keep saying they think he had something to do with the murder. Now, for most of this, I took a lot of notes for you guys today. Most of this is just reading into an unknown and making it into something that it isn't. Some of it is just outright lying. And I'm not going to go into detail.
I think so. I'm not sure if we're going to watch the whole of this. Because I think a lot of people do get the point of what he's trying to say, and he could have just said it already. But,
yeah, like in 5 minutes or a minute and 30 like we just did.
Yeah, and I mean, I disagree in so many ways. Look, I don't know the law of who is and isn't a public person, but I do agree with him in one sense that the
it gets wild.
Yeah, Yeah, the more reputable people are the ones who are saying like there's nothing to suggest he was involved in the crime whatsoever, because there is nothing to suggest that he wasn't involved.
It gets
This is
one.
just this is about his behavior.
It's not like it's the first. It's not like it's the first time in human history that people have overblown stuff. It's all the time. I mean, hell, before we even had TV, what do you think people were doing with newspaper? It's the same thing. What do you think propaganda is? Propaganda's been used through media for ever since you put words on a piece of paper. Ever since you started whispering to somebody. I mean, it's not like this is some brand new thing. It's going to exist. It's up to the person that is digesting it to do the due diligence. There's going to be people, I mean, the fake salesman, I mean, you name it. There's so many people that will tell people what they want to hear or what they think they want to hear. But it's up to the person themselves to actually like become informed as well. You can't just trust everything. And it's been like that forever. If people didn't use common sense, nobody would be here anymore. You know? We wouldn't have made it. We would have been a species that no longer exists.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. And
He's
again,
just having a get off my lawn moment. He just came in from mowing his lawn and he's sweaty and he's hot and he's crabby and he's like, these kids, let me tell them.
I think that's pretty much sums it up. But
These kids.
Yeah.
I got a list.
Perfect timing.
All right, before we proceed with this, can I just see council briefly sidebar?
Not perfect timing. Never mind.
Well, perfect timing to thank you for being here. Please hit the like and subscribe if you're not. What's up, everybody? Thank you for being here. Good afternoon.
I think Miss Cosmos is laughing at me. It was like perfect time. Oh, never mind. Never mind.
Yeah. You know how they do. We always forget too. It's like when we started it this morning, and it was like, you know, every time we know there's going to be a sidebar, but
we trust them.
Right. We know.
Us. Yeah.
We know. We know this. We've done 14 days worth of it so far. I mean, you think it would?
Well, I'll give them a moment, but.
And it might be 20 minutes, Rosie.
Okay. All right. Well, we're definitely not going to be watching Chris Cuomo because I don't know how he was going to fill up like more than an hour with whatever he was about to say.
Oh, I'm sure he's going to go on a rant. He's got a list.
Oh, he's got a list.
He's got a list. And he's pissed.
Well, I will find something else in the meantime. Just give me one moment. Sorry, I was not prepared for Chris Cuomo's video to go that way.
It's getting close to the end. Another week and a half.
Ready for the jury?
Oh, here we go. Shut up, CJ.
Nobody said that.
Oh, I did.
Okay.
Shut up, CJ.
Do you have some water up there?
I do, thank you.
please, jurisdiction. Session, you may be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Trudy Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Now, you testified in direct examination about the statements that Lindsay made in December about having thoughts about harming the children. When in December was that?
I don't exactly remember. I would say early to mid December, probably early, maybe earlier rather than mid-December. I don't exactly remember when.
Okay. And when she made the statement that she had thoughts of harming the children, did either you or Patrick ask her what she meant by that?
I believe I remember Pat asking her if she felt like she couldn't be alone with the children, and she said no.
And after she made those statements, did you have any thoughts about committing her?
No.
Did you have any thoughts about having her come stay with you in Connecticut away from the children?
No.
Were you concerned for the children's safety at that point in time?
No, because I was there.
And you were asked about some text messages in October, and those are now an exhibit, I believe. Exhibit 276. And so you talked about the text on the 20th when she asked you to come and she was having a hard time, right?
Yes.
A day before, on October 19th, she had sent you a different text message stating, "Hi, Mom. Would you ever consider coming to stay with us for a couple days at a time to help with childcare so I can work?" And talking to a therapist and doing a lot of thinking, I actually think going to work will help me, but it's really hard with nurses' hours to get childcare that we need. I'm thinking if you could come like Sunday to mid-Tuesday, it'd be really helpful. Just a thought. Do you remember that text the day before?
Yes.
And did you agree in a text message that you said I can come and help out?
Yes.
And then after that next day is when she said she was having trouble and wanted you there then, and you went that day, correct? But you said you were there for about a week, but there's a text on October 20th that's not included in this exhibit, where on October 24th at 2:36 p.m., you send a text to her saying, "How are things today?" And she responds, "Good." You remember that?
Yes.
So were you already home at that point when you were asking her how she was doing on the 24th?
I must have been home at that point. I honestly don't remember. I was back and forth so many times. So the time frames are really jumbled in my head as far as how long I stayed any particular time.
And so you would go and help out when they asked you to, and then you would go home when things were calmed down a little bit. Is that right?
Not exactly right.
No? And she did say on the 24th that she was doing good that day, correct?
I don't recall, but if that's what the text says, then.
Here you go, if you can look at it.
Yeah. Okay.
So she told you at that point on the 24th she was doing good, right?
Correct.
You have this page marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection? No. That may be marked.
277. Now, you talked about a time when you went to her home and you actually ended up sleeping with her because she didn't want to be alone. Was that October 20th visit?
No.
When was that?
That was, I can't exactly remember when. I'm going to say probably sometime in November, the latter part of November, maybe the early part of December.
Did she tell you why she was afraid to be alone?
She just said she was afraid to be alone. And one reason, I believe, she said she didn't know if she was going to be able to sleep, but mainly she was afraid to be alone.
And at that point in time, did you consider having her committed to a psychiatric facility?
No.
And did you feel the need to call 911 that day or get her immediate assistance?
No.
You mentioned that in January, you saw her and she lost weight. She seemed paranoid about things, seemed to be going through the motions of each day. How often did you see her in January of 2023?
In January, I can't exactly remember how many times I saw her. We were, again, back and forth.
So we have Exhibit 238, which have all of your text messages with Lindsay in January of 2023. And I just want to go through some of them with you. So on page 17 of the exhibit, this is on January 4th, 2023, so the day before she was discharged from McLean. And she sent you a text stating, "Think I'm coming home tomorrow evening, !" I talked to the doctor and I made up a follow-up appointment with my other psychiatrist besides Rebecca for Friday morning. So she said she'd be okay with me leaving Thursday around 5. Do you remember getting those messages?
Yep.
And were you staying at the home helping out with the kids at that point?
Yes.
And did you go to Cora's birthday party on the 7th?
I did not. It was a children's party. I stayed home with Callan.
Okay. And do you recall when you went home?
I don't recall.
Looking at page 28, and there's a text from Lindsay on January 7th, 2023 at 7:02 p.m. to you where it says, "Make it home okay," and you said, "Yep." Does that make sense that you would have gone home on the 7th after the birthday party?
Yes, if that's what the text says, yes.
And then on page 29, we have text messages between yourself and Lindsay on January 8th, where you ask how things are going today, and she says, "Good, going to the Science Museum." You say, "Great, that will be fun. Sleep good last night." And she said, "I actually did, with less Ativan, so that was good." Do you remember that?
I don't recall the exact text messages.
Do you recall her texting you about going to the Science Museum?
No, I don't recall that.
Do you think looking at them might help?
Sure.
I'm going to show you page 29 and then page 30. Does that refresh your memory?
That's what the text says, yes.
And then on page 34, you ask how the museum was today, and Lindsay sent you some photographs and said it was fun. The kids really liked it. Do you remember that?
I don't really recall the Museum of Science experience or text, but if they're there in the text messages, then they were sent, yes.
Okay. Then on page 39,
Thanks for joining.
this
Please
is
hit the like and subscribe
January
if you haven't.
10th. You say at 9:48 a.m., "Good morning, how are you doing today?" And Lindsay responded, "Good, at the gym with the kids." You said, "Nice, still sleeping good." And she responded, pretty good, yeah, not perfect, but enough. And you said, are you feeling any better during the day? And she said, so far, a little bit. They said a week off the Seroquel should make more of a difference, so a couple more days till that, but I do think it's helping being off. And you responded, okay, a little at a time. Do you remember that conversation?
So I don't recall the exact conversation. I think I probably texted back and forth to Lindsay almost daily during that time. So I don't remember the specific text messages, but I would say if they're there, then that's what we sent back to each other.
Okay. And then there were further text messages that day. Where you say, how was your day later on in the day? And she said it was good, played with the kids a lot, were able to go outside, Kingsbury Club and gymnastics, kept them busy, and me too. So do you remember her talking to you during that time about going to gymnastics and going to the Kingsbury Club and things like that with the children?
I don't remember the specific text, but I do remember her doing things with the children, yes.
Then on January 11th, the following day, you sent a text, excuse me, how are you feeling today? And she responded with a photo of Callan drinking out of a Mary Lou's cup, saying we have another Mary Lou's fan. And you said decaf looks like he's enjoying it. And then later on, you asked again, how are you doing today? And she said, hi, Mom, doing all right. Nothing new, really, just taking it day by day. You said, still feeling a little better. And she said, a little bit. You said, sleeping okay. She said, not great last night because Cora was up with a bellyache. Do you remember that?
So again, we texted so many times daily, twice daily, maybe 3 times daily. So I can't say that I remember the specific text. I do remember the picture of Callan with the Mary Lou cup because that stands out in my mind. But the specific text going back and forth, we just did it so often that I can't say I remember the specific text you're reading back to me. Okay. But again, if they were there, then we sent them.
Right. And do you remember Lindsay, talking to you about Cora having stomach issues during the month of January?
Yes.
And belly aches off and on?
Yes.
And then January 13th, again, you're checking in with her. Hi, Lindsay, how are you today? She said, hi, Mom, pretty good today. How about you? And you asked about the little ones. And she said, all good, went to the gym this morning, just hanging out. And now they have no school today. And then the following day, again, you're checking in. Hi, Lindsay, how's your Saturday going? She said, hi, Mom, it's going well, just hanging out. It's yucky here. So these are like daily check-ins that you're doing, checking in on her, seeing if she's okay, seeing if she's feeling better, seeing if she's feeling like that, right?
Yes.
You also ask her that day on the 14th, do you feel any different since being off the Seroquel? She says, not as much as I was hoping, going to talk to my psychiatrist about it on Monday. You say, but some. She says a little, but I still don't feel like you, but then she corrects it to me. And you ask her if she's going to be able to get outside with the kids today, and she said she's going to try. So similar conversations to that where you're talking about medication and how she's doing on the medication?
Yes, I get.
Then the following day, on the 15th of January, you say, good morning. Is it a good morning for you today? She says, good morning. It's pretty good going to an indoor water park. And she tells you that it's at the Cape Cotter. Do you remember them going to the Cape Cotter water park?
I do remember them going there, yes.
And then on the following day, on the 16th, you actually texted her, how was the water park yesterday? She said it was fun. Cora and Dawson enjoyed. Callan didn't know what to think of it. Couldn't get any pics because it was too hectic keeping track of them in the water and stuff. And it was busy, but it was a good time. Does that sound familiar, that they had a good time that day? And you asked her that day if she had anything planned. And she said Pat took Cora skiing, so she was hanging with the boys. Do you remember that?
Not specifically. I don't remember that text.
She, that same day, sent you some photographs of Dawson doing a drawing of a firefighter and Callan Do you remember receiving those?
I do remember the pictures, yes.
Then the following day, again, you're checking in every day. You say, you're feeling better. She says, a little bit. You said, still taking the same medication. She said, yes, about to have an appointment with her psychiatrist. You said, let me know how it goes. And she said, okay. And then she responds back after her appointment. She recommended another antidepressant since my mood is still very low off the Seroquel. You asked her how she felt about it. And she told you she just wants to feel like herself again, but she's up for trying it. And she just wants to get back to who she was, right?
Correct.
And she told you it was amitriptyline. Is that right? Do you remember that?
I don't remember the medication.
Okay. Then on the 18th, January 18th, again, you're reaching out and she says, hi, Mom, I'm doing all right. How about you? And you say, you're good. You're thinking about visiting that weekend. And she says, that sounds good. And you ask her about being able to get out and exercise. And she said she's been walking on the treadmill at the gym for exercise. And you asked her if she started a new medication and if she's feeling better. And she says, feel okay, just not great. I did start it 2 nights ago. You said, is that the one that takes a while to feel the effects? She said, yep, weeks. And you said, is the okay that you're feeling now better than what you were feeling a few weeks ago? And she said, yes. Do you remember that?
Again, I don't remember the specific text, just remember texting back and forth daily about how she's feeling, about, what's different medication-wise, but I can't say I remember that specific text that you're reading me. But again, if they're there, then they were done by us.
Right. And so on the 19th of January, again, you're checking in and say, how are you feeling today? Can you tell if anything's different with the new medication? She says, I'm feeling all right. Nothing new really yet because it takes weeks to really work, but I'm okay. You asked if she's still sleeping well, and she says decently. And the kids get up a lot. So again, more of the same check-ins daily, seeing how she's doing, seeing how she's sleeping, right?
Correct.
And then on the 20th, you reach out, is it pizza and movie night? She says just pizza and playing. And you tell her you're leaving at 9, bringing dessert for the kids. And she says, sounds great. So you're talking about your visit that weekend. Is that right?
Yes.
And in these texts prior to the visit, you say that it's been a while since you've seen them. So it sounds like from these texts, you're checking in with her every day from January 7th, 2023, all the way up to your visit on January 21st, 2023. You're checking in with her. So you're at home in Connecticut from the 7th until the 21st.
Correct.
And then on the 22nd, that Sunday, Lindsay, Pat, and the older kids, they go to the Carney's house for that bonfire and get together. And you stayed home with Callan, right?
Correct.
And then after they get home, you and your husband left, is that correct?
Yes.
And on the way home, you texted on January 22nd, 2023 at 7:55 p.m. Enjoyed seeing everyone this weekend. Nice to see you doing better. Is that correct?
If that's what that says, yes, that's correct. I don't exactly remember the text, but yes, if that's what it says, yes.
So from your text, not saying she was doing great, but she was doing better than she was, according to your text, or appeared to be.
The text from me was meant to encourage her because I didn't think it did any good to discourage her. So the text was meant not necessarily what I actually observed that weekend, but it was meant to encourage her because I was encouraging her to do things with the kids to kind of try to get back to normal. So it's not necessarily a representation of exactly what I observed that weekend.
But that weekend, she was able to go to a friend's house with the older kids and Pat and spend a few hours there, correct?
Correct.
And she was able to do activities and hang out with you and your husband. There's a photograph and evidence of the two of you sitting on the couch smiling and hanging out together. So you were able to interact with her, correct?
Correct. The photograph was taken by Cora because Cora wanted to use my phone and take her picture. So Lindsay and I were going to put a smile on our face and let Cora take a picture. Yes. But again, there was other observations I made that weekend, but it was not, I didn't think it was in Lindsay's best interest to discourage her or point out those, because she was making every attempt to feel better and to do things to make herself feel better. So as a mother, I was encouraging her.
Well, you didn't say, I hope you feel better, or you're going to get there, or you're doing it. You actually said, nice to see you doing better, correct? That's what you wrote?
Those were my encouraging words, yes.
And from January 7th up through January 22nd, Lindsay repeatedly told you she was doing okay. She was feeling a little bit better. Not completely better, not 100%, but she kept telling you, I feel a little bit better. I feel a little bit better. You even asked her, is the better you're feeling now better than a few weeks ago? And she said, yes, correct?
That's correct, without my observation of her.
And what she was responding to you in text, correct?
Correct.
You also spoke to the police on January 25th, 2023. Do you remember that?
I do.
Do you remember telling the police that Lindsay seemed to be improving since leaving McLean?
I do not recall. I remember speaking to the police. I had just found out what had happened, and I was pretty much in shock. So anything I remember, honestly, I remember 2 things I told the police. Anything else that you have there, I must have said, but I don't recall them. I've been going through my mind. I can honestly recall 2 things I told the police during that interview. I was pretty much in shock.
Okay, so do you remember telling them that she seemed brighter lately?
I don't recall.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
What do you want? Oh, you mean the ones that you didn't want?
Yes.
Oh, this was one.
That's all right, I can check later. Just looking here through the exhibits, District Attorney stood up and said to you that I had introduced into evidence and showed you Exhibit 276, which would be a list of text dated on October 19th. Do you remember that? It was the black one. It was the copies. It wasn't green. You recall that this was introduced into evidence? Recall her questioning you from this?
On October 19th?
Yeah, this is the one that I had introduced, Exhibit 276, and the date would be October 19th, your text thread.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
And then she said, well, there's something missing, and went up and said to you, this text, which would be 277. You recall that? I'm going to show it to you.
Yes.
Okay. So what I had introduced was a text thread from October 19th up through and including October 20th. Is that fair to say? Right there?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason I introduced this is because we had introduced earlier, like a whole lot of pages text. And I wanted to focus on the text thread where she said, "Mommy, can you stay?"
Objection.
Sustained.
So when the district attorney suggested that there's something missing, like I left it out or something, is it fair to say that Exhibit 277 is a totally different date? Look at the date. What is the date that the DA is talking about? See it on there?
10/23.
10/23. It has nothing to do with the text thread that I introduced, right? It's a day or two after that, right?
Right.
If you know.
Yes.
Now, we had introduced into evidence also the Celebrate record as Exhibit 238 that the state police for the district attorney's office had printed out. That is only the month of January. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And then I introduced into evidence, or tried to introduce into evidence, all of the text between you and your daughter, right?
Yes.
I think, Your Honor, that's what's. This was, I attempted to introduce it, it was objected to, I believe, and it was marked for identification. I would now like to reoffer this in its entirety.
I see counsel sidebar, please.
We're just having a little sidebar. Not surprising. Thank you so much, everyone who's here. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe if you haven't already. And we so appreciate you being here with us. Makes the sidebars easier. Thanks, everyone. Let's see. We'll see if this is a quick one or not.
Of week number 3, if you can believe it or not. We're 3 weeks into this trial. What are your just overall thoughts, first of all, of how things are going?
You know, we are nearing the end of the state's case. At least that's my feeling. They've called all the health providers and the medical examiners. So they've proven their case to a certain point, but I'm still struggling with, I feel like there needs to be another voice. And I think that will come with their expert to kind of just, you know, finish their conclusion, which is that she was of right mind. And ultimately that conclusion has to come from an expert that says that they did all the right things and they've read that, you know, they were correct in their assessment of her at the different, you know, times that they sought help. And I feel like they need that voice to wrap it up.
Well, is it possible that they could have that as a rebuttal witness?
Yeah, certainly they can have that as a rebuttal witness, but I think going into it, you want to end strong. I mean, you want to have the defense on the ropes. Whereas right now, I feel like a lot of their witnesses could go either way, especially their, you know, all these witnesses that observed her in the days before the murders, that she was normal and that she was engaged. And they, you know, today they showed video of her at a family outing a couple of days before, actually a couple of weeks before the murders, where she's, you know, carrying the baby and she's talking to the kids and, you know, having a perfectly normal family outing. But I still feel like, you know, they need to have, for me anyway, just a voice that can put it all into context.
This case, since the first day, well, we started covering it before the first day, it seems to have really grown as far as the interest in people and the media covering it. What do you think it is that is capturing so many eyeballs?
I think because this is not, you know, this is a very relatable case, right? I mean, she's a young mother, 3 children. This is a tragedy beyond imagination. And it's just unthinkable that a mother who, you know, like Lindsay, who for all intents and purposes really cared for her children, suddenly lost it and killed all 3 of them. And you know, as the prosecution put it, with cruelty and atrocity. And so this is really, you know, beyond the norm. And
when you were asked about Exhibit 271 and the text messages on October 23rd and October 24th, that was to establish when you left the home that week of the 20th, correct? Because you said, how are things today? And she said, good, implying that you were no longer with them, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
All right. Anything on that, counsel?
Oh, no, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Please sit down. Thank you. All right, defendant.
Yes. I call Dr. Welcome.
Good afternoon. You solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you should give Thank you, sir. You can have a seat.
All right, good afternoon. All right, Mr. Rankin, why don't you hold off? I'm going to give an instruction.
Oh, sure.
At this point.
Yep.
So, members of the jury, I just want to give you an instruction. It's one I probably should have given a little bit earlier in the trial as well. It's going to apply to this witness. It applies to a number of witnesses who testified earlier, and it's going to apply to a number of witnesses who testify after. And it's in regards to expert witnesses. All right. So generally in cases that are tried in our courts, witnesses may testify only to facts that are within their own personal knowledge. Right? That's things that they've personally seen, heard, or felt. However, in a variety of cases, issues arise that are beyond the experiences of laypersons. In those type of cases, we allow a person with specialized training or experience called an expert witness to testify, and to testify not only to facts, but also to opinions and the reasons for their opinions on issues that are within that witness's field of expertise and are relevant material to the case. because a particular witness has specialized training and experience in their field does not put that witness on a higher level than any other witness, and you are to treat the so-called expert witness just like you would treat any other witness. In other words, as with any other witness, it's completely up to you to decide whether you accept the testimony of any expert witness, including the opinions that they give. It's also entirely up to you to decide whether you accept the facts that are relied on by the expert and to decide what conclusions, if any, you draw from the witness's testimony. You're free to reject the testimony and opinion of such a witness in whole or in part if you determine that the opinion is not based on sufficient education or experience, that the testimony of the witness is motivated by some bias or interest in the case. You must keep firmly in mind that you alone decide what the facts are. So if you conclude that an expert's opinion is not based on the facts as you find those facts to be, then you may reject the testimony and the opinion of the expert in whole or in part. You must remember that expert witnesses do not decide cases, juries do. So in the last analysis, an expert witness is like any other witness in the sense that you alone make the judgment about how much credibility and weight you give to that expert's testimony and what conclusions you draw from the testimony. All right. And I'll go into that a little bit more at the end when I go into the more extensive instructions that I'll give you at the end of the trial. All right, Mr. Ranks.
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Can you tell us your name and spell your name?
It's Michael Wolfovich. It's V as in Victor, U-L, F as in Frank, O, V as in Victor, I-C-H.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm an emergency medicine doctor. I work full-time at Newton Wellesley Hospital.
Newton Wellesley?
Yes.
And can you tell us are you board certified, sir?
I am. I'm board certified in emergency medicine.
And that would be by the American Board of Emergency Medicine?
Correct.
And how long have you been practicing emergency medicine?
I did 3 years of residency, and this is my 13th year as a full-time attending.
And you're presently employed, where is it?
Newton Wellesley Hospital primarily, and then I do some additional shifts at Emerson Hospital in Concord.
How about medical school? Where'd you go to med school?
St. Louis University School of Medicine.
And what year did you graduate?
2011.
Obviously licensed in the Commonwealth.
Yes, sir.
In the course of your training and experience, sir, do you work full-time in a particular field of medicine?
Just emergency medicine. So basically we see any and all comers, anything from ankle sprains to traumas.
Okay. Did I ask you to review some documents regarding this particular case involving Lindsay Clancy?
You did. You asked me to review the...
Very what you reviewed.
Oh, sorry. You asked me to review the photos from the crime scene and then the emergency medical records from South Shore Hospital, Brigham and Women's Hospital, and then the records from her hospital stay at Brigham and Women's Hospital.
So in reviewing all of those various hospital records, sir, you're aware that on January 24th of 2023, she initially was transported to South Shore Hospital. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors what's treatment she received at the South Shore Hospital briefly?
So she arrived with a GCS of 10, meaning she was not really very responsive.
Let me interrupt you just because that, what did you say, a G6?
GCS, Glasgow Coma Scale.
Okay, slow down, because I don't understand. What is a GCS?
It's a Glasgow Coma Scale. It's a series of things that we look at to determine how responsive somebody is, you know, whether their eyes are opening spontaneously, whether they're able to speak on their own, and whether you're able to understand what they're saying, and then how much, if at all, they're moving, whether they're moving spontaneously, whether they can follow commands, that kind of thing.
Okay. So the Glasgow Coma Scale GCS of 10, what does that tell you as an emergency room doctor?
Tells us that she was not very responsive on arrival. It sounds like she was not speaking intelligibly, and the doctors at South Shore Hospital were concerned about her ability to maintain her own airway and made the decision to intubate her, which means putting a breathing tube down her throat into her lungs and placing her on a ventilator and sedating her.
Was she also what would be, I guess, referred to as hypothermic?
She was.
What does that mean?
Means that her body temperature was below what's considered normal. So in her case, her core body temperature was, I believe, 82.1 degrees, which would put her into severe hypothermia.
And did you note that she was tachycardic and hypotensive?
Yes.
What did that mean?
So it means that her heart rate was above 100, and hypotensive means that her blood pressure was below what is considered normal.
And South Shore Hospital, were they able to stabilize her?
It sounds like they were able to stabilize her by placing a breathing tube in her neck, in her throat, to help with her breathing. And then they basically proceeded to obtain a bunch of imaging, started her on medications to sedate her and artificially raise her blood pressure. They started working on rewarming her. And then in conjunction with the trauma team there, they made the decision that she would be better served at a hospital with a higher level of care.
Okay. And can you tell us what the injuries were that she presented herself with to the South Shore Hospital?
So there were multiple injuries. She had lacerations to bilateral wrists.
When you say lateral, what does that mean?
Bilateral, both sides. So she had a laceration both to her left wrist and to her right wrist, and then multiple superficial lacerations as well. And then she also had multiple superficial lacerations to both sides of her neck, the front of her neck, and 2 deeper lacerations to the sides of her neck.
So when you say superficial lacerations and then deeper lacerations, do you recall what's the standard? What do you look for in something like that?
So Steph, everybody will describe them a little bit differently. In her case, I would describe multiple superficial lacerations, which would typically mean kind of scrapes on the surface of the skin, nothing that actually gets through the full thickness of the skin. And then she also had full thickness lacerations, meaning that she made it all the way through the skin into the subcutaneous tissue, the fatty tissue. And then you would need to describe it further if any additional structures were injured, which in her case, they were not.
Now, in your experience for a number of years in the emergency room, have you had occasion to treat people that have tried to commit suicide or successfully committed suicide by cutting their throat?
Multiple times.
Multiple times. And can you tell us, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, sir, as to whether or not this injury or these injuries that you observed were consistent with what you've seen in other suicide attempts?
Sustained.
Well, can you tell us, did that look like an effort to pretend or fake a suicide?
Sustained.
Well, when you looked at the injuries, did you make a determination that they appeared to have some impact on the human body of Ms. Clancy?
Yes.
What was that?
They were consistent with self-injurious behavior. The intent, I can't gauge, but
okay. Yep, thank you. How about the wrist? What did you observe about the wrist injuries, sir?
So she had 2 full thickness lacerations, one on the left, one on the right.
What does that mean?
It means that she made it all the way through the epidermis of the dermis, which is what makes up the skin in the wrist, and into the fatty tissue, which is the next layer.
Okay. Are you familiar in your experience, sir, with hesitation wounds in a suicide attempt?
Yes, to some extent.
What does that mean?
Means typically that they're more kind of subtle, weaker attempts to hurt yourself, not necessarily anything that's going to be deep to the structures of the skin, but more just scrapes along the surface.
Okay, and you noticed some of those on the neck area as well, is that correct?
There were multiple of those on both the neck and the wrists.
As it relates to the injuries to the wrists, did you observe any vascular structures or penetration of the cervical, the fascia?
There was not.
Okay. What other injuries did you recall from reviewing the medical records?
So she had multiple fractures in her cervical spine, which are the vertebrae that make up her neck, including what's called a burst fracture of C1, and then other fractures of C4. She also had fractures of multiple levels of the thoracic spine. I believe she had multiple transverse process fractures on both the right and left.
What does that mean, transverse fractures?
Transverse processes are lateral projections, basically projections that go sideways off of the bone that allow the ribs to articulate, connect with the spine, and they also allow muscles to connect, and they help support the basically overall ring structure of the spinal canal.
And was she then transported by med flight or life flight to a Boston hospital?
She was.
What does that tell you as an emergency surgeon when someone's transported by med flight or life flight?
Typically means that her injuries are felt to be severe enough that she needs immediate intervention and further treatment, that the hospital that is basically necessitating the transport is saying that they cannot provide at their facility.
She was then transported to what hospital?
Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston.
She was admitted to what unit?
Surgical ICU.
And you had a chance to review all those medical records as well?
I did.
Did she suffer a particular event that night that you recall from looking at the records?
She did shortly after arriving in the surgical ICU. It sounds like they were moving her, and when they moved her, they noticed that her blood pressure dropped, her pulse became faint, and subsequently she actually suffered a complete cardiac arrest and required 2 rounds of cardiopulmonary resuscitation with compressions and medications before she was able to be revived.
And she also, to your knowledge, had suffered significant hemorrhage and had to have a fairly massive blood transfusion?
Yes, they placed chest tubes, which are basically plastic tubes that go into the chest cavity on both sides, and had about 300 cc's of blood come out from each side. And there was also noted to be significant hemorrhage around the spine and into the mediastinum, which is the portion of the chest that houses a lot of the organs like your esophagus, your trachea, blood vessels, that kind of thing.
Now, if there's a fracture or a serious fracture to, I believe it's C1, does that interfere possibly with a person's ability to breathe?
It does.
And how does that work?
So if you have a fracture that affects the spinal cord above a certain level, typically above the 3rd cervical vertebrae, it basically removes your ability to initiate breathing on your own. Your 3rd, 4th, and 5th cervical vertebrae, the nerves that lead from there, are the ones that are responsible for telling your diaphragm to go up and down and help you breathe. And so if you lose the ability to send that signal down to your diaphragm, you lose the ability to breathe.
Now, as it relates to your review of the medical records and review of the history, are you aware of the mechanism of the injuries that she suffered that you just described for the jury?
I am.
Tell us what that was, to your knowledge.
That she went out of her 2nd story window.
And going out of the window, obviously, did she strike the ground or?
She did.
And that caused the injuries, the mechanism of injury?
Yes, it's consistent with all of her injuries.
Now, with your experience, sir, with, as you indicated, dealing with people in the emergency room and treating people that have been involved with sequential acts of self-harm, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as an emergency board certified physician as to the effect of the combination of the multiple sequential injuries that you saw?
Can I see counsel at sidebar? Just
I can withdraw it, Judge. I'll withdraw it. Just thank you very much.
No questions.
all right. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
All right, counsel. Now can I see it sidebar?
Okay.
All right. Members of the jury, I told you it was going to be stop and start, right? So we're going to stop now, but we're going to stop now for the day for you. I'm going to come back. I'm going to talk to counsel about setting some things up logistically for tomorrow. All right. So tomorrow, the plan would be hopefully we'll start right at 9 or right as close as we can. And we'd hope to have a full day in regards to the witnesses. All right. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow at 9. I'm going to remind you, don't talk about this case. Don't read anything about it or anything about any similar cases. Don't do any research. Don't listen to anything. Don't post anything. You kind of know where I'm going, right? So I'm going to ask you to follow those instructions again. I'm going to give you those questions, and I hope you have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay? Thank you.
All rise, please, for your executive. This closing session.
Hey, Counsel, I see you sidebar just really in regards to tomorrow, not very long.
They are on a sidebar, and then they are gonna, I think they're gonna discuss some scheduling stuff. Once again, thanks everyone for being here. Please remember to like and subscribe if you have not yet. Day 14 has been definitely interesting. That's for sure. The judge actually made a point of saying the sidebar won't be long, so I'm going to trust him on that, and we'll see. But the jury is dismissed for the day. Hey, Mary Elizabeth. Yeah, so the court is over. The jury is dismissed, but I think that there is still some stuff that they're going to discuss just to do with scheduling. So the testimony for the day is done. But it's all here if you need it. can go back to the beginning, and I'm also going to post our playlist of the entire trial coverage for anybody who's finding this trial late. Thanks, everyone. I swear before he went on the sidebar, he said, won't be long. I promise he said that. You're welcome. Thank you for joining. If it's just scheduling they're going to discuss, I'm going to give it a little more time. But if they don't come back too soon, I am going to end the stream just because the testimony is over. And there will be a lot to unpack tomorrow when we do our recap. So don't miss that. I'm pretty sure that we'll both have a lot to say. I'm not sure if there's public access to it. I do have some of them. If you want to, you can send me an email, and then I can reply to it and send you what I have. But I'm not sure where. I'm not sure which website has all of the documents compiled. I'll post my email address, and then feel free to reach out to me, and I'll reply with what I have. I do have quite a lot. Here you go. You're welcome. I don't know, this judge is giving me trust issues now. He said it won't be long. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's happening, but I do think we're probably going to end the stream since the testimony is done. I'll give it a little more time. See, I'm giving him a chance. Oh, it's doing that thing where the screen wobbles. All right. Well, I think that we are done for the day. I wanted to say thank you so much to everyone for watching today. It's been a really, really, really interesting day. I cannot wait to go through some of the polls tomorrow and see what you guys think, see how your opinions have evolved. And yeah, I really look forward to it. Thanks again, and please remember to like, share, and subscribe. Remember to check out the playlist that we have for you on this case, and we will see you soon. Bye, everyone.